So I'm going to show you our site hut first. We had to get set up, we're going to be here for quite a while.
Oh, very nice. You built that then?
Yeah.
Why didn't you paint it?
Well, I've actually been banned from all the decorator centres, so I can't buy paint anywhere.
No, that's not true, really, is it?
No. This project here, we're actually going to be, we're protecting the client's privacy. We're not going to be showing any shots of the main house. We're not going to tell you where it is. So all we're going to be doing is showing you what we're actually doing, the actual building parts of it and the processes and how we do everything. There was an old workshop that was built here previously with a small conservatory at the back, which was part of the original house. The first thing we did was demolish that. We've dug a foundation out for the position of the new extension. Partly good news and partly bad news that it's solid chalk down here. The good news is we only had to go down 600 millimetres just to protect from frost.
Yeah.
But we're on solid chalk, so we didn't have to dig too deep. The bad news is it's chalk.
Yeah.
And you can see Ian's having a great time digging.
You love it though, Ian, don't you?
Well, it's such a good job. I couldn't really stop him.
So you've been working hard, Ian?
Yes, I have, yeah. James has got me digging.
Yeah.
Which he's got a great little 2-minute tip for all his digging.
Oh, yeah.
It's get someone else to do it. That's what I'm doing.
Someone else is you. Let's just have a look at this trench, boys. Oh, that's a lovely trench. That looks like it's been dug with a digger, Ian. They're always a little bit of a pig, those, aren't they? Because you've got to get down on your stomach, hack away with the old kangaroo or whatever.
Yeah, there was already an inlet in that position,
okay.
But it just went off at such an angle. It just curved straight back up here, so we couldn't really tap onto the end of it.
What was it?
There used to be an upstairs loo, and it's been made redundant years ago. Yeah. So what somebody had done was it was filled up with sand and cement, which I managed to get out and chip it out all nicely. Yeah. But I think they filled it up because somebody's put this other inlet here, which is really badly done, just tumbling in up there. And in fact, I'm taking that out because it's rainwater.
Oh, is it?
They've put the rainwater straight into the foul because they didn't want to dig a soakaway in the chalk.
No,
I guess,
but that,
yeah, so we don't want rainwater going down the foul drain, so that's coming out anyway, which is great news. So I can cut that off, bench it all back up again when I do all of this, and then we've got a nice flow straight in and off.
You love a bit of benching.
I do.
Yeah, I do. I like doing traditional manholes.
Yeah, it's much nicer.
Just explain for the viewers who don't know why you don't want to put rainwater into the foul.
Because it will overload the foul system that we've got. We don't need any more water in there. It's, rainwater's fine for the land. We need it to keep things growing and stuff, so we want to put it into the land. We don't want any additional loading on the drains. The drains are getting older and older as time goes on, and all that additional water down there is just going to cause more problems.
Yeah. At the sewage station, when it's a heavy downpour, they're inundated and they've got to chuck it in the rivers, basically. Yeah. Did you do this block work?
No, I didn't.
Oh, good man.
No.
All right, you gave yourself a day off.
Yeah, I'm delegating more nowadays. I was so worn out on the last job, I thought, let's get someone else to do it.
Well, if you can get it at the right price,
Well, this is it, and to be honest, the last project, it was small enough for me to handle. It didn't make much difference to whether I did it or someone else, but now we're talking quite 150 square metres of block work, inside and outside, I could do it, but it's going to take me a lot longer than a pro.
Yeah. So let's say, how long did it take the pro to put this up then?
A day.
Really?
One day.
That's nice, isn't it?
They turn up, and they were really good lads actually.
Yeah.
First time I've used them, I sort of vetted them a little bit. A few different people coming round. And this guy, I really liked him. He asked all the right questions about the job.
Yeah.
When he turned up on Monday to lay all this, he was straight. He was in nice and early, got a site level out, big squares out, and he made sure everything was really accurate and lined up with the building. And because I really, the test for me was I wanted whoever I got in to do up to damp course so I could see what kind of bricky they were.
Yeah.
Because if they get up to there and I'm not that happy with it, I can change. But this was the test and they passed. So good for them.
Excellent. Yeah, yes.
And me.
So it's nice to have another brickie on your books, isn't it?
Oh, definitely. Yeah.
Somebody I've got a little brick job to do soon, so maybe I'll give him a ring.
Yeah, he's just some nice face brick work as well. I've seen a lot of pictures of his work. It looks really good.
Lovely. All right, mate, so you're going to get the drains in now.
Yep.
So what's Ian's... Faster, Ian! For God's sake. Hanging about there. So Ian's dug all this across here.
Yep.
Did you not get involved in this?
I cleared that little bit down there.
Oh, good,
for him.
man.
So he's got a nice level ground to work on.
You spoil him, really, don't you?
Yeah. Well, the trouble is, and I'm not moaning, but I've pulled a tendon in my foot.
Oh.
Yeah. It's been on and off for weeks now, and I finally went to the hospital last night because my wife says you've got to go and sort this out in case it's a broken bone, but it wasn't. It's just tendonitis or something.
All right. It's always wives that make you go, isn't it? Yeah. This is your foul, basically.
Yeah.
It's going all the way through.
Yeah. I mean, it's just the way it works out on the plans and what the client wants.
Yeah.
It just so happens that the start of the valve drainage is as far away from the original manhole as you could get on the building. It's totally the opposite corner. So it's a long old run. I mean, we're talking 30 plus metres.
Yeah.
So we're starting.
So did you get enough fall in that then?
Yeah, we've worked it out. We've got a 1 in 40 fall, which is really important. Obviously, if you're level, nothing's going to go anywhere.
No.
If you're more than 1 in 40, you've got the risk of all the water running away and the solids staying there, and you don't know when the next lot of water's coming down, so it could start to dry and stick, and then you've got problems of blockage because you've got too much fall. So we started at the main drain and have worked all the way up, and we can just about get it. And we're fortunate in the fact that this land actually rises up at pretty much 1 in 40.
Oh, does it?
Yeah,
really?
so it's all perfect.
So how do you get your gradient then?
This is an 1800 millimetre level. We divide 1800 by 40, and that gives us 45 millimetres, I think. So we've cut a 45 millimetre block, taped it onto the end, all the way along the pipe. I'll just jump down here and show you. So the vial's level, we know that that's falling at 1 in 40. That's just a nice, easy, quick way of doing it, and it's accurate. Nobody wants to hear what I've got to say. Don't want to waste this, it's expensive.
Cheers, that's Alan's.
Thanks, Al.
Got to go back to the filth pot. What could he do with it in Thailand?
Smear it on his neighbour's doorstep.
The cockfighting neighbour.
Yeah, that's it, definitely.
Well, we'll have that level up here, and we'll check this fall. Still think we're running down a bit.
Down a touch on your side. Yep, good there.
Right, okay.
Yeah, okay.
Good getting your head down the manhole, James, especially with that haircut, mate.
I'm going to have to get a hairband. And I saw a comment telling me to get a hairband or a haircut.
Top knot.
13.45.
Did you stop the other end moving?
No, but it's actually all right because then it gives me enough room to push it back that way.
Gotcha, yeah. I'd do it, but I'm filming.
That's it.
Is that it, Ian? So where's James gone?
Hello, mate. Soakaway.
Did you dig that by hand?
Oh yeah, well my hands controlled the digger. Yeah, we just got to square it up by hand now. We're going to go for engineering honeycomb brickwork.
How are you?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah,
Like the old crates.
It's quite an expense for. I mean, you can throw that honeycomb up so quick.
Yeah.
And also you haven't got to wrap it with the felt like with the crates. You've got to wrap the membrane around it, and you've got to be spot on exactly the size that it's going. So I just thought you can push the bricks nice and tight to the edges, lid on the top, bit of concrete, reinforced concrete, and you're good. It was so hard digging it out with the digger.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. In 100,000, well, 1,000 years, it probably wouldn't even move, would it?
No. Well, it's the same situation we've had with the house, digging the foundations out. As soon as we hit the chalk, building control said the only reason you need to go 600 is to protect from the frost, and that's it. Crusher in for a day, literally one day, and we filled the whole thing up, 150 mil of hardcore all the way through. We got to grind up some real nice small stuff to spread out on the top, whacked it all down, sand blinding coat. Just put our membrane in this morning. We didn't want to put it in last night in case it rained. Just put our membrane down and getting our A142 reinforcing in. Ian's just going around the edges now We've set up the lasers for a datum line. It's not 100% accurate, but it gives us close enough. We can get around about 100 mil of concrete throughout the whole area, roughly based on where the tapes are taped all the way around the edges. The final flow screed that goes in the top will be the one that levels it up perfectly.
You've got 100 mil of concrete. How much Celotex?
100 mil of Celotex.
Right.
And then 75 mil flow screed.
Right, so that's 275
Yeah.
to get you, and that will get you up to the level of that block?
Pretty much, yeah. I think
Yeah.
it's almost exactly on that block. I think it might even be a fraction above it.
Yeah. They want you to tuck that polythene over the damp-proof course or under the damp-proof course, don't they?
Yeah, it's got to go halfway onto that block.
That's it,
So we get all this in, and when it's dry tomorrow, we can cut it all off at halfway. Yeah. It's a nightmare laying the first block on because it's always flapping up and getting in the way.
That's what I find. It's a bit of a funny thing, that, isn't it? But that's what they want. That's what they want.
That's it. But it's a fair amount to dig out, really, when you're doing an oversite. So from your finished floor level or finished screed level, it's actually 475 mil.
Is it?
You've got to dig out.
Yeah.
So we need. So if you work it from the top down, you've got 75 mil flow screed, 100 mil Celotex, 100 mil reinforced concrete, 50 mil sand blinding, and 150 mil of hardcore.
You put 50 mil sand blinding in
know.
there. That's a lot, isn't it?
It does seem a lot. I've always thought it's quite a lot. I understand it's so that the membrane doesn't get pierced by anything sticking through. But we had such a nice, fine hardcore that we're not down on it, and when it's all whacked down, nothing's poking through. But then you whack the sand down as well, and it is actually very compact.
If you have, like, you've got very small stuff on the top of the hardcore, and then that's whacked down, once that polythene's down, nothing's going to move under there particularly. It's not going to suddenly produce a sharp point, is it?
No, this is it. I mean, we've taken up floors in the past. In fact, the last project we were on, we broke an old concrete floor out, and it didn't have any sand blinding.
Really?
Yeah, and the membrane was straight on top of some crushed concrete, and it was fine. You could see the underside of the membrane was damp.
Yeah.
But
so it was stopping it. It was doing its job.
Definitely.
Yeah. You've got a bit of dug stuff there, which you've got to get rid of. Over.
A little bit. Yeah. There was some big planters that were there. So that in fact, it's a shame because a lot of that was bought in topsoil.
Oh, was it?
Some real nice stuff.
So that's going to go, is it?
Yeah, most of it's going to go. I think Ian's going to take a bit. I think he wants to. Got a bit of a project at his mother-in-law's house. I
was going to say, he hasn't got a garden, so I don't know what he's got.
He's got a window box.
Big window box. Yeah.
We've got a bit of backfilling to do along here where we dug out for the drains. So a lot of that's piled there. I don't like it. It looks messy, but we just had to get it out so we could get this floor done. Because my main aim is we're on Thursday today. We're going to pour this. And then tomorrow we're going to load all the blocks out, get all that levelled off. Right. So Monday the brickies are here.
So basically this is job and knock for you today. You're going to pour this and go home, yeah?
We'll pour this and then we might do a bit of backfilling.
Always something.
Depends what time the concrete turns up. Really.
Yeah, I suppose that's right. No, the only reason I looked at that pile over there, and I thought once you built the brick walls, you get a grab lorry in here. I suppose you just reverse it in there and will it grab over there?
I was hoping to, and I want to. I don't know. I think we're just gonna have to lay boards all along the grass because as much as it's chalk under here, I mean, it's only about a foot of earth, and then it's chalk. Yeah. So it's nice and solid. But when the last time we had concrete in to pour the footings, we tried to get him to back right up so we could just pour it straight in. Yeah. But he started sinking as soon as he touched it.
Did he really?
That is a big, heavy lorry. That's bigger than the grab lorries.
It's spinning, but
Yeah, and it's full up with ballast and concrete and water and everything else. I've got the ump.
What is that, mate?
Could have been so good this day. We got here nice and early, got all the floor prepared, we're all ready. Booked the concrete in 3 days ago, paid for it, it's all paid for. He said, what time slot do you want? I said, I'll have between 11 and 2. I had a phone call from the company, said, yeah, the pump's on his way, he's an independent guy. He got here at 1:30. We are now 3:15. Still no concrete, so I gave him a call about 10 minutes ago. Hello mate, I said, the concrete pump's here. I said, I think he's getting a bit impatient. You're not here yet, and he wants to get on. How long are you going to be? He said, oh, hang on, yeah, the lorry's just been loaded up now. It's just in the yard. I said, well, where's the yard? He said, Dartford. Well, that ain't half an hour away, mate. He said, no, it'll only be half an hour. I said, I don't think so. Yeah, it'll be half an hour. Anyway, right, so, all right, thanks. See you later, bye.
Was that half an hour ago?
That was probably about 20 minutes ago, actually, I'll say now.
So he's got 10 minutes to get here.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to happen. He's got to come around the M25.
Yeah, and it's not the right end of the day.
It's getting dark. We're going to have to start getting the lights on. Yeah. Concrete pump man's getting the ump.
So you're going to be concreting in the dark, basically.
Pretty much, yeah. Yeah.
Just give it to you for turning up late. Right, so what we've got now is a situation where he's had his 5 metres, he needs some more, and the company's saying you can't have any more unless you pay for it before we pour.
I'll charge him a late fee.
Yeah.
It's the same price as a metre of concrete.
Yeah. Spookily.
Every time I've worked this out, they've always said it's another metre, needs another metre.
There's a difference between it coming out dry and by the time you put the water in it and it closes it up a bit, you know. So I know you've got water volume, but basically the granules got no airspace between them then, have they? I think you always get that difference. So, 2-minute tip, James.
Yeah.
Welly boots. Brilliant, really, isn't it? He filled up his water from here, and now he's sold it back to you.
Yeah. Well, my last life, I was a plumber. I know that much.
How deep do you want to go?
I think this is 1.5.
Is it? Why is that?
Well, we need a metre to the underside of the lid. Then we've got a 4-inch 100mm lid, and then 400-ish of soil and stuff back on the top. So we're going to have to turn that pipe down, cut back and turn it down to 45. Otherwise it's going to be above our lid. Yeah, so we've got the brickies in. They're flying through it. They've got their a lot quicker than I could do it anyway.
Yeah,
which is why I'm not doing
to do this one.
Yeah, so yeah, they've come in. They set up this morning. They're using the Blake's profiles. I've never seen them in action before, apart from on videos and stuff. But in the flesh, I'm impressed. They're absolutely throwing it up, and it's nice and square, level on the corners.
These Blake's profiles save you having to put your corners up because you've got a nice plumb upright. You could just slide your line up and down on them.
Yeah, I really like these little plastic clips. So I won't move it because they're using it. It's perfect.
So he's set it all out on this, what I used to call a theodolite. That's going to give him his level. So he's obviously marked that round on the Blake's profiles, yeah?
Yep.
Let's go over and have a chat then, shall we? Todd, first thing is, when people see your work and they want you to come and work for them, one thing, it costs a lot of money, yeah?
Yeah.
And the other thing is, what sort of area do you work in?
Normally around Guildford.
Yeah?
Hopefully, yeah.
So hopefully within about 50 metres of your house.
Yeah. Closer to Guildford the better.
Yeah.
Definitely.
So if somebody phones in from North London, you don't want to know, really, do you?
No, definitely not.
It's better than hanging doors or building wardrobes.
How high are you going with the conkers then?
Normally go around 6 course.
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
I usually do 1 course. What a shame they're going to be rendered. Dong it up and paint it with Dulax.
That's it.
Imagine that. That costs you more than rendering. And when you decided to become a carpenter, did you think you'd end up digging your way through
It's not
chalk?
what I quite had in mind. I was hoping to pitch more roofs, but there you go.
We've gone for the 112.5. 112.5.
Yeah,
I don't know why
that
you do
0.5 makes a big difference.
It makes all the difference. So instead of the 100, so I've got asked the boys to sail it over on the outside. So what we're going to do is we're going for a silicone render again. I'll try and get 3 base coats on the bottom to the underside of that, 2 base coats on the top, so we've got our little step for our plinth. And it stops because that's hanging forward, we can trim that back when it's all on.
Yeah.
And we're not getting any bridging of the damp course.
So last time I saw you, it was dark and you were doing the slab in the dark because of that late arrival of the concrete. So how did that slab work out in the end? Because I didn't see it had finished.
It was actually all right. It's, considering it was dark and I didn't have a huge tamper for it. I mean, you can't go too big with them anyway because it's trying to keep them nice and level. But it actually worked out all right with our little laser line that you would have seen on the video. So we kept. In fact, what ended up happening is early on, when I was tamping it and checking it against the line, I soon realised that my tamper was at least halfway, if not all the way into the muck. The slab ended up being about an inch thicker than it should have done, but I realised that quite quickly, so I knew I had to keep it the same, stuck in the concrete a little bit.
Yeah.
Not ideal, but it was late, it was dark.
It's fine, it's flat, isn't it?
I was stressing.
It's the Screed that's going to
that's it.
level it. I mean, if it was 10 mil here, 20 mil there, it wouldn't be the end of the world so long as you can put the Celotex down on something flat. Really.
Yeah, I mean the Celotex will ride out any little undulations in it. It's not a big deal. And then we've got the flow screed going on top of that.
Yeah.
So we've got a whole nother membrane going in as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've got because at the back end of the building there's going to be a wet room on the ground floor, so we're going to have to shutter up when we do the screed, because we've got to keep that out to set our wet tray in lower than that screed level.
This is your wheelbarrow then, is it?
Yeah, I was just going to load this lot up into it.
Do you find you get a backache with that?
It's not too bad, it's the ankles being like that all the time. Just.
What's that say?
You're holding it 5mm off at the bottom. Spot on that, look at that. This was quite a point of interest on a previous video that we did about joining a new wall into an existing wall, and as to whether you remove the brick out to form a continuous cavity, or people are saying, why do you put the damp behind the wall starter kits? We're governed by our drawings, and in fact on the drawings we have, we've got options. We can do either way. We could cut that out to give us a through cavity, or cut a vertical line down it, or we put this damp course in behind the wall starter, build our blocks up, and it wraps around so that nothing can be driven through. Once we've gone through there, okay, we're tying these two together, but now, especially we're going 2 stories up, we don't want to be cutting the old house out. There was an existing building here, which you can see, and when we took that down, that never had a damp in it. There was no signs of anything getting through there at all. It was bone dry behind. They converted this into a conservatory, never a damp patch there at all. So even without the damp course, there was no problems here. So this is just, it's what's required, and we're just doing as we're asked. cardboard plastic stuff in it, or on the bike stand.
This episode's brought to you by Safeguard, the creators of Dryrod damp-proofing rods, the most effective solution for curing rising damp. Dryrods offer a quick and easy installation with no need for specialist equipment. Click the links below and learn how they can help protect your home from rising damp.
Tell us your tale of woe, your new tale of woes.
Right, so we've started a project and it's on a building notice. So basically it means we can just start building. We don't have to have all of the calculations for everything put in. We can crack on with it and then that can be added in afterwards. It's a fairly standard extension, nothing special. We didn't think so anyway. We've started it, we've got so far along, the walls have started going up, then all of a sudden the engineers come along and said, hang on a minute, you need to put a wind post in. Just the sheer length of the wall, there's no internal intersecting walls to support it. He said, you've got to put one in. So unfortunately, what we've done in starting on a building notice is that we took that risk that we could just build it. But unfortunately, we've come across this problem. We've had to get a wind post in. What it means is we've had to not been able to build this bit of blockwork on the inner skin so that we can fit this post into the cavity. And then we're going to have to rake out, fortunately it's still a bit green, this muck, up to that point. We have to rake it out, chem fix it in, and then we can build this blockwork back up and then continue from the first floor up. Bit of a problem, but as always we get over it. And I think it's a lesson learned for me. Don't start a job unless everything's in place.
So this is a fair old lump of metal, really, isn't it?
It is, yeah. So all stainless steel all the way through.
And thick as hell, isn't it?
Very, yeah. I mean, we're about 6 mil thick.
Yeah.
It's quite hefty, very heavy.
Right, so where did this come from?
This came from Keystone Lintels.
Yeah, okay.
There we go, nice little sticker
So
there.
what do they make them to measure then?
They do, yeah. You can't buy them off the shelf. You have to get all your measurements in place first. So we need to know the height of our slab.
Yep.
And then from the slab, we needed to know the height of the first brick course, which in fact will be there. And then they put that in, and then they go 225 all the way up for every course.
There's a bit of slot there.
Yeah, we've got a bit of play if it's a bit up or down. And then we need to know the height of the underside of our first floor joists, because once they're in, then we've got this big old piece here, which bolts on at that point. So they've measured them holes there. That straps right across, and that's quite a weight and all that one.
It's a bit sharp on the edges.
It is, yeah.
Got to be careful.
You need some gloves there, mate.
Yeah, I do need some gloves.
I've got yours.
I'll get some after I cut my hands. But, so that is a monster. You will put this on top of a joist or what?
So our joists are running along this way. So what we're going to do is we've actually worked it out and gone slightly higher than the underside of the joist, because we didn't want this interfering with plasterboard or having to cut around it. So we've gone just a little bit higher.
Gotcha. And
we're going to run a row of noggins all the way through to take up all of these fixings. And there's a lot of fixings there, so it ties.
Every one of these holes has to be fixed.
Yeah.
Does it?
Well, they've supplied enough screws for every single hole, so I'm going to put one in every hole.
Yeah, you can't.
They're there. That's it.
Quite honestly, mate, I've got to say that this whole thing about wind posts and wind loading on walls and so on, this isn't a gable end, is it?
This isn't. No, this only goes up to gutter line.
Yeah.
There's a gable on that front wall.
And given the fact that it's so sheltered here.
Yeah.
You can't really believe it, can you?
I know.
You just look at it. But the other thing is, if you put steels onto a wall, or internal walls, like you say, then that kind of firms it all up anyway, doesn't it? So you can't imagine, if you've got a big steel going on there, that there would be any tendency for it to blow around.
You wouldn't have thought so.
Say, anyway, you've got to do it. It's on the drawing. You've got to do it. And you're also going to put some in the ends as well, aren't you?
Yeah, that was another one that popped up as well. So now we've got the ends of the buildings, and I think it's to do with the size of the opening.
The windows.
The size of the window openings and the panel that's left underneath that, because of the length of it. Oh, okay. From corner to corner. He's saying that now that's that's prone to being pushed around by the wind because there's no walls coming off of it. But because there is a window there, you can't put the post right up the centre. We've now got to put 2 in, one on either side of the window.
This guy, this structural engineer, I reckon he's got shares in Keystone.
I think he has. Yeah.
Anyway, there you go. All right, we'll crack on, mate. Can you give me that?
Is that it?
Yeah. You got it.
That's it. We'll just lift that line over.
Yeah.
I knew this wouldn't be easy.
I think it's going all right. Get it back so that is flush with the back of the inner skin. If we push the bottom in a bit, that will help, I suppose. So they're going to go a fair way into the block, which will help support them. You see, we've just got to get back about 1/2 inch. And then we just pull that top forward a bit.
Okay.
We've got 2 bolts to go in the bottom there. Then that block, I can fill that block in, new bit of damp across there, and then just build it back up again. They were building the conservatory, and the glass wasn't in, but the aqua fell straight through the middle of the French doors and smashed it to pieces. Just totally smashed the corner up. Unfortunately, obviously the damp membrane's broken now.
Yeah.
But because we're having a flow screed, we've got another membrane going over the top.
Oh, okay.
So a whole other one's going to be in there as well.
Yeah.
So we're all right. Otherwise, I would have had a bit of concern there. We're having to maybe blackjack the floor before we screeded, but we'll be all right.
Desperate for me to hit my fingers, aren't you?
Anything that makes it go viral, William. Anything.
I love working in the wet.
It's just like the summertime, really. No difference. Used to it now. Tea time.
I think I have, yeah.
We're going to be laying the CaberDek flooring. Great system, really good, especially in conditions like, it's a nice sunny day today, but who knows what's going to happen tomorrow. This is going to be exposed for a little while until we've got our roof on, but with the CaberDek system, we can lay the floor and it's fully sealed with a polyurethane glue that expands out of all the joints, and it is guaranteed for 42 days of weather and treatment by all the trades and what have you. We've already laid our joists, as you can see. We've got trimmers coming through. We've also got another joist next to it. And the reason we've done that, we've set all of our joists up at 400mm centres so that when we put our CaberDek down, all of our end joins will land on a joist. It's not 100% necessary to do it like that because you can put a noggin in if you're not landing on a joist, but this way it just makes our life so much easier. And also it means we're set up for the plasterboarding underneath. We're going to do a quick 3, 4, 5 on these joists just to check we're square. It's great for us in our situation. We can set all these joists out exactly as we want them. But if you're in another situation, say you're working on an existing floor where the joists are not set up in that way, they could be imperial, 16 inches, so you're going to run out. And you do find that you've got 2 ends that come together that are midway between 2 joists. You have to put some kind of support in there, whether that's a noggin, flatways or upright or 2, but you need to support it some way. You can't just leave it flapping around.
So what's that, 30?
That's 3 metres.
3 metres.
3 metres that way, 4 metres along here. all these joists have got to be knocked about 8 millimetres. We need a big hammer.
Is that what you're going to do?
Yeah, I don't want to leave it off the wall.
No, I wouldn't do that. I just wonder whether you need to square them up or not.
Right, so we checked the joists, we're nice and square, we're good to go. So we're just doing a little dry run on our first row, because once that one's in, that governs everything else that happens now. So we've started from that end, we've brought them all the way down, and we're left with a little silly bit there, which is not much of an issue because we're on a joist. The problem we got is if we cut that little bit off, the bit we then take down to the other end only gives us a very small stagger. I'd rather not stagger just between 2 joists. I want at least 3 joists span between staggering. So what we're going to do is we're going to cut 400 millimetres off the first one, shunt it all 400 millimetres that way, which then gives us a bigger cut here and a smaller cut there, which keeps our distances apart. Because we will have to trim another little bit off to get back to the next joist to keep our 2.4 metres. So there's a small amount of wastage. In all, it's going to be a quicker job, so we're saving a lot of time on labour, and it's going to be a more solid job as well. So according to CaberDek's instructions, we fit our first board in, and we put a screw in every joist, and then in between every joist on our perimeter noggin. And then and there'll be 4 down one edge, and that's it. And then we only need 1 on the front edge on every joist.
Now, James, that seems to me that that's very good for the glue company, but not so good for the screw company.
It does.
Would you use more?
I think I'm going to go with CaberDek's recommendations on this, and purely because currently it means we're going to be putting less holes in the membrane.
Yeah.
But once we've peeled this back, I think I'm going to go around and put a few more in, just to be sure. I mean, they've told us we don't need to, but belt and braces, eh?
Can't harm.
A 6mm bead of this D4 polyurethane. I'm not going to measure it.
Do you know what 6mm looks like?
I look at it every day.
That's 7.
You'd know, mate. You would know, wouldn't you?
Of course, it really doesn't matter that the joists are wet, does it?
No, because it cures underwater exactly the same way as expanding foam. Spray a bit of water on it before and after you use expanding foam, in fact, and helps it stop expanding and starts the curing process a bit quicker. So I better hurry up, actually, if it's wet.
They sink in lovely, don't they?
They're very nice. Quite nice having a flooring screw with a Torx head on it. Torx are becoming a lot more popular, and they're really good. They just you don't slip out hardly as much as you do with Posi or Phillips. Forge Fix have got quite a good range now of these screws. I'm not saying that nobody else does, but they've got a bit of something for everyone in all different types, styles of head. You know, specifically these ones are for chipboard and MDF flooring, and they do drive in really nice. They're really good, but we've got all sorts that they do. Yeah. Some specialists for softwood with a different head on it, anti-split, the ones with the tiny little heads, they're great. We've actually used some with the tiny little heads. We did a pallet wall, and I bought the Forge Fix. It's like a lost head screw, so it's got a tiny little Torx head on it. And when you screwed through the pallet into the batten on the back, it's literally like a pinhead. Oh, they're so nice. What we want to happen is when the 2 ends go together, we want all of that glue to be foaming right out of that joint to make it watertight.
bead down it afterwards.
Yeah,
but
they
I
do
think
say
you'll
you can-
find it expands out.
You can
because
fill in the gaps. So we've slightly deviated from the way that that Norboard show in their installation video. So what they basically show is you put your board in, you fix along this front edge, then you glue your joists up, glue your tongue and groove up, put your next board in and fix along that edge. The problem we're having, and that you'll find with probably any floor, is that not all of these joists are going to be 100% flat. There'll be a little undulation, one might have a slight dip in it, one might be slightly higher. So once we fix that down there and there and there, you then create a slight wave effect. And the problem we were having is that the next board is not sitting nice and neatly into it. So what we're doing now is leaving out that front row of screws, then getting our next board glued up and fitted, then we're putting it in afterwards.
Yeah.
It just makes it a lot neater. There's a lot less whacking around with blocks, a lot less chance of breaking tongues and the liquid on the edge. Bouncing and wobbling on there. That's fine. That's all right. That's fine. Follow the noggin.
Too many boards up in now.
Right in the mush.
Is that the last of the glue?
I think it's because the nozzle's so big on it, it runs out quite quickly. It's in with his 7mm nozzle. I said it was supposed to be 6. We've got to go around the edges with a paintbrush and some glue, paint all the edges up so that seals any water that's going to seep over the edge. It's not going to get in the end grain. And we've got to go around checking all of our joints. If any gaps where none have come through, we've got to fill a bit in. And on top of that, we've got to go around every screw hole, squirt a little bit of glue in all of those because that seals that up.
Oh, blimey, you could have got the right in, right?
In the installation video, it actually shows the chap using the bottle and squirting a bit onto the brush itself and then brushing it on. But we found you cut the pot open, there's quite a bit of stuff left in the bottom. You probably could squeeze it all out, but the speed that we needed to work to keep a wet edge all the time, we didn't have time to make sure every last drop was out. So this works good, and we know we're getting 100% of everything out of the pot, which is always quite satisfying.
Don't paint in the dark. I told you that on the Dulux video.
Your painting looked like it was done in the dark. Because it's only a 10mm gap, it's a bit difficult getting the brush down there and knowing if you've sealed it properly. We painted that edge before we laid it.
Got it.
Obviously these ones are still in the cavity and the blockwork's got to come up so we can get to it, but anywhere we can't get to, which is not that many, thankfully.
No jigsaw in the whole thing.
Oh, thankfully.
Listen, it's pouring with rain. What are you doing out here? You got bricklayers.
Yeah, I know. Well, I had bricklayers. No, I have got bricklayers. Trouble is, we got held up with the Windposts. They've had to go and do another job because they need to earn money. You know, it's not their fault, but we need to get on. I've got scaffolders coming to get it up to the next lift, so I'm now laying concrete blocks in the rain.
Oh dear.
It's not good.
Nice job though.
Well,
They'd be envious of you, mate.
well, it's not bad on that side either.
They'd be asking you to be signing you up on their crew.
Yeah, well, I'm already a pretty good labourer for them. I load all their blocks out every time they turn up.
Do you really?
Yeah,
Are they coming tomorrow or not?
hopefully, but you know, it's one of them. We'll see how today goes.
We'll see. Okay.
But if they don't, I'm just going to keep laying blocks. I mean, you know, I've got to get this roof on. We've got people booked in. We've got stuff, all the timbers here. We're ready to go, and we've just got to keep moving. And I'm not going to make him, you know, sacrifice his money for it or anything. But I've just got to keep going. It's not his fault.
Yeah. I mean, the building is so wet, isn't it? It really needs to get in the dry.
It's getting silly now.
All right, crack on, mate. Crack on.
Yes, boss.
If I'm happy with it, then that's fine. Acceptable to a plumber.
Steady on, mate. I've cut more worktops out than you've ever got dinner. they coach screws?
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
stainless steel.
Yeah, yeah. So where's he in today?
He's hanging some doors.
Is he? In the dry?
Yeah.
How does he manage it?
Well, I set it out for him.
He's supposed to be a rough, tough northerner,
Yeah.
and yet he's always the one who's in the warm and in the dry.
Yeah. He's probably got his heated vest on as well.
Oh yeah, of course.
Loves that.
Yeah.
I think it broke last time. He overuses it.
Really?
So he's had to buy himself a new one.
I would have taken it apart, found the break in the cable, put a bit of insulation tape around it, and kept going until I went up in smoke.
It'll keep you warm, wouldn't he?
Yeah, you can smell the old burning flesh, the smell of pork. They are good, those heated jackets, but I couldn't work in one because as soon as you start doing anything, you build up a bit of a sweat, don't you?
That's it. I couldn't handle one of them.
They're nice when you're sitting around doing nothing in a tea hut, playing cards.
Well, I might have to try it. This weather's been terrible, and well, I've done too much standing around, and we're still earning money elsewhere. We did a home office about a week or so ago when it was torrential. We couldn't do anything. It was snowing. It was converting a room.
Oh yeah.
And I used like the box room into it with a desk and built-in furniture and all that.
So you made all that.
Cutrights. With some of the time we haven't been here, I've been doing a little bit of work at home. And I built in my understairs cupboard, but I was too tight to use cutrights for that because it's for my house.
You did it all yourself, yeah, of course. Yeah.
So I made all that myself. Look at this, I'm not hitting my level.
No, I noticed that. We went out to Northern Ireland, did a paving thing for Tobermore. One of the guys hit the level. I went, whoa! Thing is, his level's 20 years old. It's still perfectly good. He's been tapping it for the last 20 years, and it's stood up to it. So maybe that's what levels need, a little bit of harsh treatment every so often. Yeah.
Treat them mean.
Yeah.
Keep them level.
Keep them level. Don't see a lot of people gauging it with a bucket, so most people just shovel it in, and near enough is good enough.
I'm sure we'll
get precise, aren't they?
We'll get an insight from Steve and Alex.
Yeah.
Bricklaying with Steve and Alex.
Of course we will. Steve and Alex, yeah.
They'll tell us how they like to do it.
Yeah, tell us, Steve and Alex, what's the score up north?
I've got one cut to go in there.
Then set another one up this end and then put a string line through or what? Bother.
No, well, yeah, actually I might just put one here and then string that last one through.
What I'm thinking, yeah.
And then the trouble is, because obviously we're going on to the existing building and their cavity is smaller than ours. So this is why we've got this little stepping going on here. What I'll probably do is actually cut some render carrier board because we're going to be silicon rendering EWI. So I'll cut some bits of board in there and stick them on with a screw in, just those little triangles, and then we can just render the whole thing. It's my new favourite thing though, silicon render and EWI.
Yeah.
If I can get that cut in, I'll get a block on there, string that through, and we're good for the day then. That's it, then the scaffolders can get up to here tomorrow. Then we can jump inside tomorrow and start laying some thermalites.
So, it's a better day today, James.
Yeah, it's lovely today.
You've managed to find 2 dry blocks there.
Yeah, 2 there, and that one's half wet. So
it's hard, isn't it, with these wet blocks to lay?
Yeah, it's not been easy. I mean, the trouble is we've had such bad weather over the past few weeks, and with the best will in the world, we've covered them up, and they're still getting wet.
Yeah, well, these bags, they do leak.
They're not waterproof. We're all right under the plastic, where we've got bits of plastic and stuff, but these bags are pretty useless, really.
We're getting some brick jackets soon, or they are anyway.
Yeah, that'll be
see what happens.
Really useful.
These are more windposts.
Yeah.
We did the ones downstairs.
Yeah, we've got the downstairs. So in total, from the original 2, which I suppose was ground floor and first floor, we've got an additional 8 just to be put into this short bit of, well, about 4.6 metres, I think. And they want a windpost, ground and first floor, up either side of the window.
It goes all the way through from the ground floor all the way up.
That's it. It's on the slab downstairs. It comes up. It's strapped right through across all the joists, about 4 or 5 feet in, and then this one's bolted onto the side of the joist, and then it's built in with the blockwork all the way up, and then right on the top there we've got a little hook over, and it just straight on top of the wall plate, and holds it on there, and that's
hopefully we'll see that next week when you start putting the joists in, yeah.
Well, if we get this blockwork up.
Bit of a fiddle, yeah?
Yeah, it was a little bit. Really, what we should have done, if I'd have known that we needed these beforehand, so again, that was sort of my fault, agreeing to start this job before we had the full engineer's spec. But if we'd have known beforehand, we could have got these on site. We would have known where to set our joist exactly to the wind post. It would have worked so much better. It would have been a nice, absolute dream to put them in. Yeah. No problem at all. But it's been a bit of a faff. But they're here. Yeah. Keystone were brilliant. They got them here. They got a fast turnaround actually on these. I was expecting it to be like a month or something, but no, it was really good. A couple of weeks, I think, something like that. And they really did a good job of it. They double checked our measurements from floor to ceiling, and then the next floor to the next ceiling. They wanted to know that. Double checked it, sent us drawings, we approved them, and then, you know, within weeks it was turned around. There's so many things that are changing and evolving in building and engineering, you know, structural engineering. Yeah. It's difficult to keep up with, you know, new products and things. Not that these are particularly new, but people
new to you because you built loads of extensions. Yeah. You've never had to do them, have you?
Exactly. I've never had to use one. They seem to be a lot more common now. So definitely, I would never again start a job without having the full. Everything in place.
You do wonder what's driving that, really, don't you? Because it's either that the weather's getting worse and so we're finding more gable end walls blowing out or something like that. It's just got to be about wind load, isn't it, really?
Yeah. I mean,
I call them wind posts. I suppose that's a clue, isn't it?
There you go. I can totally understand this one. I mean, this is a 10-metre wall, and that great big one up the middle of that, that's totally understandable. But these, on, you know, 4.5 metre wall, one on either side of the window, I can't really see. I mean, I'm no engineer.
Given that the corner's pretty strong.
Exactly, we're in a corner there. We've got wall starters against the main house there. I can't work it out, but there you go. I was dreaming about block laying all night. And that's all I've had in my head. It'll all be a distant memory soon.
To the next one.
This episode is brought to you by Safeguard, creators of Stormdry, the leading masonry protection cream. Keep your home dry, save energy and prevent mould growth with Stormdry's advanced breathable formula, certified by the BBA to last for at least 25 years. Click the links below to discover how Stormdry can protect and enhance your home.
I love groaning like an old man, don't I?
You do, yeah. You'll get an Oscar one day.
Do 4 for a starter.
What he's worried about is they're working Imperial. I said you don't really want the Imperial square. That's for the American market.
Right, that's that one. Next one.
Yeah.
There we go. They don't work in the wet. So our lovely engineer friend has decided that we need a double 9x2 ridge. It's a beast. 9x2s are heavy at the best of times. They're wet. The ridge is nigh on 6 metres long, perhaps a little bit more. So to push both of them up in one go, bolted together, it's not going to happen. And we both sliding over that way, yeah? Yeah. All right.
What is that, a poor man's scarf joint then?
Yeah, it wants to go up a little bit, I think. They are absolutely perfect, every single one. Probably what's not helping is that prop is pulling it over this way. Take it up to you.
100mm off it?
You're not bad, Rog. 115. Take 120 off. Perfect. That's it. Spot on. I see all the boys on the Festival Talk group, they put the Nespresso machine in a sustainer with a little thing for all the pods and all that. I mean, come on now. Yeah, when I got in for work and she'd been watching them, she said, I want your autograph. I'll tell you what, that ridge is looking nice and straight now, which is just as well.
Yeah, the raft has straightened it out, yeah?
Oh, definitely, yeah.
Yeah.
It's following the wall plates now.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I'm good. It's going to be on the money.
Getting narrow through there.
We'll fit this one in. We've worked it on measurements from all of the ceiling rafters along the bottom, and we've got the same measurements marked out all the way along the ridge. We know that that position on the plate is our crown rafter position, so we fix that there. We'll fix it according to our measurement up here, but we don't know if it's square yet. So what we need to then do is make sure all of these rafters throughout the length of it are plumb. Once they're plumb and upright, that's the final position.
So you put a spirit level on there, or plumb bob, or what?
I think we might go plumb bob.
I want to see the plumb bob in action.
Well, we'll go plumb bob then.
See the plumb bob in action, yeah, that's why.
So once we know that this is plumb and they're all fixed with a diagonal piece down, we can then cut an identical rafter here. This will be cut off and we can put it straight down to that plate there.
Yeah.
And that will be like a double sure way that we know that this is, everything's plumb and square. You cut this one 200mm longer, didn't you? On purpose. I have to double check my measurement now. These forge fast enough, drive in well. Look at that. Just going to stick a spike in that one. I'll get it. I'm up here. Yeah. I'm up here. That's even better for us then. That means we're going to be going further. You cut it down to 200, and then if we need to put a little packer in there, we can.
Yeah. Or the one in. No, we're going to fire through, and then.
I've got that, and then it finishes at that.
Are you making this up as you go along?
I've got to go and check my book now. On page chapter 3, putting the ridge in.
So that will go to that side of it there.
You're on that side.
So it should drop down to there.
That should be about level. Yeah.
Is that good down on the bird's front?
Hip's going to come down here. We've got a double 9-inch timber, so we've got 2 timbers coming down on the hip.
Double hip.
Double, nice heavy one. So first one, we'll do the old 45 across there, and then I want it 90mm, the thickness of the hip. So
that's it, lovely.
and that should be it's about 90mm. Yeah, I'm just at 90mm. So we're going to cut that off, and then the hip's going to sit on there, down there. Trim this bit out. Right, on the hip, because it's a double, this is the sort of plumb cut we're going to have. It's going to be a big old mitre on there. So we do one hot splay cut per bit of timber, and that's it there. So to get that, we're doing 45-degree pitch. There's a hip plumb cut, 45 degrees what we're doing. You can actually see that it's in real money, it's 35.5 or something. The main pitch of the roof is 45 degrees, and this is what we had it set on earlier. So now we're going to put the hip plumb cuts on it. So around here we've got a scale, and for a 45 degree pitch roof, we put 45 on here for our hip plumb cut, and that will give us the hip plumb cut for a 45 degree roof.
So it's automatically adjusted.
Automatically adjusted, so we pull it on
to
there.
give you the equivalent, and that won't be a 45 degree
And that's not 45.
cut, but it would be as if it were 45.
As if it was 45 for the hip plumb cut. The main roof is 45 degrees, and the hip is always a little bit lower because the hip's longer from the wall plate to the ridge. So because it's longer, therefore it's slightly lower. It's normally around 10 degrees lower. So the hip is always longer, but it's a lower degree pitch from the ridge to the plate. So because it's a lower pitch, it's always longer, and that is why it's a shallower pitch on here. So you don't have to worry about this because my square's done all the working out for you. It's got all the markings on here ready for you for whatever pitch roof you're doing. So with the square set on 45, the hip plumb cut, I'll put that here, drawn down it, and that's going to be our top plumb cut.
Yeah.
Now I'm going to put the saw on 45 degrees and cut through there to get our bevel cut. It's not 45, but you put the saw on 45, and when you cut through on this angle, it sorts it out and does it for you.
And nobody knows why.
I don't know why. Right, Rog, these are our hip offcuts, and this is what the hip's going to be like. So normally when I'm doing them, if it's a 2-inch hip, I'll leave it 2-inch. But because it's so wide, we're going to cut the angle down there, put a dihedral angle on it.
Ooh.
Because I just think that's just too wide. By the time the battens come, I like to try and get it a little bit flat on there. So I'm going to offer that up there and draw around it to get me angle.
So you're not going to work it out
I have
by
worked
maths?
it out, but the easiest way to show everybody is just to get it up there and draw around it.
Because it's tricky, that dihedral angle, isn't it? A lot of people don't know.
I've done it a couple of times.
Really?
Yeah, it's very rare, because most hips that I put in, it's either metal or we just put singles in, but that's just a little bit too wide, so you give it a nice little cut and get that marked out and start ripping these down.
I thought we were right over the top here. Here we go.
Marking the hip bird's mouth out, this is the important measurement. The height above the plate and the plumb up there. 148mm up there.
Okay, on the plumb,
So
yeah.
that's what we need. So what I'm going to do now, from me cut there, I'm going to measure 148mm down there on the plumb. Now, I'm going to set that up. Now normally when that's square, that's sitting hard down, but because we've got a bit of angle on it, it's sitting over a little bit. But basically I'm going to slide that down. So I'm going to keep that flat and down to there, so 148. Now the other thing that we've done, me and James, we measured from our longest point to the wall plate. There's 2 fixed points, I can't change them. But when we first started this morning with the blank canvas, I measured to the top. Because that's how the measurements work, but now I'm going to measure to the plate. Yeah?
Let's see it.
4273 round now. Once it meets that line there, then we go down there and down there. Now we might, we should be okay. Obviously we've got the plate and then a bit of blockwork.
That looks a bit too deep. Is that more than a third?
It is more than a third, it's near a half quite often. All the hip bird's mouths, and because it's shallower and how it works out, it's a bigger bird's mouth.
There's nothing you can do about it.
Nothing, but that's why this is 9-inch. All their rafters are 156-inch.
So it's still
this
big.
is a 9-inch. So yeah, it is a big old bird's mouth, but that is just how it is. You can't. If you had that as a third, you'd have no bird's mouth on your rafter because they'd be up higher.
Got it.
Right, we throw that one in and have a look at it. How's that looking, James?
It's nice and flush with the top of that.
Perfect. That's a little bit long, that one.
No.
You there, James? I feel
It could come up to me a little
Oh,
bit.
that's good. Yeah, I've got about 10mm or.
Oh, no, maybe not that much.
Yeah, that's it.
That's nice there.
Oh, beautiful.
Yeah?
How's that angle? Looks a little bit out, doesn't it?
No, it's spot. Oh, well, that bit.
Yeah, the dihedral one.
That's fine.
You turn it over now.
Yeah, look at that.
I'm high there, so
Yeah,
we get the longest nice footage, but yeah, man.
it's fine. Pretty much.
Yeah,
isn't it?
Check that bird's mouth out with us. Do them first. What's that, sorry?
You want to cut them jacks in?
Oh, yeah. We're going to do them, or should we jump on that?
I think I want to get on that early so it's in the heads.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll be back here.
Okay. Not that much.
Yeah. Put that bit back.
If we cut 130mm, I'll do 45 up there.
I'm thinking that we're at that height on them ones. Is that going to matter that we're not up there?
No, just go.
I suppose it only matters equal pitches if you're putting bonnet, valley tiles in.
Yeah.
But if we're
why you
putting
want them equal pitches, or I mean, you can change them a bit, but you want them similar pitches.
Yeah.
Because the tiles in.
But these are lead valleys anyway.
Oh, right, okay.
So
you've
it
got
doesn't
that
matter.
plate, right, 3 metres 10.
3 metres 10.
Right, I've cut one at that 3 metres 10. We'll go with that, run them out there at 4s.
Yeah.
And then labelled on it and pitch up off that.
Yeah. Elite performance wood screws. Just another 5 of those, Dan.
5.
And then we want maybe a short bit down there.
I want to make my loft into a bit of a space to play with my train set. There's certain things you've got to think about, aren't there? Like the triangle is very, very important. So what's going on? Just give us an idea of the structure, how it works.
The way the roof works, obviously, you've got this triangle. That's fine. That's where your tiles are. The water runs off either side. Obviously, you've got all the weight of them tiles on that roof. So the tendency is that if it's not strapped together across between the 2 points at the bottom, it's going to slip like that. The plates are going to slip off the wall and the roof's just going to collapse. So it's very important that they're tied from side to side, and we quite often put a collar in at the top here which holds that in as well. On modern roofs, that's probably usually as much as we go to. On this one, in fact, we're putting a post down the middle every 2 metres. But because we tend to use these 6x2 joists now, they're a lot more substantial, and they don't tend to sag in the middle like old roofs do. So if you were thinking about maybe converting the loft space that you've got in your old house to have your train set or whatever you want to have in there, you'll probably find that you've got what we call a purlin that runs through about midway. So basically that runs through, it picks up on every single rafter, and then every, say, 4 feet there'll be a prop or purlin support that comes down onto a spine wall. Of course, if you want to play your train set, that's causing you a problem, but it's really important that you don't cut them out, because that is supporting you cut them out, your roof starts to sag, you get leaks, the rafters start to fail. It might take a long time, but it will happen.
So when you say we're tying this roof together at the bottom of the triangle, that's just what, these things down here, yeah?
So these are, so in the bedroom downstairs, this will be the ceiling. If this was a loft room, this would be the top of the floor. But it's tight, it's holding this building together, it's keeping those 2 walls. We've got this wall plate here, and we've got a corresponding one on the wall over the other side. So this ceiling joist or floor joist, whichever it is going to be, that's spiked down into that, fixed down nicely into that. We've got the rafter is also spiked into that, and they're also spiked together as well. So all loads of connection points there, and it's all pulled together tightly. So there's no chance of that pulling apart.
Yeah. You sometimes get people saying, oh no, we always have to put straps in as well, metal straps.
Yeah, we still do have to put the lateral straps in. They still ask for it. It's usually, well, we put them on the gable wall, and I think that's more for the wall. We have to put lateral wall straps down on top of the plate, and then down the blockwork every 1.2 metres.
Some people want like a truss clip, don't they?
Yeah.
Where it the
where it's
like
to connect it to the
strong
plate.
tie, where the actual rafter is joined to the plate with a clip, a metal clip, rather than.
In my opinion, it's a truss clip. So if you're using a truss rafter roof, you use a truss clip. On this style of roof, we do our bird's mouth, and we nail it down. It's all spiked together. We got nice tight cuts on it all. There's not going to be a problem with that. You look at the main house, if we go in there and have a look at their bird's mouths, they'll all be exactly where they were, because no one's removed any of the props in there.
Okay, another thing we get, James, is people saying, oh, you shouldn't just nail a roof, you should screw a roof together. You know, they think the nails aren't strong enough to do it.
Yeah, that's been a debate over the years, actually. A lot of people have questioned why you use nails. It's an old-fashioned thing, nails. We've got screws, they drive in fast, they're nice and strong and tight. But the problem with screws is, especially in the past, is that they're very brittle compared to a nail, which is fairly mild steel. You can bend it around and it's not going to snap. Whereas often you'll find a screw in the wrong position can easily shear and snap. As technology progresses, we've been using these ones, and they've got a bit more give in them. And funny enough, we drove one in yesterday in the wrong position. Had to take it out. The head had sunk in. I couldn't get it out. I was trying to snap the back off. It wouldn't snap. It took me ages. It kept bending around. So the technology's progressed.
there.
Yeah.
How's it looking up there?
Yeah, it's fine.
Oh, you've got another bit.
Ian's fitting in all the jack rafters, so as the main roof pitch is 45 degrees, we put the square back on 45 degrees, and then we've got the backing which is already set up, like the height above plate, and then the bird's mouth is set again for all these jack rafters. This height above plate is obviously the same as all the main rafters here.
Yeah.
And then the top cut, we've got a 45 degree cut as a plumb cut, and then if we lay the saw over on 45, that gives you the perfect cut. It's not, that angle's not 45 degrees, but when you cut through at 45, as you can see, it does give you a nice cut.
It's weird, isn't it?
It's strange.
Two bits there you could use for jacks. There's only 2 or 3 short ones. There's a bit here we can use.
When you worked out how much timber you needed, James,
Yeah,
did you do it off a drawing?
yeah,
You just took it all off a drawing?
yeah, pretty much. And I took it off the drawing, but I did add a few as well.
So good.
That's how we do it. Where do we start? I mean, we all know I shouldn't have started on a building notice. The rain's gone, the snow's gone, the blocks have gone up, the roof's on. Let's get this roof on, let's get it dried out, get the bathrooms in, get the stud walls up. And then the client said to me, that loft space up there looks quite usable, as in a room. Can we convert it? I was like, right, it'll cost a bit of money, but yeah, we can do that. Tried to put them off a little bit. They said, no, we want to do it. I said, okay, well, we'll have to see what the staircase guy says. So we don't know now if we're going to be putting some key-light windows in here, where we've got to double up the rafters ready for that. We don't know if we've got to put a stairwell in, and if we do, we've got to get the engineer to recalculate that. We know that engineers love to recalculate stuff once they finish the job. So we've got that to deal with. Number 2, Sunday night, get a nice little text message. They're lovely people, by the way. I must add that, because I know they're going to watch this. We got on well.
We did.
Yeah. So now this is the one. So we've done all the. So you've seen in the groundwork video, we've done all that drainage from the furthest point of where the drain is to right over to the furthest point away from it on the extension.
Yeah.
That's where the wet room's going. We set up drainage all under the slab. It's all gone in, and now they're saying, well, what we think would be a better idea is on the back of the building. We'll have some French doors to go onto the garden, and we'll have the bathroom and wet room down the front of the building. Now I've got to try and work out how we're going to make this work. We've got a drain run coming through, but we've got to try and redesign a bathroom that's going to work, where we can get a toilet out into a soil vent pipe, a wet room tray under the damp course, and reseal it, and then put another damp over the top. And we've got a window that was never going to be there in the first place that we put in, that we're now blocking up.
I'm on the client side, obviously, because otherwise they're going to sling me off. It's nice to have a patio doors going out onto the back garden, isn't it? Who in their right mind would want to put a wet room on that end of the building?
It's down to the architects.
It's down to the architect,
so
not
that's
the client's fault.
No, not at all.
I think if I had been doing it, funnily enough, I did one for Dylan like that, where they put them arse about face, and I said to him, why are they putting this here, the utility room, just where you want to go out onto the garden? Sometimes architects just can't see their way through these things, can they? So you're going to be putting some trimmers in here now. You're going to double up the rafters where you think the roof windows might go, and the roofers are itching to get on, because they've only done 3-day weeks since the beginning of the year because of the weather. Suddenly all they're doing now is smoking.
Well, I made them a cup of tea, come on now.
They were actually doing a bit of carpentry this morning.
We had to put it right.
Yeah.
You've got to empty it before you put them in.
All Paslows are like that.
Yeah, but I mean, empty it.
Oh really? Like fully out?
I think there's 2 left in there, otherwise it will not hold one of them. You know?
Yeah, I can't stand moaning roofers, can you?
Bloody screw. I'm fed up with that board clicking up. Cut that bit out. What? You mark that so this slides down. 395.
Is it?
Yeah.
Let me double check.
That's going to get me money back on the way
Promise
back.
I'll only mention that another 5 times.
All right then. Only 5?
I don't like to rub it in.
How about if I just lift it a bit like that? Look at that. Look at that. Ah, sitting that, innit? That's not going nowhere. And we only work in that. None of that. I haven't got time to drive up there, put mileage on the van.
Have you ever been up there?
Tried it once, didn't like it. Come back down there. You're better off putting a bit of DPM on it.
That's what I wondered.
It's perfect, that's what we're putting there.
Oh, you got some?
Because we're not allowed to have this in the gutter.
No. And it flaps about in the wind
Well,
sometimes.
it just degrades, and it's no good.
UV.
So we just put a bit of damp course.
Those eaves trays you would only use on the big, large format tile.
Yeah. Simple reason, you've got an 8 inches top of your batten, and you've got your eave there. Time you put that tray, we'll get one up if you want to have a look. You've got to overlap them. It kicks the tiles up, and it's just not right. It's not right. Okay. Look at that. You can't beat a straight line. Gone are the days of the wet lines. I'm talking old now, everyone's going to laugh at me. We'd get our chalk, our string line,
Rub it up and
rub
down
them
it.
up to ping lines.
Do you know how much chalk there is here, by the way? Have you seen it?
Yeah.
Have you seen the ground here? They dug out
It-
piles and piles of
For
it.
the silly reason I've moved to Biggin Hill now, and it's chalk.
Cheap
We
chalk.
used to go right to Hastings to get it. This is why I don't like using these. By the time that goes on to there, you lap the other one on. By the time you put your next batten on, it just drags it down like that.
Oh, you get a little gully.
It just won't work.
It just sits there.
Yeah, so it's and if you do
It's kicked that up and then
yeah, that's it. That comes up, so it buggers everything up. Don't forget that one will be down. Any water goes in, it will go under the lap and goes in. Whether you put mastic, whatever, it just doesn't work on a plain tile. They're the best windows to fit.
wow,
Key light,
all day long.
all day long.
They are the best.
They're the best. Sharp saw. 3 pumps before it works. 1, 2. Never fails. A lot of people start from the bottom, 444s, but end of the day, your toes are killing you.
What do you do about the gauge when you're running up a roof? Do you divide it up or do you just work on 100 and then
On plain tiles, no need to. You might go up there, you might drop it.
you pull or push a little bit at a time?
Yeah, just
Yeah,
you've got no water up the top anyway, it's all at the bottom, so we never open them, we're always close them.
So if you're doing a pan tile, you would divide it
I'll
up?
work
would you?
it in, yeah, we'll work it in.
Yeah.
Plain tiles, nah. Oh, look at that don't happen often. It fell in.
Did it?
Yeah,
Do you know why?
it's just nice, that is.
It's James. James in here.
He's worked it out for us.
Setting it up for your bags.
Yeah. Lovely. Yep.
Yeah.
They've close cut them now.
Yeah, could you just wang one through your finger for me?
Oh, don't. I worked with a chippy that done that. Well, he was working off of bandstands and he was pitching the roof and he put his hand over the hip tree,
Yeah.
got a wobble on, bang, 4-inch nail went straight through his hand.
Yeah.
He's not alive anymore.
Is he not?
No.
I didn't kill him. Something else.
No, I went out to New Zealand to see him and we went out hard on motorcycles and when I was coming home he got killed.
Oh, really?
Yeah, on New Year's Day he had an accident and he's nay about no more. Sorry? No, he was going too fast, he lost it. Yeah. And his helmet strap wasn't brilliant and his helmet come off. He's a really good chippy as well.
It's always the good ones that go, mate. That's why I'm still around.
I had the luckiest, I had the luckiest game.
Same as me, mate. I think I'm classed as old school now. 60 years old now.
Oh yeah.
Still carrying tiles. Should have went to school.
You're going to carry on now, mate.
I know.
Retiring.
No one will have me now.
Probably like me, you can't afford to. How long you two work together?
Getting on 8 years now.
Is your work experience, is he? You're paying him, yeah, or not?
Yeah. No. He hasn't sussed that one out yet. Nah, I used to know Mark's dad. His dad was a roofer as well.
All right.
Yeah. That's the only thing in the roofing game, we can only afford one saw between us.
And you stole that from the chippy. It's not like you bought it, is it?
We like their old ones, they're good enough for us.
Yeah, yeah.
Ugh, nasty. So we've got to leave this open for the brickies. I went on one job, I had blue chalk with blue felt. Another job, white felt, I had white chalk. So I've got red, white and blue chalk now.
Measured off the wall 280, that's to match in with the old fascia. And then I've just put two little battens on either end of my rafters. We know it's a 45-degree pitch, so I can just use my Swanson, plumb it down, and then I'll just bring my Swanson square up to my string line at the bottom. I have done it before where I've actually pinged a line along the top, and as best as you can be, the timbers, yeah. And there was when I checked it with my straight edge along the front, there was a little bit of play in it. So this.
They're only sawn timbers after all. They're going to vary by.
Yeah, well that's the thing. They all vary by a couple of mil, and then your wall plate might not be perfectly parallel. Do this so I'll actually wrap that around on a figure of 8. Just helps when you come to unravel it. Pull it and it just pulls off. Lovely, and then any length you want to go. Slightly awkward little one, this double.
I've even turned the radio off for you. Eh? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's the problem with these. You've only got to hit one and the old lot go. As you normally find all the fingerprints in the back of these, handprints. Most of these were made by women years ago. If you do find the handprints on them, they're little hands. Yeah. Not like us roofers with massive hands. So the width difference on that one to that one. Find a few bigger ones or little ones, just to keep the bond really. stick to carpentry, you're better at it.
Well, I don't know.
Sorry, did you say measure the hip? The hip, yeah, bang on 5 metres.
This episode is brought to you by Safeguard, who are the creators of the Drybase damp-proof coating range. Its durable, waterproof coatings protect walls and floors, ensuring long-lasting moisture protection for renovation and new construction projects. Click the links below and learn how Drybase can help you keep your home dry and protected.
Where's James?
Hello, mate.
Okay, we've got the roofers overhead, so it might be a bit noisy, but what are you up to down here, James, in the dry now?
Yeah, finally in the dry. We're doing a bit of stud work now. So now we're nice and dry, rooms all set out. We're going to start working out where our walls are going. Things have changed a little bit from the plans. They often do. You know, it's not a bad thing, I think. I mean, because sometimes, you know, an architect draws it how they think it should be, fine, and it's probably a good way to do it. But what I quite often find is we start putting walls up, or we put them up where we're told, then the client comes in and has a look over the weekend and says, actually, you know, could we nick a bit of space from that one and make that one a bit bigger, or that one a bit smaller, or change something? So what we tend to do nowadays is we build our stud walls either laying flat on the floor and stand them up, so we have a couple of inch gap, or we just build them a little bit shorter, and just a temporary fixing, and we can move them around. It gives them something to look at over the weekend.
Yeah, nice.
Because, you know, 9 times out of 10 you fix it permanently and then they ask you to move it. Yeah. So at least this way there's a bit of scope for some moving stuff around. It's about 10 millimetres short of where it's going to be. I haven't put any noggins to support the walling yet, because for all I know it might end up here or here. It's not a massive amount of effort for me to do it this way, but it does mean that if there is a change, then it's less effort to take it apart and rebuild it somewhere else. You know, rip now. So I tend to screw a lot of it together. You know, if we want to move a doorway, it's easier to a couple of screws out. And then when we've got the final, you know, that's where we want it. It all gets nailed and fixed properly. Then what I'll probably do is we're going to set a few walls up. And then we'll leave it for the weekend.
Okay.
Because
they can play around.
The only access in is climbing through the window off the scaffolding, and I don't think they want us watching them climbing in.
They're going to come in, but they don't want you to see them struggling.
That's it.
Now, this actually does bring me to another question that I was going to ask you, because apparently it's perishing in here this morning. The wind's whistling through, and you're going to get the windows in pretty soon. Yeah. But that's going to create a problem for you, isn't it? Because how are you going to get in and out?
It will. The only window the window we're currently using is on the front of the building, just for access in and out to this upstairs room. And until we knock through to the main house, which is that opening there, that's the only access. So what our aim is we'll fit the other windows, and we're going to get everything up here, all the insulation for the loft room, which is now happening. We've got steels to come in, all the timber, the skirtings, everything's going to come in through that window, plaster and everything. We're going to do as much as we can, apart from that end wall, where the windows go in, and then only at that point are we going to break through into the main house. We're even going to get the bathroom fitted.
Oh, are you?
Yeah, everything. Just so that when the time comes to break through to the main house, there's minimal disruption inside. It's just cutting that one skin of brickwork out, hoovering it all up nicely, fit the floor, and they're in.
So you've got a huge day or two of bringing stuff in.
Yeah, that's it.
And keeping it all neat and tidy, because I know you like it neat and tidy.
I love it neat and tidy.
Yeah, yeah.
I like to know where everything is.
Okay, well I might come along and give you a hand that day then.
Yeah, I think we're going to actually hire the hoist.
Oh, are you? Okay.
Like the tile hoist, but it comes with a cage on it, and we're going to get everything. We're going to get it with the turn on the top, so it can come straight in the window.
Oh,
that's what we're aiming for.
Brilliant.
And just plasterboards and everything all the way up.
Yeah, and you've got all that plasterboard up on the upper floor now.
It's all going to have to go up there. Yeah. So that's all been, and that's all thermal board on the rafters.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. So we got 100mm Celotex in between all the rafters, and then we've got 25mm thermal backed plasterboard to go underside of the rafters. We've got the chipboard flooring to go up there. Ian's just currently putting a very small dwarf stud wall along either side, and it's literally just to take a piece of skirting and a socket.
All right. Okay.
So they want maximum floor space. Although it's on a 45-degree pitch,
I know, yeah.
it's going to be a bit of a kid's room, and it's going to be good for them. You know, they'll love it. That's a nice, tidy little staircase that's going to fit in there.
It's a long old route through that house, isn't it?
It is.
For you to get down. So when you go through there, if you do, which you inevitably in the end you're going to have to come through.
Yeah.
What about maybe just leaving out that side window or something? Would that work or not?
Yeah.
Just to give you a way in and out or not? Is that?
Yeah, we could do. I mean, once we got the big stuff through that big window, we could put that one in and maybe just leave that one in for us to nip in and out whilst we're finishing bits and pieces. But I mean, ideally, we want this almost, 99% finished in here before we knock through.
Right. Okay. So things are going to move.
Even decorating just to keep the dust down, because like you know what it's like.
Yeah.
Once you're into the main house and there's a bit of wind, it's just blowing through and it gets everywhere.
So decorating then?
Yeah.
Bit more Dulux coming up?
Possibly. Maybe not. I don't know. I'll leave that down to the decorator. I'm not getting involved in decorating on this.
You're not even going to buy the stuff?
No, I haven't priced for it.
Oh, okay.
I've washed my hands of decorating.
Direct to the client?
Yeah.
Oh, fine, that's all right.
I just wanted something a bit more substantial. Are they the Forge File screws that we got?
They're the best ones we've got down there.
Yeah, we'll use them ones. They're definitely the best ones.
You all right, Ian?
Yeah, good.
You found yourself another little spot to work in.
That's it. When James isn't here, I'll have a little sleep in the car.
You hear you snoring if we mic you up. So this up here, James, this is where we put, or you put all these joists in, trimmed around that chimney, and now you've taken them all out.
Yeah.
Did they was it a bit of a fight to get them out or not?
Ian did it. So
yeah. Oh, okay.
I disappeared up to Colchester for the day.
It's horrible prizing those joist hangers off, isn't it?
Yeah, well, they're still over there on that.
Oh, he's left them on that.
It took us as few hours out as possible. I think he started taking it apart, and I think he got bored after that and just left them in. Yes, we've obviously opened this up because this is now, our staircase is going to be going within this area somewhere.
Yeah.
But the engineers had to redesign to take the weight now of the staircase and whatever else they're doing, because it also is supporting the roof load as well.
Oh, okay.
Because there were 2 flitch beams before, but now we've got 2 steels in.
Yeah.
Which is why we've now got pad stones on these positions.
Yeah, up here. Let's have a look.
Even this one, that's quite an interesting one, because obviously it's on the movement joint, and it couldn't have worked out any better, really. I mean, look at this, they're bang on in the middle of the movement joint. So all we've been asked to do is, you can see those 2 bits of damp course there, and that is it's only on that one side. That is a movement for the pad stone, so it's like a slip movement joint. Yeah. So if there is any movement in it, minimal, it's not going to pull the steel around.
Do nothing.
So we've got 2 steels coming through, and then it's got to be trimmed off and walls up for our staircase. Again, we've had to temporarily put this in to support our roof, because that's where one of the flitch beams was going, which was already fitted.
Oh, that's right.
And so that had to come out. But
and that was that plate. I was saying to Ian, it's only a week ago today that you started this roof.
Yeah.
So in fact, it's nearly all tiled and. You're up here and you're actually taking it all apart again. Well, it's not the roof you're taking apart, but even so.
Well, it's watertight, and now the sun's out, and really start, get it all boarded out. Electrics are all pretty much in. We just got a bit of adjustment to do here where the changes were made. A bit of plumbing at that end, and get some plastering going on. Now I'm in this position, I've got a heading, sole plate, and I've got 2 uprights, but it's obviously flapping around, so I'm just going to use an offcut, just strap it to the closest thing, which will be that joist there. I'll put a screw in there, and another forge fast under there.
Just keep it there.
And then just hold it in position whilst I'm building the rest of it. I know where I put my arse behind you. Yeah, just it's no way in a fixed position. Possibly not even fully level. Very kind of them this morning. We've got a hat each and a face mask. I don't know what they're trying to do. I mean, they know we've been using their stuff on our jobs, and they know we've been making these videos. So I don't know what they're up to. Oh, they're right. They're good lads down there, actually. And he said, he was at the yard buying some stuff, and he said, I need enough timber to put all the studs up and 2 rows of noggins. And he just burst out laughing.
Yeah.
What are you talking about? Noggins?
Yeah.
Who's talking about the noggins?
The thing about anybody that doesn't travel very much is that they find everything hilarious, and then once you realise that the world isn't all like you, the joke wears off. You go, yeah, they use a different word for it. They call it a baseboard rather than a skirting board, you know. So what's the big deal, you know? But yeah, it does. It really tickles them, doesn't it?
It's funny, yeah. But where he lives, he's right out in the. Yeah. He's known as the English guy.
Ah, yeah.
He's
That's
the
it.
only one around.
Yeah, really. Yeah. That's good.
I've only been a member of this forum for 2 weeks, so I can't understand the amount of bitchiness on it. He said, why is everyone having a go at it? He said, I get banter and all that, you know, it's fine if you want to, you know, throw a couple of little jokes in here and there, whatever, but it's just outright horrible
Nastiness, yeah.
And there's no need for it.
It just shows you what people are like, though, doesn't it? I mean, that's the thing it's revealed, is just how nasty people are.
He said people are, you know, posting their work, what they've done, or asking a question even, and they just get slated for it. You shouldn't be doing it if you don't know about this, that, and the other. But you know, we all learn by asking questions. That's as far as I'm going to go with this. You know, it gives them an idea of what's happening. This is roughly the position of the doorway. Will come in a little bit. But the reason I'm not going to put noggins in is because if they do want to move the doorway somewhere else, it's easy just to whip one.
Sure,
move it over. And because we've got a little bit of gap at the top, and at the ends we can slide it up and down. Or we can just take it out completely and have no wall. Who knows?
That's lovely. Is it all good?
Yeah.
good afternoon's work, guys.
Yeah, very good. 2 key light roof windows fitted, flashing kits installed and all tiled around.
Yeah.
No time at all.
Those tiles aren't the easiest tiles to work with, though, are they?
They're not. The clays, handmade clays, reclaimed, and they're all over the place.
Yeah. So you have to pick and choose to get the flat ones.
Yeah, we chose the flat ones for this. The roofers can have the rough stuff.
There's 2 more to do.
Yeah.
So you said to me you want the roofers to do those ones.
Yes, I want to show them how easy they are to fit. I mean, it's like nothing else. Honestly, you straight out the box, literally within minutes, they're in. We first came across them. Funny enough, we watched a Skill Builder video of seeing them being installed, and yeah, you see all this camera work, and we know what it's like with the camera work because we've been doing this for a little while now. But it really is that easy. Honestly, it's so easy. Straight out of the box, clips open, in the hole, up on the top, few screws, and you're away.
You had a couple of scary moments with the weather as well, didn't you?
We did. Yeah, it hacked it down.
But you got away with it.
We did. Nice little idea you came up with. We tucked a bit of felt and we just rolled it down over the top like a little roller blind.
Had a cup of tea, wait for it to blow over.
Oh, look at that. Oh, let's get the gaffer tape out.
Where's James?
Hello, mate.
I was training during lockdown, doing a lot of fingerboard training.
Oh, okay.
And then middle of January, I tweaked my A1 pulley in there. So I've had about 7 weeks off letting it heal and sort of just bringing the strength back. So finally last weekend I sort of got back on the fingerboard again. All the tackers online will be killing me now. They'll be like, oh, he's not good, he's not very good.
So what happened with the gun? Why wasn't it working?
Well, people messing around with my tools and they don't know what they're doing. No, it's an easy mistake to make because we've been putting up insulated board, which needed nearly 60mm screws. So we had that set. Well, it was actually 55. That was set at 55.
Yeah.
And then we changed to these 38s, so we needed to push that in and set that back down to 40. So now we should get.
Now it should work.
There you go.
Well, we know for next time.
That's it. Well, we're going to know for now. We're going to put a ceiling up with it now.
That's what we mean.
2, 3. So there'll be a cut there and a small cut there. But there'll be 4 boards. So we've got 2, 4. This is 4650. Yeah, we'll work it that way. Yeah. All that measuring, I would have had 3 rooms tacked out and had the plaster going on already. 15mm. Ah, what a dream. I love this till now.
Hey.
It was my worst enemy.
It's a bit happy now.
Half an hour ago.
You hated it.
Sort it out.
Yeah, James saves the day.
As usual. Well, it's because I went down to the road to get some lunch. Broken it now.
Now he's broken it.
What we need is 2 of them.
Yeah.
Pest help. Back against the wall. 800.
Yeah. Oh well, 820.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. All that little fibres in. The issue we got is this pink fireball, but you know, it's not that much of an issue.
Yeah.
Extra 5 kilograms of board, but
Right.
it feels like an extra 20.
Ah.
It's weird. It's pink board's 30 kgs,
Yeah.
standard board's 25,
Yeah.
but it just feels so much heavier.
Yeah.
I think it's just because I'm feeling weak.
It's getting.
I've eaten too much for lunch.
Yeah, too much of a rest.
Yeah, well, this is it. I sat down for too long. Should have done it first thing in the morning, really. Don't wait till after lunch. Start putting your hands above your head.
Yeah. Well, it looks like it's going in neatly anyway.
Yeah, it's nice. Oh, 2 seconds. Get that insulation out the flipping way. Who wants to be warm? So you want to fractionally slide my way if you can. That's it, we'll put it. Yeah, I'll let you know when we're ready.
Nice little feature that, like.
Yeah,
like that.
It's got
What is that? Just fixes it in, is it?
Yeah.
if they don't go fully in. But the thing is, they do it. There's another in the box. There's different fitting.
Oh, okay.
Which has got like a normal bit holder in it,
Yeah.
and it's got a depth stop on it as well. So you can literally only push it to just below the plaster, below the
Ah,
paper.
so it doesn't go too far.
Yeah, if you
Go
go,
over.
if you bust all the way through the paper, you need to put another one next to it because it's not doing anything. It literally just needs to hold on to the paper like that. Once you've broken the paper, the plaster behind it can just break away, fall out.
That looks neat, yeah.
Pretty damn good. That's it. Me again, can't do reverse.
So what are these, dabs or dots?
Well, these ones are dots. That's a dab.
I think they're the dabs.
Yeah, that is a dot actually, you're right, yeah. You sort of want to do it because you think, not that there's no one else decent around or anything, but if you don't want someone to get ripped off because you couldn't do it. You know, that sort of sense of responsibility comes into play there. That works out alright, doesn't it? If it was your impact driver, I wouldn't mind hitting it.
That level's actually level.
That's how we like it. I think that's acceptable for a bit of plasterboard.
They get over that with a bit of bonding. But
well, it seems as though we're running down a little bit. That's what we want.
I know the bloke who does those skirtings.
I've seen him on YouTube actually.
MDF?
Yeah.
Yeah.
MDF. We're not using plugs and screws because no one likes plugs and screws.
Adhesive?
He'll be, yep, spray adhesive, foam adhesive, and some pins. I'm not getting involved in all that plugging and screwing.
No, it's all right. Don't use the cleat. You
I've
don't,
just got to reset.
you don't need to use a.
I've got to reset it.
You don't need. You can use your old-fashioned method, like mine. Is that what you were going to do?
No, we were going to use the clippies.
Oh, were you? Oh, okay.
Just 'cause
What screws are you using there, Ian?
I think the forge fast.
Have you sold your soul to Forge Fast?
Not yet. You have to keep giving the hoodies. I might do though.
he's after the hat and gloves next.
Yeah. Or if they do t-shirts, I love a t-shirt as well.
What size?
Just large. And trousers? Do they do trousers? Do you know?
They will do. I've got a feeling they will. Oh, you got yourself a new string line there.
Yeah.
What's going on here then? What's up with the other one?
The other one, I actually lost the other one.
Down the cavity.
You know, it's in someone's loft somewhere in Banstead.
Oh, right.
Yeah, we did a roof. We were doing a favour as well. It always happens when you're doing someone a favour. And we were using it for pinging our lines for some battens for slating, and it's just dropped in between the felt somewhere. Never saw it again. That's the last place I remember having it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've got myself a nice shiny new one. Well, it's not shiny anymore. It's got red chalk on it now. But I really like this. I found it on Amazon. It's American. CE Tools, but it's called a snapback belt clip, which is quite nice. I quite like that the hook gets tucked away and clipped in on the back there.
Oh yeah.
But their whole thing is about it's all this mechanism here, like that.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Yeah, you can hook that right in, and then I'll press that. It releases the line. So you can pull that along there like that, nice and tight, and obviously that hook's stuck in on the end there.
Yeah.
And if I was, I don't know, 20 feet down, I won't have to walk back to get that off, because what you do is you pull it at a right angle like that, and as you release, that little red clip pings it off. So, like that.
Blimey. That's
So,
clever, isn't it?
Yeah, so then I can wind it back to me, I can put it at this end and walk down the other way if I need to work, if I'm doing something, you know,
Yeah.
along a roof or something like that. But it's really, really handy.
So
isn't
you're
it?
on your own now. That's a Billy No Mate's string line, isn't it?
It is,
really?
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't need anyone else now. See you later, mate.
Sucks.
Take your Forge Fast hoodie and get out of here.
Sling your hook.
Has anyone got any work going?
I think Forge Fast might have an opening. When that's in the lock position, obviously it's not gonna go anywhere.
Yeah.
So if that's pulled on there, I can keep that like that, push that to release the line,
Yeah.
and when I'm done where I want to be,
Perfect.
that's it.
Lovely.
And then ping it off
That
again.
is nice. I can see those doing well.
Yeah,
Let's hope you get some commission out of it, James.
it'd be nice,
Because
wouldn't
you
it?
bought that, didn't you?
I did.
Hurts.
I don't know what they're going to send me. Another one? I don't know what to do with two.
I love it.
Well, I could have blue chalk in the other one.
Do you know what? Wouldn't it be nice if you got one chalk line with 3 different colour chalks in? Because Mark would love that. Wouldn't he,
would.
Mark the roofer?
Yeah. You'd be pinging all different colours over the roof, depending what type of felt you got.
The rainbow chalk line. And what about the old ink lines then? Are you?
Yeah, we were using that. When we did that plywood floor, we used the ink line, and it's good. It's really good because the line is just so fine. But we found for sort of everyday use, it's more of a specialist kind of thing. I think when you need to be super precise. If you're laying floor as we were, if you're working to a joist that perhaps has got a pipe going through it or a cable near it, and you can only be within a millimetre, it gives you a perfect line. It's so good. And the chalk lines are good. So I mean, we're talking millimetres here now. Yeah. They're really good. But you could get a little bit of a flap on it, and it might just push it out of the way. But for everyday use, these are great because you don't get ink on your hands, and that ink does run a little bit.
Yeah. So when you put that chalk line or that ink line back in your pouch,
yeah, there's a possibility it can leak. So really, it needs to stay on the side somewhere, out of the way.
Got it.
Probably tell by the shape of it as a plumb bob.
Oh yeah.
So it's
clever.
It's not massively heavy, which is a good thing, but it's heavy enough to give you a plumb line.
Yeah, yeah.
And a nice hook on the top to hook onto anything you want.
So your plumb line now is redundant.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Put that on eBay. Put it on anyway.
No, my plumb bob's got a nice retractable feature on it. I like that too much.
Yeah, and it's really heavy as well.
Yeah, I'm not getting rid of that. I see it all over the floor.
Fortunately, you've got CaberDek.
Yeah, well, it's not for the weather, it's for my inability to fill a bucket up without getting it everywhere. Ugh.
This episode is brought to you by Safeguard, the creators of Roxil Wood Protection Cream. This innovative formula delivers long-lasting protection for outdoor wood surfaces, weatherproofing against warping, mould and algae growth with just one coat. Click the links below to learn just how Roxil can keep your wood looking great for years.
Well, we've had a few people asking, since we've installed these roof windows, how we're going to finish it off with a plasterboard. How do we like to do it, and what's the actual preferred way for manufacturers to do it to allow for the proper heat circulation to go around the room so we're not causing condensation on the windows or heat build up in this area. So this is a unique feature to Keylight windows, which is, you've got this little pull here tab. There's one on each side of the window, and basically what it does, once we've pulled that tab, it's got a thermal collar, fills out and completely seals all the way around the window to ensure there's no drafts coming through whatsoever. As soon as we pulled it off, it started to expand already, and after 24 hours it's at its full expansion, and then we know it's fully sealed. Even though it says it takes 24 hours, we don't need to wait and watch it expand for 24 hours. We know it's going to do that, but we can carry on plasterboarding straight away. The first thing we're going to sort out is our sides. The hole for the plasterboard has just been rough cut in. We fitted the windows. Obviously when we came to plasterboard, we didn't want to try and get it accurate on a great big 8x4 sheet. We wanted to get it in there roughly cut out, and now we're at this point we can work out a little bit more accurately how we're going to get these measurements. We've done our best to get everything nice and parallel and square, which is as good as we can get it, but obviously you get bows and timbers and what have you. Then you get a nice square window that goes in, which may not necessarily match exactly with the rafters. It could be 2 or 3 millimeters out, which doesn't sound a lot, but it really, when you've got 4 windows like we have, all next to each other, it's got to be spot on. So the way we're going to do this to start our sides is, on the window we're going to choose a reference point, and I'm going to use that edge there. There's the same one on the other side there. And I'm going to get a piece of material, a little bit of the insulating board, and I've got 2 factory edges. So they are as square as you're going to get. I've checked it against a bit of square plasterboard as well. This is nice and lightweight, nice and easy to use, and you're not struggling around. So this is how we do it. So we'll push that up to the window there with our factory edge there and our factory edge here. And we slide that up until we're flush with that. And I'll put a little mark here on the plasterboard there. So I know that mark lines up with that one there. Up against that side there. Nice and flush. Our corresponding mark for that side. All these 4 marks here correspond with these points on the window, so we know that's perfect with the window. So now what we need to do is check our gap between the side of the window and the rafter. These was put in a few weeks ago. The rafters were in a few weeks ago. They were soaking wet, they've dried out, they've been knocked around, tiled on. They're never going to be 100% spot on as this window that's been made in the factory. So what we need to do is check what gap we've got in all 4 corners. So there we've got 21. Here we've got 18. This side 22. 25. Over something the size of a roof, that's not a lot at all. It's hardly anything. But when we're plasterboarding up against a nice machine-made square window, it's a lot. We're talking joinery standards now for plasterboard. So what we need to do is, out of those 4 numbers, we need to choose the smallest number, which is 18. Because if we went for 25 and we try and cut that back 25, it's going to be past the rafter. We've got to go for the smallest number. So what I'm going to do before I go any further is I'm going to go around, I'm going to check all the other 3 windows in here to make sure that there's nothing smaller than 18, because I want all 4 of these to look exactly the same. They're right next to each other, they've got to look the same. So if I find that one has got the smallest point at 16 millimeters, these have all got to be 16. So now I've got all 4 window reference points marked out on the plasterboard. What I need to do is check the gap between the reference point and the rafter at all 4 points, because it could be slightly out. This has been made in a factory, this has been put together on site. It was soaking wet when we put it together, it's dried out. 47, 54. Well, how about that? 41. And just gone with the first one, thinking that, you know, they're all around about the same. When we cut all our trimmers in, we cut them all the same. Things have shrunk, things have moved. I would have gone with 47 as the smallest number for that one. I probably would have started there, gone to there, got to the last one, 6 millimeters too small. Then I would have been in trouble. Well, I would have been trimming 6 millimeters out the edge of the rafter on an angle in a loft room that's almost finished. Don't want to be doing that. So it's worth the extra couple of minutes just to go around and check everything. 41's our magic number, so what we need to do now on every reference point that we've marked earlier from the corner of those windows is mark back 41 millimeters, top and bottom, and then we can strike a line down all of them and cut them off. You start right, you finish right. So we get this as, you know, as good as we can. We're talking millimeters here, and if for any reason we're slightly out a couple of mil, we've then got our plaster angle bead that goes on, and these are actually going to be stop beads rather than the angle. Because there's a splay, you can't put an angle bead there, so we've got a flat stop bead which we can move in and out, give it a mil here and there if there's any slight problem. So it's going to be spot on. I just need my glamorous assistant. Ian? Can you just give us a hand, mate?
You are way too tall to be in that tiny space. How did that happen?
Oh, hunchback now.
You need a glamorous assistant who is 5 foot.
That's it. Okay, what I'm going to do first is I just want to cut a section out so that I can start my saw nice and straight.
Did you steal that saw back off the roofers?
I don't know.
Having given it to them.
No, he writes his name. Anything I give him, he writes his name.
Does he? That's because he lives in Biggin Hill.
Okay, so we cut a nice chunk out to get our saw in, and then we just run down that line. You see there's a slight difference there. Here it's a bit more flush, a little bit more of a lip, which just shows us that the rafter's just fractionally out to the window. So we'll get the other side cut down, and then we'll talk about the top and the bottom. Look at the difference we got on this side. Quite a ridge going on there. Runs down a bit shallower there, but it gets bigger and bigger as we go up.
It's amazing because you kind of squared all these rafters through as well, didn't you?
We did.
But just shows you.
And funnily enough, even looking at the plasterboard, because we've got a nice join here. We've got 28 there, 26 there. So the rafter's further out than the. So we know we're doing well because the plasterboards are nice and square. We started them from a square wall at the end, and they've all fitted one against the other.
Oh, okay.
So it shows the rafter is very fractionally out, which obviously doesn't really matter, but for what we're doing now, it's important that we get it right.
Because they're not rafters, they're trimmers, aren't they? Though?
They're still rafters.
That's a rafter. Sorry,
Yeah.
you didn't have to bring them in at all.
No.
You set your rafters out for the window.
Yeah, we set it out to start.
Okay, got
ready
it.
for that.
Yeah,
Actually, we didn't. We left them loose because we knew we were going to be putting windows in.
Got it.
Something would be changed. 45, spot on 45 degrees.
Nice.
We've got a little bit of offcut from the side that we're just going to put in the position of where your board goes into the window, and I'm going to slide it up to the side of the rafter. We can eye this up just so we know roughly where we're going here. That line there is the face of our plasterboard that's going to go plumb down. We know this roof's 45 degrees already. It could have changed slightly when the plasterboard's gone on, you never know. Bit of weight of tiles has gone on. We'll move our vial until he's level. Oh, there he goes. And lock that off at level. And we've got exactly 45 degrees. Rufus on here. I can slide him up a bit, make it a bit longer. Double check, it's still 45. So I've got a little bit further to go. So it's going to take a bit out of the saw.
Is that the back edge you're looking for?
I'm looking for the face of the plasterboard
At the moment
currently, because that's what we've marked from there.
Half inch off that.
So we get to, which is that's our line. So I know that is the face of our plasterboard there, right on that edge, which corresponds where we slid the board in earlier on. So now we've got to do the same on the other side. And if we want to double check, Rufus, the other way to do it, which is in fact the way we did it, is before we put these windows in, we actually left the trimmers out. We supported the rafter in the middle, top and bottom, fitted the window to the battens on the outside, which work with the roof, and then we fitted these trimmers retrospectively because it meant we could plumb a line down from here, which worked out exactly where the corner of our trimmer was going to go, and up here we did a level line from there across, so we knew that when we put our board in, we're going to be plumb and level. I just showed you it that way in case, say for example, somebody else has built the roof, they've already put the trimmers in, and it's just your job to come and put the plasterboard round a window. Maybe you're fitting the window as well, but you don't know what's gone on before you. That's another option. We like to be well prepared in what we do, and because we cover all stages, we do it that way. But this is another way of doing it. This is the face of the plasterboard that's coming down. So all we're going to do, we'll use a bit of the board that we're going to use, just mark it back ½ an inch, so we know that that's the actual cut. Ping a line there with my beautiful assistant, Ian. Hi. Yeah.
You're good at seeing, aren't you?
Let's get the hang of it.
My favourite part of carpentry, this pinging lines.
I'll tell you what, you must have cried when he got that new
I thought
chalk line where you wouldn't be used. He wouldn't need you for the other end, but it just shows.
I've started applying for new jobs.
I can't cut square on the plasterboard because we've got the rafter in the way now, but that's fine because we already know that the plasterboard's going to be coming past that rafter. The back of it is going to come past there and straight onto there like that. So I can cut this plumb. Look at that, that's tight, I'm pushing it, I'm not holding it back at all.
Don't forget guys, the eyes of 300,000 YouTube viewers are on you.
300,000.
Rufus, the plasterboarder's friend.
And if you buy one, you can join the forum on Facebook.
Oh, really?
And there's all little tips and things on there from all other people all over the world that have been using them. The trouble I've got here is I've got this one in the way. I almost need to do them both at the same time. I'll cut it back. Actually, yeah, good idea. Multi-tool. Yeah, it's staples now.
Oh, is that?
Yeah, you're a lucky day. You can
You
get
can
back
get
in
back
your
in
hole.
the hole. Within the regulations of putting this loft conversion in, we've put this board up, and because it's thermal board, closed cell thermal board, it acts as a vapour barrier so that no moisture can get into this timber. Any moisture build up inside is not going to transmit into this timber. But now we've cut 4 holes in the roof, which of course there's no barrier here. So what we need to do now is, this is a bit of DPM, DPC in fact. So we'll just put that up on the side there, and all around on every side. Just a couple of staples to hold it in position, like that. And then we can cut it off. We don't have to come right to the front edge because we're already crossing the vapour barrier there. So they'll be in line with each other, so we can get that nice and straight like that, wonky line. We'll get it across the top, the other side and down the bottom. And then we're ready to put our board in, which will fit up into that little groove there that they provide on the windows, and then back to our trimmers and rafters. Before anyone asks, this will be thermal board as well. We're not just using plain plasterboard, because obviously we've now got this cold bridge here. So even though we've got the thermal collar that Keylight put into their windows, we're still going to use thermal backed board here so that we don't end up with any cold spots around any of the windows. So the point of the thermal collar in the Keylight windows is that they've done tests that show that, say for example, the temperature outside was -5 degrees, this bit of plasterboard here could be as low as 0 degrees, even though it's on the inside. So that being the case, the moisture content inside the building from people breathing and moving around will be naturally attracted to the cold spot, and then it will start producing black mould. So having the built-in thermal collar on the Keylight windows means that you don't have that problem. I'm going to go 230, so any offcuts I've got I can use them on the top and bottom, even though it's well oversailed here. Now I'm wasting plasterboard. And there's a couple of different ways of doing this to get this cut in. So we've got our side cheeks in now, and what I've done is I've cut a piece of board which is cut to the maximum distance. So this is the biggest point, which I think was about 780 or something like that. So I've got that, it's got a square down either side. Now there's two ways of doing this. The first one is I can measure the board, which is, yep, 780. So we'll halve that, which is 390. I think if my maths is good enough, it should be 390 that way. Yeah, 390. And then we can put a square line down the centre of there. I've left this board to hang over a bit so we can trim it off afterwards. So what I'll do is I'll put a scrap piece in there. That's the bottom, that's the line we're going to cut against. So if I know that that measurement is 215, I'm going to transfer that onto our piece here. So there we go, 215 there, 215 there. That's our bit that we're going to cut off at the end. And the reason for that is because when we mark the beveled sides, I need to mark it from that point there up and up, not from this point. We've got our centre line. We know already know that's the biggest outside point. So now we just need to know what the smallest is at the top. So we've got 726. So half of 726 is 363. That's the top, the smallest point. That's the biggest point, and measured down from the window. So we just join those two lines up, and that's our bevel. We'll cut the back away slightly so it fits against this piece, which is slightly splayed. So that's the first way to do it. The second way to do it is cut it to length to the biggest point. We don't need to find the centre because we already know the length, and we use a bevel, or in this case a rufus. So it's no good doing it square like that. We've got to do it as the board's going in.
Because it's a compound.
Because it's a compound, yeah, exactly it. So we'll keep that like plumb like that, and our bevel will fit in like that. There. We'll lock. Let's get that right. Yeah, lock that off. So this should line up with the line we've just done from the measurement.
Happy days.
Yeah, and then transfer that to that side.
We know we're good.
And that's it. So we can cut those two off. We chamfer the back slightly to allow for the compound mitre. Obviously if it was a timber or roof, we'd be cutting it right back on the angle. But in this case it's a bit of plasterboard, so we can do that with a knife. Now I've cut the bevels on, we'll surform these edges back. We could do it with a knife, but this is just a little bit tidier. So you see we're just coming back there. Let me show you there on the angle. Get that right, nice and tight back there. Just so the back doesn't foul, and we want a nice tight joint on them front edges. Okay, so just before we put it up, because I did say we're using thermal board, but in this case, because it's such a big angle to cut off the back, you're cutting most of it away, and if you start cutting a little bit wobbly, you start getting gaps. So what we're going to do here is we're going to use a bit of rock wool that'll expand back out, it'll fill any gaps. And what I'm going to do here, rather than cut it with a knife because it's such an angle, I'm just going to run the saw.
There will be people, obviously, I can hear them, I can see them already, who will say that they like to keep the cheeks, those side bits, square, and just splay the top and bottom. So that is an option, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
But obviously any splay you get makes the window look a bit bigger.
It does, it sprays the light a bit more.
Yeah.
It's not a massive amount, but it gives the impression of a bigger window as well.
I'm going to set up my first one and my last one.
Okay.
And then I'll set up a little string line.
Cool.
Lovely jubbly.
So it can be done really well, I think. They're so nice, aren't they?
I've got to write my numbers down.
Okay.
Otherwise I forget them.
Otherwise, forgetting.
Just always forgetting.
Well, these spade bits aren't very good.
Did you have your tool?
I did have a laser
I'm
line.
not tall, I've just got really long arms.
I did have a laser line, but you're on.
Oh, I can see
Your
it.
laser line's there.
Oh,
Can't see
they're
it.
going to be tight, those.
I just can't see it here though. That's the other thing.
Quite a tight tip. I can hold it up, but I can't push it anywhere, so you'll have to push it over until you can.
That's the one.
Yeah,
It's really nice when you can do that.
375 off of the wall. So yeah, all I do is measure 375 off of this external wall, and then that'll give me a 400 centre. Then I measure my 400 centres off of that 375. Then when we come to put our plasterboard on, we've got absolutely no offcut off of that plasterboard. So it'll be 2.4 and it'll land slap bang on a stud there.
So you
So,
do
yeah.
horizontal plasterboard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Apart
then,
from the fact you've got a doorway.
yeah, well, 2.4 gets us there. I know we've got a doorway, but that's how you normally do it.
Yeah, that's fine. That's all right. I'm only being mischievous then.
Yeah. Do you know what, that works out quite nice, because right there is my 1200 centre anyways, so it'll work slap bang on where that door lining goes anyways.
Oh, so you do it vertically.
Do you know what, that one might actually go vertically. It's better to go vertically, and it's right next to the door lining.
What's it going to stop?
You'll have to keep that dust on that lens.
Just make your hand really steady across.
Bang on.
Is it?
All the way through. Within a mil. I'm going to have to tell James off his Blockworks and mill out from that side to this side. That means I'm going to have to do. It's a millimetre out from. Unless it's my joist work. Could be my joist work. Pull that over a mill.
mounted like a tennis racket, for example. Put that on a string tip. I figured out. I'll show it to you. I figured out.
Where's James?
Hello, mate.
All right, yeah. Right, so we're fitting a staircase today. We've got Mark here from Surrey Staircases. Brilliant service. We'll come out, measure up, go away, works it all out. Got a nice little drawing, little computer CAD drawing. Is it CAD?
That's it, it's CAD drawing.
CAD drawing. Gets it sent through. I can show the clients that as well. They like to see what it's going to look like. And then he turns up and fits it.
Come back, we fit them.
Now, Mark, you have been off sick for a little while, haven't you? Can you tell me what happened here? Because I think James bears some responsibility here.
Well, about 8 weeks ago we measured it, and it was my fault. As I came out, I slipped and landed across the window opening. Thought myself, it doesn't really matter much, hurt a bit. 3 days later, carted off to the hospital, cracked ribs, double lung infection, and something else called costochondritis.
So how many weeks were you off work?
We had 7 weeks off with that one.
Oh my goodness.
So, anyway, first time ever, 40 years doing this, and first time ever off. But
really?
Goes to show you can't be too careful.
And that was because you tried to get up through that window. And it's very unusual, this building, isn't it? Because there's no staircase between the first and between the ground and first floor. So that's unusual, isn't it? Normally you've got a way in.
Normally we do have a way in, but we're known to be able to climb across scaffolds and padlocks. And
all right.
Well, it just goes to show I can pretty much do anything. You know, if I can cause illnesses like that, come on now.
Only that he cured me as well.
He did what? Sorry?
He cured me as well.
Just laying his hands on you. Yeah. Brilliant.
Pretty good.
Those forged fast screws pretty good, James.
Very good. They're the best.
We used to use piranha pine, and it was go like a banana.
So brittle as well, that stuff.
Yeah.
So as long as they've lined up,
oh, okay.
we know where.
We're good.
Such a measurement existed.
Yeah. Yeah, we're in. Don't know if we'll get a spindle down there. Fly it out into the sky. Look at that. Right, we going straight in with it?
There's a reason they don't make kites out of MDFs.
I'm going to ruin this before it's fitted.
You know what? I was just looking here. You need Ian's hammer.
I do.
Ian's impact driver.
Yeah, I think so. Well, what do I know?
Where's James?
I'm here. Hello, mate. I love that hammer. I've got to do it. It's got 18 from that line down, is it?
Is the floor down already?
It's all down yet. This way. Tight.
Yeah.
Take it to the back of the riser.
Take the back of the riser.
A little bit more, isn't it?
That's it.
Yeah.
Oh!
Yeah, lovely. Yeah. That's it. Eleven and the top one.
No, it's dead.
That's dead. No, okay. That's probably. Oh, it's this one here.
cut that riser in half.
Right. Put that one in.
And then force that one in.
Yeah.
It won't make a difference on it's carpeted.
Okay.
Is that the stuff?
It's Cascamox water.
Yeah.
And Aerolite 306 was the one you mixed up with an acid.
That's it, yeah. Which you used more in joinery in the shop.
All right.
Getting into mechanics mode now.
Yeah.
Everything, whatever you want.
Everything in it.
Do you know what? There's one thing that I thought of this morning that I haven't got. Some stop bead. There must be another short one like that one. Spot on.
Spot on.
Yeah. Sorry.
The whole outfit as well.
This episode is brought to you by Safeguard, the creators of Roxil wood protection liquid. This innovative formula creates an invisible weatherproof treatment for outdoor wood surfaces, protecting against warping, mould and algae growth. Click the links below to learn more about how Roxil can keep your wood looking great for years.
Yeah, the old trip hazard, mate.
Yeah, he set us up with it.
All the stuff's so rapid set now. Floor and stuff. Yeah. James is fairly accurate with the plasterboarding. journeyman to put up a bead. This is what we call.
Need the old goggles.
This is how they do it on the gas board.
16 makeover.
Yeah.
Get the paint to go down.
The country is gripped in the middle of a political crisis at the moment. Boris is being questioned on where he got the money from to decorate his flat. Yeah. Now I know you're not politically motivated as such, but decorating is your specialist subject.
Yeah,
so, do you think that the reason it costs so much money is because he used Dulux?
100%.
And do you think he went to the Dulux Trade Centre?
He probably did, and he also went on a course as well, I think, and they sold it to him.
That was his mistake. Yeah, he probably went along there like he does, visiting places. They got him to put on the overalls and the old dodgy rubber gloves, and they gave him a go, and he was totally convinced that Dulux, if you want to cover up, Dulux is better than any other paint out there.
100%, there we go.
Charles there.
He was doing it.
He's on camera not doing it. Even worse. These labourers, they're like Tesco Sarnies, they've all got a sell by date. Look at that, eh? Free apprentice.
Yeah. Well done.
Yeah, I'm not too sure that squeegee thing from yesterday.
No.
No, I don't know whether, I suppose.
are matching their fittings as well. Yeah. Six, they're rubbish. And they, you know, they come out of the box and they've got a little dink in them or something. But even then, I'd probably still put some silicone on because you don't want anything dripping through into the cupboard.
Jack Nubber.
And he's got
Had someone filming it fall apart.
Not yet, but I'm living in hope. Horizontal distance.
Yeah, well, I think you've got to have 99mm spacing, absolute maximum.
Okay, James, I think it's time we just had a little chat about this staircase because we've had a few comments about it, and I'd just like to address those comments because it's fair enough. People have been making staircases for centuries, and people think there's one God-given way of making staircases and nothing else can be done. But I noticed, okay, Surrey staircases, it's a little bit unconventional in his way of making them because he didn't use wedges.
Yep.
So what do you think about that?
I quite like it. It's going to upset some people, I know that. If you think about it, the wedges that are made, well, say for example you've got a softwood tread, a softwood string and a softwood wedge. They're all going to shrink, all of them. And the point of the wedge is you can tighten it up at a later date. But they're glued in as well, so if the glue hasn't broken down by that time, then you've got to try and break it to tighten it up.
And also you've got to remove the plasterboard backing off the staircase or whatever else, in this case fireboard off the back and whatever.
Yeah, but fortunately, if it's in a situation where it's open, which is highly unlikely nowadays, because for fire regulations, especially in our loft conversion, it's got to be boarded with fireboard, and even downstairs they're asking for sound insulation underneath staircases as well. So yeah, it's going to be a pain getting all that backing off just to tighten them wedges up. So I quite like that we don't have wedges, as Mark explained from Surrey staircases, that they just leave a 1mm gap, just enough to be able to slide the tread in with the expanding polyurethane, and it really does just, tightens it right up. The screws are just there to hold it in position whilst it's going off.
Yeah, this is the important thing, is that people look at that screw and they think that screw is doing a structural job, but actually once that polyurethane glue has expanded around the whole of the housing on all sides, it's there, isn't it? And obviously the screw stops it spreading apart. What we would have maybe done with clamps some years ago, if you were doing it in a joinery shop, you might have got a couple of sash clamps out, and then in fact you'd need more than two because it would spread in the middle, wouldn't it?
Exactly. Yeah.
So the polyurethane glue can push the strings apart slightly, if you like.
To a degree, yeah.
So you stick a screw in there to hold it in position while the polyurethane glue goes off, which is 5 minutes.
Yeah.
After that, you could actually take those screws out but why bother?
Yeah, there's no point.
Just leave them in there, So unless you've got a market for second-hand screws. So that's the first thing. So with that, with those treads being completely surrounded with polyurethane all round on the housing, like you say, it's only a 1mm gap, so it doesn't spread out that far. You reckon the squeaking is a thing of the past, yeah?
Yeah, I mean we've been using Mark for quite a few years now, and we've done a lot of loft conversions using this exact method. In fact, with the MDF treads as well, which a lot of people seem a bit surprised about, that we're using MDF. It's not an inferior product. It's in many ways it's superior to.
Yeah, well, it's stable, isn't it?
Exactly.
It's not going to shrink.
No.
It's in one piece. So when you take something like that kite, which is quite big. If you did that in softwood, you would be doing it with stuff which was basically glued up out of several pieces of softwood. Otherwise, if you got a bit that wide, how wide would that be? That would be.
Oh, it's a good.
You wouldn't get it.
500-600mm to start with. Yeah.
You're never going to get it. So you've got a choice of either putting several bits of softwood in there, glued up, which could, shrink and
crack,
crack
and creak.
It's either that or ply, I suppose, isn't it?
Yeah.
Ply's a bit of a problem because then you've got to nose it off. How thick is that MDF?
25mm.
So it's 25mm MDF. And
got a riser underneath it.
Yeah. The final sin, if you like, is that he put it in from the bottom up. Yeah. Which a lot of people go, you always start from the top. And I must admit, there are advantages to starting from the top in as much as you don't have to butcher that newel post when you get to the top. It's just in there, isn't it? But in this case, there wasn't room to swing a cap.
Not really. It's pretty tight. The post would have had to have been butchered, if you like, anyway, because I put the trimmer in the wrong place.
Oh, okay.
I was out by about 18 to 20mm.
Oh, all right. So it was getting over a problem there.
Yeah. So it was my fault.
You seem to have got over that problem. With that, you've faced off that, what's that bit of MDF there?
MDF there, yeah.
All faced off, so it's all quite neat. There's no huge gaps in there.
No, it's all good.
Can you just give that newel post a wiggle for me just to check it's...
Well, give it more than a
only
wiggle.
a wiggle, mate, don't pull it down. But yeah, so that's as solid as a
Well, we're tied in. These are housed in here and here and screwed through. It's all glued in. you know, and it's.
How did you? Come on. You're just telling me they're housed in those handrails.
Yeah.
How did you do that? Because those posts were fixed.
Yeah, they were. Well,
you spread
these two I had to spread apart.
Yeah.
But I mean, they go in about the top and bottom. You're probably looking about 12 to 15 millimeters.
Oh, so
each.
it's not a tenon.
It's not a full tenon. No, it's just fully housed. So rather than a long tenon, obviously I couldn't get a long tenon in through there and then put a peg through the side. So I've housed fully the whole thing and then screwed through from either end of the post to put it inside. But yeah, they're fully housed in, so that if there was any shrinkage in the length, it's never going to cause a gap to create there.
Yeah, that's clever actually, that's good. And the other thing is draw doweling, and I know draw doweling, the reason they used draw dowels in the old post was because they couldn't clamp the string to the post because the string's on an angle. There wasn't a clamp that was possible to do it, so you had to draw dowel. So why don't you draw dowel on these?
We don't need to. It's similar to the way the treads go into the string. We can, it's cut so tightly, and we're using the polyurethane glue, and we can put the bottom in, and we can put a screw in the bottom, pull the top over, screw at the top, and then it's in there. And once that glue's gone off, it's not going to come out.
So you could dowel the screw heads if you wanted.
You could, you could do that. And you know, honestly, with the draw doweling, you couldn't put too much pressure on it anyway, because it would just split the end of the tenon out inside.
That's right. Yeah.
So you couldn't really hammer them home massively to get a load of pressure on it. So it works. You know, we can make it look like that if we put a plug in it if we really wanted to, but it's all being painted.
Keep the purists happy.
Yeah,
a couple of dowels in there. Yeah. Okay, mate. I think that clears up some stuff. I mean, let's just say there are different ways of doing the job, and respect to the guys who just want to carry on putting the wedges in, but you can move forward with modern materials. Hell of a lot better than PVA, because PVA can crack out, can't it?
Oh, definitely.
No, I'd put my money. Honestly, if I was a gambling man, I'd put some money on this staircase not creaking.
Yeah, well, I'll join you, because, like I say, we've been using them for years now, and we've been back to a few, and they just don't creak. They really don't. I mean, there's no reason for them to.
So if Dylan runs a bit of music over this, James, what would be the music of your choice? What do you think would go well with the plastering video? What would you like to hear?
I can't get no satisfaction.
We'll have suggestions in the comments below from anybody. What soundtrack? This would be assuming we could pay the copyright on it, which is sometimes a bit hefty, isn't it?
Yeah.
You do staple those beads on.
I've got one of those the staple guns that you use for cables, although they're not the right staple. I shouldn't really use them round ones, because they've got that the positive placement pin on the end of the stapler. You can just literally put it into the hole and staple it, and you know it's going to go straight in there.
Nice. Nice idea.
It is, and it gives you a hand free for lining up as well. I need to send off my superior level, at least one of them.
Oh, really?
To be reset, because they're not. I mean, I'm. You know, and fair play to the boys for saying that they'll do it, and I know they will. It's just me getting around to getting it sent back to them. But It is out, and it's handy having the laser. It's nice just to have a level you can put on the wall and just mark a line on. That's
sure, yeah. You're going to get your second coat out of this first knock-up, or will you knock up a new one?
No, it'll be a new one. I spoke about that once before with one of the spreads, and he said if you put your second coat on with the same mix, he said all you're doing is putting one thick coat on.
Yeah.
So not really. It's all the same. It's not reacting against.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Against each other.
Yeah. So, obviously the thing that gets a lot of people, why have you boarded it and now you're plastering it? Why don't you tape and joint the plasterboard? That's one question.
Yeah. Well, personally, I don't like tape and joint. I don't like the finish it leaves. I think it's a lot of effort for an okay finish, whereas plastering, possibly an equal amount of effort involved, but in a shorter space of time, because it's all done in one visit with the plaster.
Yeah.
Taping and jointing, you've got to put it on, and you've got to come back and rub it down.
Yeah. With this wall, the wall you're doing now, you've got basically 5 joints here.
Yeah.
So if you taped and jointed those, you would have to let that first coat go off.
Yeah.
You would then have to apply your second coat, give it a rub down, possibly a little bit more after that, and then give it another rub. I don't know, but I don't think anybody could beat you speed-wise skimming it, could they?
No.
And plus, you haven't got any dust.
Exactly. There's no rubbing down at the end. I mean, I don't know if it's just, I'm sure there's, people will say it's, it's superior way of doing it, taping and jointing, but because I've never, that's not how I learnt, from when I started, we never did it.
No.
It's sort of a little bit alien to me to want to do it like that when I could, quite easily do it this way. Not to say that there's anything wrong with it, but.
Here's a little thing, I think, this is just my view, is that I think if you're an okay tape and jointer, it's not good enough. Whereas if you're an okay plasterer, I think to make a really good job of taping and jointing, you've got to be very skilled at it, That's my thing. I think doing an okay job with taping and jointing is not. You're always going to see it, aren't you? You've got those little wrinkles in the tape, those odd bits. Whereas with a bit of plastering, skimming.
Yeah. A lot of people say, why dot and dab and not plaster straight onto the blocks? Well, we're using the aircrete blocks, and even if you put sand and cement on first before you skim, it cracks. There's not really much getting away from it. I mean, you might get the odd occasion where it's fine, or it might be all right 60% of the time, but it's still a 40% chance it's going to go. And then you're dealing with, just cracks everywhere, crazing on the plaster, all that kind of stuff, and it doesn't look great. But then people will say, okay, fair enough, but dotting and dabbing, you've got no fixings. Some people say you should batten the walls first, but then if you batten the walls, you've only got a fixing every 400 mil, and you're void of 25. But in fact, when we dot and dab, some people seem to think you've got like a 3-inch void behind there. Or maybe some people do, if they don't know what they're doing. But we literally, I'd say on average you've got 10 to 12 mil max as a gap before you're hitting the block. So if you did want to fix something up, it's not difficult. If you drill through it, you know you've got a void there. The length of a wall plug will easily go through the plasterboard. A little tap through of a screw will go straight through into the block.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
You know, you've still got decent fixings. It's a bit of a myth that you've got no fixings if you've got a dot and dab wall.
I always find setting that heading is quite critical, isn't it? You know, getting them level.
Yeah.
I find that the hardest bit actually.
Fortunately, I've got that nice Milwaukee laser over there.
Yeah, the bead I can see, but where it joins the window.
Oh, I did that with the laser as well.
Yeah. Oh, okay, fine, got you.
So what I did, in fact, I took it out obviously before you arrived, but I dot and dabbed it, and I set up 3 props.
Gotcha.
With pieces along, and then with the laser just set lower, so I could like measure, use like a 2 or 3 mil spacer against it. I could just adjust it up and down a little bit at the back. I knew the front was right because I'd already lasered that and cut that off.
Yeah.
But the back, I managed to just level it with using props. Might be a lot of plasterers cringing at all the mess I've left on that frame there. But I promise I'll clean it off, so they don't need to worry about it. I'm not losing any sleep over it, so please.
A sponge or a brush.
Yeah, that's it. Don't mention sponges, not allowed sponges anywhere near plaster. Any kind of sponge.
They hate the sponger.
Well, apart from the ones that use it.
Yeah. They never let on.
Yeah.
They're secret spongers, aren't they? Closet spongers. Waiting to come out.
I'm getting pretty good at this.
Pretty thinner.
That should have been a spread.
Yeah. There's still time, mate.
I've actually knocked up too much.
Oh, what are we going to do with that?
I have to throw that bit away. I'm not speed skimming today.
It's just something you can try, mate.
Yeah.
It's a Marshalltown squeegee. I saw the Osborne boys using it the other day. They reckon it's their secret weapon.
It's just like cleaning windows, yeah?
Yeah, just start up the...
Bit of water on it?
Yeah, try it with a bit of water. See what it says. No, it doesn't come with any instructions.
Oh, right. They're the best ones, aren't they? It's alright. Now, I've thought of a song.
I'm happy cleaning windows.
When I'm cleaning windows.
What's the squeegee like?
It's alright. Yeah, I quite like it. It doesn't take too much off. It takes a lot less off than I thought it would. I mean, that's just the reveals, but I did the whole wall and it wasn't a lot more than that. It's a different, you've got a bit more control with that because it's smaller. But then, you know, I don't know, I've not used any other spats or anything like that. So, I mean, for me, yeah, I'd use it. I mean, if I did more plastering, I'm trying not to do plastering, but I'd probably invest in one.
Yeah, because you've got every other tool in the...
Yeah, I might as well.
You've got plastic flex, you've got plastic floats.
Yeah, got the lot, mate.
Depending on what day it is, what you feel like.
Yeah, I mean, I reckon on a hot day, that could be like a dream come true. It's nice and soft there. Yeah, it could be nice. And even I went straight over it. It's still wet. It is a trowel, this one.
Yeah.
It's definitely not a float.
And this is still the first coat. You're just taking off any lumps and bumps and...
Yeah, I just want to get my edges nice, because where this has already been previously plastered, that dries in. It just goes off like a skyrocket against the old plaster. I've put a very light watered down coat of PVA around the edges to stop it sucking straight in.
Oh, okay.
But before I go with my second coat, I just want to make sure that there's no big lumps in the corners that could cause us problems with the second coat. Yeah. And give us a nice tight finish when we're done. All about the finish. Oh, do you know, I should take this opportunity as well to let people know that I don't work in Essex. And I don't work in North London.
You're getting calls from everywhere now.
Yeah. Those two in particular, it's odd. I don't know.
Weird, isn't it?
Must be a lot of work needing doing over there, or lots going on. But yeah, I don't go that far. So just to save you a bit of hassle, trying to find my number or emailing me, it's a bit out of my way. Actually, quite a lot out of my way. And I do get asked why, and I will tell you why. Because I don't want to go there. No, it's basically, it's a long way. I mean, if you were just travelling there for a day out, you know, it's all right. But if you're travelling there, you know, 6:30, 7 o'clock in the morning, traffic can be a nightmare, can be, and generally is. So then you've almost done a day's work before you get there. When I get there, I don't particularly know the area. I don't know where all the local builders merchants are. I can find them online, but if I know where they are, where I'm working, you know, it's all in my head. I ain't got to think about something else. Then I've got to drive home. So it's another, I might not get home till 7 o'clock in the evening. I don't want to be home that late. And then, what if, and this, you know, it doesn't generally happen, but what if you spring a leak? We've been doing some plumbing and a fitting goes. I'll get a phone call at 8:30 in the evening. This leak is spraying everywhere. Right. So I've got to get back out of my pyjamas, you know, put my clothes on, and then I've got to drive, you know, maybe an hour or so. And by that time, who knows what damage could have been done. So it's, you know, as much as I would like to be able to help everybody out with whatever they want doing, sometimes it's just a bit too far.
It's nice working to a dry corner, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like if you plaster two adjacent walls and you have to work to a wet corner, then it can be a bit.
Yeah, I mean, it's all right, like with the twitcher or the corner trowel.
Corner trowel, yeah.
It's all right, but it's still something else you've got to keep an eye on, because you can get, if you go in too soon, you get a big lump on either corner. But yeah, it's all right, really. Oh, there you go. There's an example right there. All right to get the corner trowel in on that. Let's get that.
Either that, mate, or the old credit card comes out.
My credit card never comes out. I'm too tight. My mate used to get the hump with me for this. He said, "What are you doing?" He said, "Either finish it like that or get the other one on." I'll tell you what, that squeegee was pretty good. There's hardly any lines to get out of that. Impressive.
So this is a message for Dylan from James. I do not work in Essex. Bang goes your website then, mate.
Well, actually, I do work in Essex, but it's limited to one house. My best mate, the man that does all the magic with the videos, the unsung hero. He is.
Yeah.
You can leave that bit in as well if you like. You don't have to edit that out, Dylan. You do a cracking job, mate.
Okay, second coat, yeah?
Yep. On the floor already. Depends how busy he is. I'm definitely not painting anything though. But everyone seems to be going for this cedar cladding on the outside.
Yeah.
But I was thinking about some of these, maybe having like options of the finish on the outside.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So like you've got that like grey cement board kind of stuff. That could have been a window cleaner.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, that took a bit off.
Yeah, it's too soon on it. Don't you?
Maybe. Maybe I was pushing too hard. I don't know. You really don't need a lot of force on it at all because it's so flexible.
It's really light touch, yeah?
Well, as it starts to dry in a bit, obviously you can push it a little bit harder. Start to move it around a bit, but because it's so soft, it's not adding any lines back in. Get the edges in, and then we can finish it with a trowel.
What, plastic or steel trowel?
I'll get the edges in with the plastic first whilst it's still a bit wet, and then I've got a flexible steel trowel to finish once it's gone off. Well, pretty much gone off.
So the idea of the plastic is it doesn't drag off, doesn't judder, yeah?
Yeah.
Chatter, they say.
It doesn't drag loads of plaster off. It takes a bit off. If I did this with my traditional steel trowel, it'd just be ripping it all off.
Yeah.
But for me, it's great because I'm really impatient.
Are you?
Just want to get on it.
Oh, really?
But it's not even that. It's just I want to go home.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So anything like that makes me feel like it's going quicker.
I know,
it's
yeah.
fine.
Yeah.
It's just one of those things. The plaster still takes the same amount of time to go off, but it feels like I'm doing something. You know?
Yeah, I know.
And it means I can keep an eye on it. I can get to go over all of it and just check out if there's any little nasty bits I need to sort out.
Yeah.
So I've got a bit of time. Being that I'm not a plasterer, it helps.
This episode is brought to you by Safeguard, creators of a Dryzone mould removal and prevention kit. This powerful dual action formula eliminates mould in minutes and prevents its return with its antifungal biocidal action. Click the links below to learn more about how Dryzone can keep your home mould free.
Right, I haven't got a 2-minute tip for you today. I've got 2 1-minute tips. First one I'm going to show you, or both of these are to do with architrave. And the first one, this little block that I like to cut. And this is just for marking the spacing of my architrave from the edge of my door lining to where it's going to finish. I cut back, and in this case it's about 7mm back from there, and make a little recess so it fits nicely over the edge of that. But what I also do is take away the top and the bottom of that as well, so that when I get to the top of the lining, it passes right past there. Mark that one there, put it on there, mark across there. We've got a nice equal gap down there. I can put a few more down the lining so that I know when we come to put our architrave on, it's going to be equally spaced all the way around. Before we put our architraves on, in the main house they've got what we call skirting blocks. It's not that common anymore to have them in houses. It was a bit difficult because you can't just buy these off the shelf, so I had to get some timber. It came up bigger than this, but basically I had to make a piece of block which is the same profile as the architrave, but just about 5mm bigger all the way around, or between 3 and 5 all the way around, so that goes on the floor first here, and then our architrave comes off and all the way around back down to that side, and our skirtings butt up to those as well. So a little bit out of the ordinary, bit of a pain, but basically I run it all up on a bench saw and then finished it off with a thicknesser, a bit of sandpaper, and I've got a few lengths of that and I could just cut them off to the length that I need. What we're going to do is we want to know the distance of the shortest points of these miters. So this is going to be our head, and I've got to cut this at some point through here to match up with that. Now there's two ways of doing it. The easy way, or easiest way, is to offer it up there and make a little mark where you want to, then cut it. But if you don't have the luxury of having the saw in the same room, say for example it's out on someone's driveway, you're working up in the top bedroom on the far side of the house and you've got up and down, what you can do is measure the distance between the shortest points, and then this is where the tip comes in. So let's measure it first and I'll show you the tip. So we've got 783. We cut our 45-degree cut on the far ends, so not the one we're just about to join up to. And then if you come in close, you'll be able to see what I'm going to do. So what I've done there is I've lined the inside of that up with the edge of my saw bed. So we want 783. So then rather than trying to struggle trying to get a tape to fit on the end of that, I can hook that on there, which lines up with that corner. Come over to this end and I can mark 783 there. And then we can cut from that point our opposite angle there. And there you go, lines up perfectly with that line, ready for our next piece of architrave to come down. Not only does it work for architraves, it's all internal miters, and it particularly works well when you're doing cornicing or pelmets on kitchen units. Very good tip for that. main house here has all got coving everywhere, so they want it in the extension as well. It's very minimal tools. I'm going to start by pinging some lines, but the first thing before I ping any lines is I need to find out on the coving I'm using what the distance is from the corner of the room down and across the ceiling, down the wall and across the ceiling, where the coving lands. So 84 millimeters, and it shows you a little diagram. I've been measuring down the wall. Both projections, down and across, will be 84 millimeters. Rather than getting up into the corners with a tape measure and trying to mark it off every time, just makes sense to cut that. I know it's going to be exactly the same all the way around the room. So that is my first thing. I'm going to mark all the corners with this block. With my drill and my screws, I'm just going to put the screw at the 4 points here in this corner and in the opposite corner. I only need to do it in those two corners because I can tie a strict chalk line to that end, I can walk to the other end with it and hold it and ping it. So I need to do it opposites, and that's all you need to do, then they can come out and they're done away with. And we don't need them later on either, because a lot of people think you stick it up and you have to put a nail or a screw underneath to hold it in. We don't need to do that. I'm just going just into the plasterboard. I don't need to go too deep, it's just literally to hold the line. And also if I keep it on that side of the line, once the coving goes on, it fills that hole up as well and you don't see anything. So I'll just pull that screw until I know that that line's in line with my mark. The useful thing about using screws for this as opposed to nails is because we can leave the thread hanging out a bit, when we put our line round it, it naturally tightens up and keeps it against the seat. It's not going to keep slipping down. So when I start walking off down there, it's not going to end up 2 inches away from the ceiling.
So what screws are you using there, James?
Forge fast, every time. There's a reason for this big awkward manoeuvre, and it's because what you'll find on all coving, it'll be marked on one edge, so here, that's upside down for you, but it says ceiling edge, and they've always got to be the same way. So we'll always keep that to the ceiling. If for any reason you've accidentally cut it upside down, you've got to keep them all upside down. But whichever way you do it, you've got to keep them all the same way, because there's a fraction of difference in the cove, and it just won't match up properly on the corners if you switch them around. I have this piece of coving in front of me, and I know that the edge furthest away is the ceiling edge, and I'll always work with that in mind. Which brings us on to this great little tool. There's a couple of different ways of cutting coving. You can buy a coving mitre box. I have actually got one. I should have brought it up to show you what it looks like, but it pretty much looks like a mitre box, but it's a lot flatter. The coving lays flat and you've got to cut the saw on an angle similar to how you do this. But I prefer this method, number one, because it's cheaper, 10 quid, which is great, you know, I'm quite tight, so that's good. And also I find it a lot more accurate. And if you do, for any reason, have your corners are slightly in or out, this is so easy to adjust slightly. So if it just lays on the cornice like that, literally it tucks over that corner there and there. And if you've got the smaller cornice, the 90mm one, then it fits on those parts there. But say for example, I've put that on there and our saw runs nice, it runs down that. If our corner was slightly out and I needed to, if I offered it up and there was a gap of say 5mm at the top and it was touching at the bottom, I can put that piece back on there. If I know I've got a 5mm to come in there, I can just literally move that around like that, hold it in position and then recut it like that. It's so easy to do. It's just ideal for it. It doesn't take up any space in the van. You know, you can tuck right in the corner. Make sure you get the metal one. They do a plastic one as well, but that's just a bit flimsy. You've got to go for the metal one. You need a little bit of pressure on that just to hold it in. It pushes very slightly into the board itself. And I like to keep my finger against the side of the saw blade. No pressure on it, just let the saw run through, keep it leaning, just keep pushing it backwards and forwards, and that's it. And you'll know when you're through because it does that. There we go. So basically what I do, where the saws run through, and it's just brought up the face of the paper on this plaster coving. So just with your thumb, just ease it back over, and then with your sanding block, you just want to take that off, just like that.
It's important that you're running back, not upwards.
Yes, it. Keep running away, and it will. Might not do it first time, but it will eventually get rid of that paper, that furry bit. We just don't want that little furry bit of paper hanging over the edge, because once you get adhesive and water near it, it just fluffs up. So we want a nice crisp, sharp edge. So there we go. That's our first one there. So on the other end, I'm going to do another mitre cut. I'm not going to butt the two together because it never really works that well. It looks awful. They don't. Depending on your walls and your ceilings, it is actually quite difficult to get them to marry up perfectly. So the best way to do it is to put a compound mitre cut. I'm going to cut it this way because it leaves it open for the next piece to sit on top of it. And because I know the room is longer than this piece, I haven't had to do any measuring. The difficulty is knowing where the light's coming from sometimes, because for example in here we've got downlighters. There wouldn't be there's not a lamp standing in the corner of the bathroom. But yeah, that does make sense. And obviously you think about where your windows are, but again the sun moves around and it's not necessarily pointing straight up at the ceiling. So ideally you'd want it cut away from sight, so rather than necessarily light. So we walk into the room here, you know, you'd want it sort of cut the opposite way. But in this case I'm more concerned about getting this external mitre right, because they're the important ones. When they're wrong, they look terrible. When we cut the other piece that matches up to it, I want it to fit like that. But in reality, it's probably going to be slightly off, perhaps slightly tipped one way or the other. We can use a bit of the adhesive. We spread it in, just let it go off just for a minute or so, if that, and then we put a brush with a bit of water on it, and we just brush it in. I put the longest parts in first, and then I fill in the small bits at the end. And the main reason for that is because once you've mixed up, and I only ever use bagged, dry mix that you have to mix up yourself. I don't use the pre-mixed stuff, which is the reason I don't need to use screws or nails in it, because for some reason it doesn't seem to have the same suction and grab as the stuff that you mix up. That other stuff, as soon as you put it on there, it's starting to go off straight away, and it just pulls it straight in. So you don't get a great deal of time. I think you get about 45 minutes. You'll see as we're going on and we're putting it on, and then you've got to move to the next bit, and because you're working above your head, things do take a little bit longer. But yeah, so what I do is I mix up enough to do the big parts, get all them bits on, then I can go around with my smaller parts, measuring them, cutting them, getting them to fit nicely, get them all laid out, then I'll do a final mix and put all the small bits on. So our second piece, I'm going to go again for one that I haven't got a measure, which will be on the other opposite long wall. We just check we've got our ceiling edge there, that's good. So this is even easier to work out in your head because I'm facing that wall now, so I can quite clearly see. If it helps, you could turn the whole piece around and face whichever wall you're doing if you don't do it that often. So we're going internal. What I like about this as well, actually, as opposed to the mitre box, the mitre box has got two different cuts on it, but it's actually it's got two cuts, but it's actually four cuts because you've got two internals and two externals. So you have to work out which one you're doing, if it's that way or if you've got to flip the box around and do it that. It can do your head in. It's actually written on the box. Just by looking at it, you can work it out visually straight away. When that's on there, I know if I cut that through that way, that's going to be an internal mitre for a right hand end. If I do it on that way, it's the internal mitre on the left hand end. If I move that end to the left hand end of the coving and put that cut, it's this then the external mitre for the left hand end. We're going to do it as though we were cutting into 2 internal corners, but that will be our compound mitre for our piece to join on. If you're pushing too hard, it's wrong. You end up going all over the place. It's nice and easy to cut, it's a soft material. This one, I'm going to call this sink, because the sink's going on that wall.
Basin.
Or basin. You're right, actually. We're not in a kitchen, are we? We're in a bathroom.
I'm a plumber, mate. I'm
Sorry,
a plumber.
mate.
There's
Sorry.
always that sink basin argument.
Basin. Oh, hang on. Sorry, no. Double basin.
Oh.
So that one, we'll call this one window then. 2, 4, 6, 8. We appreciate it. Right, 2, 4, 6, 8. I'm not going to cut it to that. It's a little bit too tight. That's the actual tight measurement, but because what you've got to remember is when that piece goes on and that piece goes on, they've got a bit of adhesive behind them, you know, anything up to 3 or 4 millimetres, depending on how bad your wall is. So what I generally do is I'll probably knock about 4 mil off, maybe 5 mil, because I like to keep them tight. I mean, I know these walls are good, so I'm probably getting away with about 2 millimetres of adhesive behind. So if I take 5 millimetres off, then we're covered. And if there is, you know, a slight gap when we put our internal mitres together, again, we can fill that with the adhesive and we can brush it in. You know, we're going to be pretty good, because I'll show you again when we're doing, cutting our small pieces against that one, I've got a lot of room to adjust it. I can cut a little bit off until it's right, then I can get my other mitre right, but we'll see that a bit later. So again, we've got 2 internal mitres and our ceiling edge there. Right, our measurement is going to be from this the extremity here, right on this point here, because that is going to tuck right into touch that wall, because this is our wall edge, ceiling edge. Wall edge, that's going to be against the wall, so I'm measuring from there, and my measurement is going to be to the opposite end. What I need to do when I put this on, okay, so that's our point, that's our measurement to our opposite wall at the opposite end, and I want this, because this doesn't quite reach to the end, I need to make sure that is in line with it, so I'll either use the saw or something flat against there. Can you see that? I'm just on the line, but in fact I want to be slightly over. Yeah, so by the time my saw cuts through there, we're pretty much bang on that line. I should keep a bit of sandpaper at either end really, shouldn't I? Save me a bit of time. Right, so because this one is cut between 2 fixed points, I'm just going to try this one dry. Okay, so that's in there. How far are we off of that? So now we're going for the last big cut, which has got an internal and an external, and it's measured. 2136. Right, 2136. Now in this case, I'm not going to take anything off. In fact, I'm going to add a little bit. Because the reason I wouldn't take anything off is because the amount of adhesive that's on the piece on that wall is obviously going to push it over a little bit, but that will account for the amount of adhesive that's going on here, which will push that one over a bit as well. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to add 1 millimetre because I'm feeling generous. So I'm going to make it 2137. And what it means is when I come to put this piece in, I've got a little bit of play. If I need to adjust that slightly, if that's not 100% 90 degrees there, I've got a little bit of adjustment. I've probably got up to about 3 millimetres by the time I've added that one.
What if your corners are not at 90 degrees? Now I'm talking about a 90 degree corner that should be, that is maybe 5 mil out, say.
Well, it's the good thing about coving over skirting is that it's such a soft material and it's a lot more forgiving in situations like that. So, if the worst case obviously is if your 90 degrees is open and then you've got a great big gap. You can trim it right down take the back right away until you've just got a front point touching. So if it meant the top and the bottom touching to start with, and then you can make it up with adhesive in the middle, you can get a small tool, brush, water, you just keep working it. And even if it comes down to, if it's getting too much, walk away, let it dry, come back the next day with some filler, bit of sandpaper. You know, it's okay. We're not talking about professionals, so don't start slating me for saying stuff like that. We're talking about homeowners that want to have a go. Yeah. So, you know, it's not always going to work first time, and you know, 9 times out of 10 it doesn't work first time, especially if it's something you're not used to doing. But with this stuff, like I say, it's very forgiving, and then you've got loads of options afterwards. If it doesn't quite go to plan at first, as long as you've got the bulk of it, you know, up right, and the corners are a little bit iffy, you can work with it a little bit. In this case, I'm going to cut the internal mitre first because it will help us with measuring. I'll show you why. So this is our internal mitre, which is going up to the right hand side there, which is coming across to an external mitre. And I've cut that one first because it's going to make measuring it a whole lot easier. So basically now I've got a nice point there that I can hook my tape measure over, and I can measure down to what will be exactly like that, our external mitre. So if I'd have cut that one first, I'd be measuring from that point there, not that one, I'd be measuring from there, which would make it really difficult trying to, especially if you're on your own, trying to hold a tape measure on there, walk down the other end and mark it. It's never going to happen really, is it? You just got to make a pig's ear of it. 5, 6, 7.
It's funny, you do all these videos, you and Daniel doing really intricate jobs, and the only question people have got is, what pencil is that? What pencil is that?
Shall I tell them? Pick a Dry, long life automated pencil. Yeah. There you go.
Because there's another one, isn't there?
There's Tracer as well, that's another one. I quite like this one, and they do a slightly bigger one as well, which I've got which has got a big fat flat lid on it for roofing, which is really good. But this is nice for small stuff, and also because it's got that thinner part there, you can get it into mark holes. Because I'm working on the other side of the line this time, I need to allow for a saw's width onto that line. So you see, I'm just on it. I could come this way to my left slightly, but you see, I'm not quite on the line. I don't want to be bang on that line, or I'll be taking that out, and then I'll be too short. So probably enough to get a saw blade down there. I could have done the 100mm trick and done it 100mm too short, but we're looking. Okay. Right, we're going to cut our small bits in now. Now we've got the bulk of the room done. Now all the big stuff's up, we can relax a little bit more than we were relaxed already. I'm going to relax a little bit more now. So we're going to just take some measurements, because they're nice and short, they're easy to measure, you can be more accurate rather than trying to struggle with a tape at length. So I'm going to measure them, and I'm going to cut them at pretty much the tight measurement. One at a time, I'll go back round and I'll offer them up and then see if there needs any adjustment on them, because they're going to be slightly long measuring them tight, so we can cut a little bit off and that's fine. So we'll do all of them one at a time. Once we're happy that the joints are good, they're going to work nicely, then we'll mix up, and it's just a case of sticking those last ones on. Our light's running out of battery there. So I just made a schoolboy error, something that I was banging on about earlier, about checking the ceiling edge. And I've just picked up this short piece to cut one of the other smaller pieces. I plonked it on a bench and I cut the internal mitre ready to measure. Then I thought, hang on a minute, I didn't check if it was the top edge or not, the ceiling edge. And lo and behold, it wasn't. So I've used that edge instead of this one, ceiling edge, and they've done quite well actually. They've got their stickers all the right way up, so you know it should be that way up. Okay. So I've now cut that on the wrong end, upside down, but it just goes to show that now I've cut that, it doesn't fit anywhere, it's useless. If If I put it up into an internal corner, it's not going to match anything because the top's longer. It's not going to do an external mitre because that's cut out that way and not that way. So once you've cut it the wrong way up, it's totally useless.
Do you know what? That's answered something that's baffled me, because I've done a bit of this in the past, and I thought, why doesn't that one fit? And that's obviously the reason. Oh, let's have some answers in the comments. Why does it have a top and bottom edge? I really can't figure that one out.
See, that edge there's thinner and that's fatter. They look so similar, but you cut that mitre and they just don't match up in the corner at all.
It's funny. Okay, so fat edge is ceiling edge. I spent my life looking at problems that I don't need to solve. Like, how deep would the sea be if it wasn't for sponges? Did you see that documentary the other night on holding ships together?
No.
It was riveting.
Oh my days. This wall's slightly out. That could just be a plaster issue. I mean, we've got about a 2mm gap just slightly in the middle there, which we can easily deal with. That's perfect off the wall there, so happy with that one. Beautiful.
It's perfect.
Bit small.
Yeah, you'll be getting to those, mate.
I think I'm happy with that. Oh, I'll try it with that in there.
All this work, pointing the camera at people.
Yeah, it's harder than it looks.
Makes you lazy.
I found out how difficult it was when I had a little go at it.
Yeah, you chose the hardest thing, though, sitting on the bloody scaffold pole.
Oh, I like a challenge, what can I say? Nearly. Okay, so we're open at the bottom there about 4 or 5 mil. So I can take 4 or 5 mil off at the top down to nothing.
Like I say, you can't do that in a mitre box.
Exactly. Just gives you a little bit more scope for things being out, and they are out, they're often out. They're always out. There we go. Yeah, measured it to the furthest point. So, a bit proud, and we'll brush that up in a minute.
This is all going to be white now on the main arch.
Yeah.
And it's going to be the children's playroom.
Yeah.
So as you can imagine, they are going to need quite a durable paint. So yeah, this is just your normal matte emulsion. It's a good one. I mean, it's good for fresh plaster. This one, I use it a lot. This one, but yeah, it's good. Yeah, covers better than a lot of normal mattes, if I'm honest.
When you're threading these pipes through holes, it gets a bit difficult, especially with that square end catching on the edges of holes. So what I sometimes do is just taper the end of the pipe just to give us a leading edge. Yeah, one of those the other end. Do that for that bit. And of course, the other thing that you can do is drill your holes a bit bigger.
That's it, we're there.
There's a slight misalignment.
Yeah, that's it. We're into the triple.
Okay, just breathe it.
I always roll these little reveals because when you brush, obviously as you can see, whatever brush you've got, you always get the brush strokes. And with the light coming in, it dries with a bit of a prominent brush stroke. That's why I do it quick, then roll it in, and then it's not, you know, you've not got the prominent brush strokes.
This one's lovely. Let's hope it remains so. But there's enough there. Okay. 22 liners. Deux. So they fixed the other end, James, these are they?
Yeah, that's all goes round, it's all piped up.
It's always the same, when the sun's out, it's drying as you're putting it on, and you have a really prominent set of lines going through. I like painting fresh plaster, but it is a pain to cover.
Yeah.
A lot of it, to be honest with you. You have to build up the coats.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Once this one's dried in though, you'll notice a difference. Sometimes it goes on a bit see-through, and then it'll dry in better than it's actually going on.
That's not easy. Don't mess around when you're going to go coring.
I'm good at cutting in, you know what I mean, but to do them to get the crispest lines, I'll get the old frog tape. Normally that low tape one's best for the cutting in the edges. But yeah, it's good stuff. I mean, this is going to probably need a couple of bins, and then
the bins for the knots on the.
Yeah, I'll bin all the posts here, obviously the NDF, all the rest really. These I won't need a bin. I can go straight on with an undercut with these because they're pretty prime. But the rest is getting all the bins at 100%. Probably a couple of coats, no doubt, and then maybe an undercoat, possibly 2 undercoats and a top coat. This is probably the longest job out of the whole lot I've got here, if I'm honest.
Where are we going? Halfway across this? Is that?
It's going to be where that strap is.
Shower tray. So that's going to go into the wall.
That's it, but I'll cut that down a bit.
Yeah. Right, so we reckon that's about right up there.
Yeah, so that's actually the centre line.
This episode is brought to you by Safeguard, creators of the Nope pest control range. Whether it's ants, moths, bedbugs or fleas, Nope offers powerful and safe solutions to keep your home pest free. With easy to use sprays, traps and bait stations, Nope ensures effective and long lasting pest control. Click the links below to learn more about how Nope can protect your home from unwanted pests.
For 95. So 50ml for honey.
Playing with 2233.
So I reckon, yeah, we just put a screw through from this side.
From that side, yeah.
Yeah, try it.
Or are we better going through?
Well, no, you still won't go for the other individual. Well, how many have they given you? There should be 4 for the glass.
Yeah.
Yeah. You got to the end of about half inch off. Oh shit, I've got my snips upstairs? How much overhang you got?
I'm flush there.
I've got about 2-ish mil.
Yeah, I've got about a mil. Yeah.
We'll go with that. That's fine.
Yeah.
Make sure that back's pushed tight up.
Yeah.
The frame wants to come down.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, so I don't know if it will.
Reckon that'll go.
Yeah, it's quite a big lump. Twist it there.
Probably catching on all the little.
Maybe the screw heads.
Maybe I'll try one more packer there.
A bit more?
Yeah. If you can. 2 seconds. Lift it up.
That's all I've got.
Right, drop that down. Oh no, it's too much. That's it.
Pull me over a bit.
What a little. Out there. Oh, there. That's it. It's done. A little bit more next to it.
Success.
We've got it.
putting in the shower surround, if you like, doing the waterproofing around the shower. James, I was kind of hoping he hadn't done this, but he couldn't wait for me to get here this morning, so he very enthusiastically bedded the tray in. So that is actually bedded on tile adhesive, which is fine because this is one of the foam filled trays. It's not a resin cast tray, so you can bed them on tile adhesive. So ignore everything I said about never bedding them on tile adhesive. If you've got the right tray, you can. Important thing is follow the instructions, if there are any instructions. So what we've got is the tray bedded on there. We used the Classy Seal. Have you got that Classy Seal there, James? That offcut on anywhere? So as anybody who's watched any of my videos in the past will know, my big passion, if you like, is to make sure these are absolutely leak proof. Loads and loads of ways of doing it. One of them is with this Classy Seal, which is basically a gasket you put behind the shower tray. You stick it on, and that is really, really sticky. That will stick to the back of the tray. This bit goes up the back, as you can see here, and then we're going to put the board over, and then we're going to seal that joint. So even if the water got through the tile grout and it got down behind the tiles, it is not going to get down behind that tray. That tray will never leak. That's the guarantee we want when we walk away from here. So we're going to crack on. When you're doing plumbing, we're going to cover this over with boards, and it will eventually be covered over with tiles. And what you've got to do before you do that is get your phone out, take a photograph of the pipework. And what I do is I put the tape measure up so that we can get a close up on the tape measure. We can then record exactly where all the pipes are. So if we go to put up a soap dish or something like that in the future, we know that those pipes are running across there, and we know exactly where they're running across. So we make a note of that with our phone, and if a customer ever needs to know where those pipes are, we can sell them that information for an extortionate price. Mate, it's like you've done it before.
You'd think so, wouldn't you?
Oh, they've got their own one. KST adhesive. It's up to you, mate. You can put a few dabs on if you want.
865.
Oh, should be the same down there.
855.
Is it 855?
Yeah.
Push off the wall.
Yeah.
Doesn't even fit, James. Straight edge.
Just a bit of step upside down. That's it. That's the one. Oh yeah, you can turn it on, but it does sense as well. Yeah. Bit of both.
Lovely job, look at that. The right measurement as well.
Yeah. Okay. Should I turn that plasterboard up like that? Yeah. Good new blade on. Oh, that's continuous. 10th of blank, mate.
Almost ready for tiling. We actually just want to put a few more screws in here with the special washers, but we're going to wait until the adhesive has gone off because we don't want to push the board in any. The board is set just about where we need it now, and we don't want to be pushing a screw in which will squeeze the adhesive in at all. You can do this with rapid set adhesive, by the way, if you want to crack on a bit, but we chose to use the old-fashioned cement-based tile adhesive, which gives you a bit more open time. Anyway, that's that. All James got to do is pray that his tiler turns up.
Funny that, isn't it?
Right, we're doing a bit of plastic soffits and fascias today, or UPVC soffits and fascias. I get it all from Northern Building Plastics. Good prices, and they deliver all over the country. They don't mind coming south of the river, unlike me, who doesn't like to travel anywhere more than 2 mile radius from my house. But no, they're good. It's good stuff, and yeah, like I say, they deliver all over the country. So let's crack on and see how we go. So we're going to be using this overlay type of fascia. Some people don't like it so much, but generally the reason that is because people buy it to stick over the top of fascias that have gone rotten. So the rotten fascia that's behind just carries on rotting away, and this is hiding all of them problems. But the reason we're using it is because we've cut our fascia boards out of exterior grade OSB so that we could get it on, get it felted and tiled without any of this being in the way and getting damaged. Because we could have used the thicker stuff, but it's highly likely it's going to get knocks and dinks from grinders and tiles and what have you. So this way, we're all finished here. Everyone else has gone off the scaffold, and now it's just me and Ian, and we can get on. We can put this in a nice, sensible fashion without smashing things around, and it will look lovely when it's done. The other reason I like doing it this way, by putting this piece of OSB on first, is it means that we've got fixings anywhere we like for the gutters. It's going to be solid, so we don't have to rely on trying to find the end of every joist or what have you.
So what's that, Ian?
Well, it's a jigsaw, isn't it?
Oh yes.
For you silly out there. But I think we've got a down cut blade in this today.
Yeah. So that saves breaking out the surface.
Yeah. And so long as you set it on, you see you got your different settings here.
Yeah.
0, that's what you want it set on when you're using a down cut blade.
Yeah.
And then it just stops any chip on the face of any.
No pendulum action,
That's
just
it.
straight up and down.
That's it.
Okay, mate, away you go. I can remember being up here in the snow with you, James.
I know, couldn't feel my fingers and toes.
Yeah, that's right. You were dreaming of a summer then, weren't you?
Yeah, now I'm thinking I can't wait till it's winter again. If we go 275 and we'll push it tight to the building, and then if there's a couple of mil at this end, that wrap around will cover that over anyway.
I broke my ear defenders on the last job.
Oh, did you?
Dropped them.
Oh no.
So I'm going to go deaf.
What? Well, we've got a choice here on this soffit, because we're coming along here and then we're returning across the back of the building. So we can mitre it, or we can go square. A lot of people go square and just put a joining strip in and carry on. I'm opting for mitering, a bit more of a pain. We don't have to be 100% spot on with our mitre because we've got the joining strip, which we will use on that mitre. But the main reason, apart from it looking really good, we've got our hip coming through there, and it's going to give us a full fixing right along that joint. If we came square, we can fix right up to the corner, but then that part there we've got nothing to fix to. And then we're just relying on a joining strip to hold it in position. So I think I'd rather have a decent fixing on the corner.
Yeah.
And it looks good.
Okay, so is that joining strip long enough to do a mitre? What does it come in?
It comes in 5 metre lengths.
Oh,
so
that should be fine.
There's plenty.
I just need to joint it here, don't I?
Yeah.
Because of all this air conditioning. To this long point here. Yeah.
That's on the inside, Ian.
Yeah, that's all right. Perfect.
You got dog troubles again, James?
Yeah. Yeah, I think the kids have been feeding him something. He's got quite a sensitive stomach, that boy, and the kids always want to give him, oh, can I give him this, can I give him that? No. Well, when our backs are turned, he's eating it, and then he's clearing it all up.
See if that fits.
Got to leave a little bit of room for expansion, not really.
Halfway on. Yeah, that's it. Normally 10 mil, isn't it?
They don't come pre-cut like this. This way.
Cold water that way.
It's like your Coving underpants trick. It'd be good to earn your living on your back.
So the next thing we're going to do, we've now cut our lengths of soffit in where they need to be. We've got a couple of gaps here and there because there's still some surfaces to come through. But now we're going to start marking out where all our fixing points are along the underside. So we've set pieces in from our rafters back to the wall. We know they're all at 400 centres, which is great. It's nice and equal, but we need to mark that onto our soffit with two equally spaced pins on each fixing point, so that when you look up at it, it's all in a nice straight line. There's nothing worse than seeing pins all over the place down one of them boards, because they do stick out. That's just the way they are. But there's nothing worse than having them all over the place.
So I sense a little bit of batten marked off.
Yeah, we could do a bit of batten marked off. We could do a string line. We could, I don't know.
All sorts.
Let's see what happens. That's the face of it, obviously. You tuck it under there, right into the point where it's going.
Yeah.
You've marked the fronts of all these.
Yeah.
So we just mark on there the fronts, and then we can square that line.
Square it off, yeah.
And then we need our batten or whatever thing with a spaced bit on there. Oh, I've got a brilliant idea.
Have you?
I've
know.
I've got a cracker.
I know.
Go on.
Rufus.
I'm not going to say even better than Rufus, but it doesn't involve a tool. I'm going to make a tool for it.
Guesswork.
No, better than that. You got a driver up here?
What's that?
A driver. Is there one up here?
Yes.
2, 9. So we put that on there. I've made that square. Line up my line there. Push that in. Push that in. There we go. We've got
two little holes.
Ready to start our nails in. So
yeah.
then we start all our nails off.
Before you even put it up?
Yeah, flip it upside down, push it in, bang.
And then we're just in the end there, aren't we? Because that'll be catching on.
Something I forgot to do on the first bit, which I normally do when I do this, but as I've got so many different trades going on in my head at one time, I don't know what a queen closer is, come on now. So what I normally do is, once I've marked our little pinholes, before we put the pins in ready to move them, I just peel a bit of the plastic back just around where the hole is. So what it means is that when we come and pin it in position, that poly top head can fit tight against there, and then when we come to pull the plastic off, it's not getting all caught behind that head. It's
so
a
why don't
nightmare.
you just pull the plastic off now then?
We could do that, but in this situation, we've got a spray render going on the wall. So we're going to leave it on, because if we take it off, the boys are only going to come and tape it back up again anyway.
Of course.
So we're saving them a job, we're saving us a job.
Yeah.
You know, so it just makes sense to leave it on now. They can get all that done, and at the end we can just knife it and just take the whole lot off.
Got it.
Going for the up the trouser shot.
Yeah. Don't worry.
There's nothing much to see, I wouldn't worry.
You haven't seen what we can do in Photoshop, mate.
Is it really that good? Oh, hang on, we're a bit tight here.
I'll push that to you a touch if I can.
You're not used to this sunshine, Ian?
No! One day a year you get a bit of sunshine up north. That's why I moved down here.
Yeah, you might have noticed we're using this funny little toffee hammer. Often used by window fitters. That's why I actually bought it at a window shop, which they use to put the beads in the windows. Obviously nice and plastic on the end. It's not going to make any marks on the PVC windows, which is why we're using it to hammer these polytop nails home. It's not the heaviest hammer in the world, but it's enough to drive those nails in, and it won't leave any black marks on the polytops either. And also, because it's a little bit lighter, it doesn't smash the end of it off, which often happens when you use a standard claw hammer or the like. No mitre there because we're going to square right to the end.
Square, come straight up. Yeah.
So what about expansion, James? That's an important issue with plastic, isn't it?
It is, because the cells in it, they do expand and contract quite a bit depending on the temperature. Now, ideally, we wouldn't be fitting anything like this in this kind of temperature. We're not talking 30 degrees today, but it's a hot day and we're in direct sunlight. It's not ideal, but you've got to get on. We've got work to do. We've got to finish this. Now, fortunately, for our soffit, we're using this joining strip, which allows for the expansion gap that you must have. So basically, what the manufacturers say is that between this centre point here and the edge of our board that goes in, there needs to be a 5mm gap. Okay, so that's a 5mm gap there, and then the same on that side, a 5mm gap there. So in total, between the ends of the two boards, you want 10mm to allow for expansion. So although today we're working and it's hotter, so it would have expanded a bit. So we're going to be, it's probably slightly bigger than it will be on a cold day. We've still got another 10mm either way on this joining strip, so we're well all right. It's not going to shrink down that much that it's going to fall out of the capping piece. But it is important to remember that when you are working on things like this, especially in temperatures like this, try and keep the stuff in the shade as much as possible. Limit the amount of sunlight exposure unless you're actually working on the piece. We've got it tucked underneath, and there is a bit of shade there from these trees and stuff, so we're doing all right. Yeah, it's just another one of those things you got to contend with. You know, there's things to do by the book all the time in all aspects of building, but sometimes you just got to work with it. You've got to work around it.
So what happens if you did actually fit it too tight, if you didn't know and you didn't allow any expansion?
Well, if you do fit it too tight, you end up with the builder's dawn chorus. 6 AM, creak, 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 waking you up, get you out of bed, because it's just going to keep expanding.
Yeah.
The sun comes up, it starts expanding those cells straight away, and it all starts pushing together and buckling. It's rubbing on the nails because it's got nowhere to go. It needs to have that expansion joint. Otherwise, it's just going to be a racket. You're sitting outside on a Sunday afternoon enjoying your barbecue, and all you can hear is your soffits and fascias giving it the big one.
Creaking. And just one more thing is that a lot of people go for black now. That's quite popular, even brown for some reason. But that would get hotter, so that would expand more, I guess, wouldn't it?
You would think so. It probably does, but it is only, obviously it's the foil facing that is the dark part.
Got it.
But that will soak up the heat.
So
the heat.
just keep it in the shade, basically.
Yeah, as best as you can, especially before fitting, in the lead up to the fit. Try and keep it as sheltered as possible.
Got it.
Which is why you see it in warehouses. You know, don't keep it outside in places where you buy it from. It's all stored inside in racks.
Yeah, or do it at night.
Or night, yeah. Get some big lights on, but make sure your lights aren't too hot.
People talk about cowboy jobs. You get guys knocking on the door, guys travelling around who do this kind of work and give it a bit of a bad name in a way, don't they, sometimes?
Yeah.
If somebody had fascias which weren't good, like they were rotting, and the guy came along and said, I'll just overboard it with this stuff and it'll be fine, what would you say to that? Do you reckon that's feasible or viable or what?
No.
So you would rip it off?
I would definitely rip it off.
Okay, so here's my question, right? If that fascia is supporting your bottom row of tiles, your eaves tiles, and you take that wooden fascia down, do they all drop off or what?
They probably won't fall off, but they'll drop right down.
Yeah.
And then you've got the problem of trying to get them back up again. So really, what you want to do is strip at least the bottom 3 courses of tiles off first. So you need to choose a nice day for it. Well, not necessarily. It depends. If you've got a big overhang on your soffit, it's not going to cause you too many problems. But you want to strip those bottom 3 rows of tiles off, and then you know what height that fascia should be at. So you can measure the piece you've got, and you can put exactly the same piece back in the same position.
Yeah.
And then you could overboard it if you want to protect it, so you haven't got to keep decorating it. You could do it with OSB like we've done.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So you can rip some pieces of OSB up, put them on. Then you can retile back in. Then you can overcap it.
Gotcha. Yeah. And also, it'd probably be worth doing that eaves tray at that point as well, because maybe the felt's all ragged at that point.
It's highly likely on older properties as well.
Yeah, so you can have a real good job. But I guess that's a scaffolding job then, isn't it? You wouldn't want to do that off a ladder or a
Yeah,
tower.
not really. I mean, at worst, you'd do it off a tower or a couple of towers, but really you want a scaffold up. And you know what? Scaffold's not as expensive as some people think.
No, you make a lot faster progress, make a nicer job.
Oh, definitely.
And you can lie down on it.
Yeah, of course, yeah. Everyone likes to lie down, especially when it's sunny. We just put it on and we'll leave it. It'll just stay loose.
Yeah.
Loose as a goose.
Yeah, loosey-goosey.
Got any rock climbing planned, Ian?
Yeah,
trips?
A couple of weeks down to Swanage.
Oh, yeah?
Just trying to get a good bit of training in, ready for the Old Manor High in September.
Oh, yeah, of course you're doing that, aren't you?
Yeah, hopefully. If,
I'd love to come up and film that, mate, see you fall off.
Hopefully I'll fall off at the top.
Yeah.
And I won't hurt myself.
That's not the one where you do the swim out.
No, that's the Old Manor Stoyer, which we're going to do that as well.
Yeah, what, the same trip?
Yeah, the first man swims out and then they set up the rope work.
Yeah, and then you all go across.
Put yourself.
That's where I'll put that window in.
Damn.
Okay, so we're just putting the fascia boards on now, and it's similar to what we do with the soffits. We measure out the spacings equally for the polytop nails and at the same distance up each one, and we'll put a little mark there. But we only put one fixing with these polytops along the bottom. We don't put anything at the top, and the reason for that is, well, there's two reasons. One, the gutter bracket will hold the top in once we screw that on, and two, you're not going to have one of these polytops interfering with the gutter bracket because it's bound to end up being right where one wants to be.
So normally, if you weren't overboarding, if you was in the thick stuff, you'd be looking for the rafter end to nail into, yeah?
Yeah, exactly.
But on yours, it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter on this because we can line ours up with the ones underneath because they're fitted to something that's offset with the rafter, but we don't need to be in line with the rafter because we've got that OSB all the way along, so we can line everything up all the way around.
Get the old
that's it, well done.
chipolata fingers out the way.
Be careful what you're doing there, James, because we don't want another vet spill.
It's one half of the mountain.
Wrong way round, probably. Let's go and have a look.
Okay. That's it.
Should I just keep running that through at 40 mil?
Yeah.
Keep running and just a couple
Yeah,
in.
I'll just put two in there. Don't go too close to the corners because
100 mil in each end.
50 mil in either end.
50 mil in.
Loves that new hammer.
So good. Just to go about there.
There'll be no talking, I reckon. It'll literally just be whatever I could capture, and that's it. Get what you're given.
Yeah, if you can afford the royalties. Apart from the fact James is moving at half speed, this could be the best video ever. We'll speed him up a bit.
Dylan can sort that out.
We're going to speed him up and cut out all the groans. Oh, it's too hard.
Well, I'm slow and expensive.
Blame it on the heat.
It's alright. Blame it on the camera.
Blame it on the boogie.
We could call it the Great Polytop Swindle. For years, this guy lived a lie. All the time you thought he was perfect.
Polytop king.
First ever apprenticeship would have been a plumber.
Would it? Oh,
Yeah.
You narrow escape there, mate.
I got away with it, didn't I?
Yeah, you did. Yeah, you don't want to do that. Yeah, it's horrible.
Although I would be driving a transporter rather than a clapped-out banger.
$160, that's all you need to know.
Who would have said I keep it in 3 inches?
He wasn't walking his dog at 3:30 in the morning.
He wasn't. Phone him up. Tell him your dog needs a walk.
No, it won't be there, will it? Look out there. So that needs to cut across there and take all of that off. That will fit on there, and then that last bit will fit in that top. The only 8th you'll see in the scarf joint as well. That's right, isn't it?
It's fine, lovely. What's that glue then?
Cyanoacrylate.
Yeah.
And then you got the activator as well. Seconds. What's that? 8, 9, 10. Ta-da! Here we go. We'll find out this one don't fit now. Perfect. Absolutely perfect.
Can't get it out.
A little bit on there. Same side so they don't move apart during the expansion. That is, yeah, that's that one there. Like me.
Yeah. Walking the dog.
Good enough. Nope. Just not back cut enough.
screw. Got another thing down there.
That's it. That's got it.
Glue on one side only, James, yeah?
Correct. Always only on the one. If you put it on both sides, it'll move, it'll crack and it'll fall off. And then you've had it. And you'll be getting the ladder out, trying to glue it back up. Then you'll glue it on both sides again, and then it'll do exactly the same thing again. Right, we've got a centre line already there, because that's where that piece is. Any better than that, I don't think. That's absolutely spot on.
This episode's brought to you by Safeguard, the creators of Dryrod damp-proofing rods, the most effective solution for curing rising damp. Dryrods offer a quick and easy installation with no need for specialist equipment. Click the links below and learn how they can help protect your home from rising damp. We're going to put down the underfloor heating, or to be more specific, the under tile heating, because this is not to heat the room, it's to warm the tiles up. Don't use electric underfloor heating as your main source of heating, because it's very expensive to run and it really doesn't work to that extent. It's great for warming the tiles up, it's great for taking the chill off a bathroom, and if you put it on a timer, bring it on for a couple of hours in the morning, a couple of hours in the evening if you need it, it's absolutely perfect. So you can get it as a mat and you lay it all down as a mat and then you tile on top of it, but I actually prefer this system where you put it into the grooves in a decoupling membrane. Now the idea of the decoupling membrane is to alleviate the stresses that you get. This is a timber floor, and so you can imagine there might be some very slight movement there. We don't want that transferring into the tiles because it can crack the tiles. Now with modern flexible adhesives you've got a little bit of leeway with that because that does allow it to a certain extent, but the decoupling layer is by far and away the best way to do it. It's got a fleece on the back there which allows a certain amount of movement to take place, and then we stick that down and that just allows that floor and that tile to move differentially. As it says, uncoupling or decoupling is the name of the game. Invented by the Romans, very clever system. They used it 2,000 years ago, and that's the reason why you still see some wonderful mosaic floors, Roman mosaic floors, because that system has been working for them, and any ground movement that's taken place has been absolutely separated from the tiles. So I thoroughly recommend it. I would just mention that James has given this floor a coating of SBR, which is a primer that we use before we use the tile adhesive. Absolutely great product, and of course it's waterproof as well, which helps. Tile adhesive. Now we've got the uncoupling membrane down, we can put the under tile heating in. Now this is an electric system. You've probably seen a lot of these which are on mats, where you stick the mats to the floor and mess around with bits of gaffer tape keeping them down. I much prefer this, not only because we get the uncoupling layer down, which is good for tiling onto, but also because you just press this in to the grooves and it really makes the job a lot nicer to do. And because it's recessed into the uncoupling membrane, there's a lot less chance of you catching the edge of it with a trowel. So I've done the test already. We know that it's good. It's tested at the factory. So really speaking, there shouldn't be anything to go wrong with it. It's not damaged in transit, but just as a precaution, you should carry out a test before you cover it up. Even before you start laying it in the grooves, actually.
What I've done is I've allowed that to be slightly smaller than the actual thing because it's wall hung, so if their feet go on
they're not going to go.
Yeah,
that's fine.
That's fine. I like that.
So, what would you rather I went there or there?
Yeah, that first one.
First one, okay. So James has marked out where the basin is going, where the unit is going. We don't want to go under the basin, we don't want to go under the WC, and we don't want to go under the bath. So that kind of takes care of quite a lot of the square meterage of this room, really. My return run, it's all right, just wait till Ian's stopped.
Sorry.
It's all right. So here I've changed the way I've been running. Rather than going up and down, I've just done this little bit as a snake here. And the reason is because if I go up there, I go down there, I need to go back up there, and then I can't leave it far enough away to get my return run. In other words, it's coming closer than the minimum of 75 millimeters. These cables should never be closer than 75 millimeters. So sometimes you just need to work that out so that you don't trap yourself in that situation of having two cables running too close together. The other thing that you've got to be careful of is that you don't cross the cables over at any point. But all these things you can work out. Where's the edge of the bath? There.
Yep.
So we've got the heating element down, and I've got to confess that actually when we put it down, first of all, we ended up with a bit too much. So we've rerun some of it. It was actually a piece of cake to rerun it. And what we've done is we've gone underneath the unit and underneath the WC. Because they are wall hung, they're not actually on the floor, we could do that. And that meant we got rid of that extra bit that we needed to get rid of. At one point we thought we might have to go under the bath to get rid of it, but we haven't had to. We've got it just about right. But what I would say to you is when you're ordering it, be very, very careful about how much you order, because you can't cut the excess off the end. It's terminated on that end. So a bit of careful measuring, and probably sometimes a little bit less than more. So if you're stuck between the two, go for a little bit less rather than finish up with a big excess. So now we're ready to put down some self-leveling screed. Now you don't have to do this. You could actually go over with tile adhesive, but if you do that, you're using a notch trowel, there's always a chance that you're going to hit that cable and you're going to do some damage. So it's nice to put down that self-leveling screed. So the self-leveling screed that we're using is from Dunlop. I picked this up from Selco. It's good for all kinds of surfaces. So you can use it on floorboards. It's got fibre reinforcement in it. So you can use it on floorboards. You can use it on sand and cement. You can use it on anhydrite screeds with the right primer. And yeah, so even on top of ceramic tiles. So use it from anything from 3mm to 60mm. We're just going to encapsulate this heating element in it, and that will be ready for the tiler to go straight over the top then. So it means we can walk on this surface without risk of damaging that cable. It's always a good idea to get the water content right. 4.2 litres per bag, and I find that a cup full of water either way makes a huge difference. So I always measure it out as carefully as possible.
Alright, it's a 2-minute tip for you. When you're mixing up your Dunlop self-leveling screed. You mix it, leave it for 2 minutes.
Is that a 2 minute tip?
Well, it's 2 minutes and 30 seconds actually, because then you mix it again, then you're ready to go.
How are you? Yeah, not too bad.
So the first floor east wing of the extension is nearly ready for D-Day. We call it D-Day because that's the day when the kids move into these lovely immaculate rooms and turn them into something resembling World War II. Ian is in no mood to surrender the territory. He's hanging it out. He's working on those tiny details that nobody else will notice. Not for him, the router and jig. These are the tools of his predecessors. The hammer, the chisel. So satisfying, as Ian would say. So good. Now, the latest material shortage we've got is door stops. Can't find them for love nor money. Now, why on earth should door stops be in short supply? Has somebody been panic buying door stops? If so, stop it now. Meanwhile, James is crouched down in the understairs cupboard, connecting up the supplies to the laundry room. Nice to see a fellow olive wrapper. He's up on the PTFE, mate. You'll create a shortage. We'll have panic buying PTFE tape next.
Yorkshire's like a brand now.
Oh,
so.
okay, cool.
Ian is just discovering that the rack was an ancient form of torture. Of course, being Ian, it's all lined up by lasers. I don't think he's used his spirit level since he got that new Milwaukee green beam laser. And then again, he'd expect nothing else. And another rack, his and hers. Very nice. Now this is that little attic room that once looked like a complete waste of time. If you remember it, he used to have posts running down the middle and it didn't look like there was any usable space in it. But now we got a consultant engineer to have a look at the original drawings and he's deemed that those posts were completely unnecessary. So a great waste of time on everybody's part and a waste of money. So now we've got a lovely usable space that looks really inviting. In central London, you could rent it out for about probably £1,000 a month. Now, the East Wing has its own dedicated consumer unit, and to be quite honest, I've seen smaller consumer boards in houses. Just shows how much electrical equipment goes into a modern build. And here's the Sparks. He's fitting all those Knightsbridge switches and those lovely power points. They were actually white plastic, but then the customer had a change of mind. Meanwhile, I'm outside fitting the soil stacks. We've fitted the soil stack so that most of it can be taken away, so when they spray the render on, they haven't got to work behind the soil stack. But there are bits which will be solvent welded. Now this hard shell baseball cap is actually from Scott Safety if you want one. And if that sounds too much like a product placement, well it is. It's either that or knock yourself out. I'm trying to help you here. Now, I've got a few rough edges, as everybody knows, but not in my waste pipes. For a while. Now, I gave James the choice of a spirit level or a plumb bob. Guess which one he went for. That's good. Thighs that double up as a vice. Well, almost. Get a grip, old boy. Nice, isn't it? It's been said before, but I'm just too attractive. That's it. Is that good? More soil pipes from Northern Building Plastics. James really likes his supplier because they deliver south of the river and they got really good prices. It's a little known fact that you should always use gap fill solvent weld for strap-on bosses. If you just use ordinary solvent weld adhesive, it isn't thick enough. You need that extra body. That's the manufacturer's instructions, by the way, not mine. So while all this is going on upstairs, the plasterers are working downstairs. Now Ian is fitting some bespoke drying racks which were actually made by James about 5 years ago for the old utility room, and they proved such a success that they're having them moved up into the new laundry room. James King was the brains behind the Hatton Garden heist. Not a lot of people know that. Now, I hate to break it to you, James, old son, but you're never going to get through that hole. You need a bigger core cutter.
It's just as well a light, isn't it? Oh. Sweet.
Time to strip the protective film off that CaberDek flooring, and James has been looking forward to this moment for weeks. He is so excited. Now this floor has seen ice, snow, bricklayers, plasterers and even the odd film crew, and when you strip off that protective cover it is absolutely pristine. But that doesn't stop James from putting a dilute coat of SBR over the whole thing to add further sealing and waterproofing to a floor which is already sealed and mostly waterproof. Who doesn't love the smell of SBR in the morning?
There were a few bits where it got snagged just through, I mean, it's been down almost 6 months really. All the hold-ups we've had with the weather and everything else. So some of it's got caught out and it's a little bit dusty in places here and there. And also, really, the dust on the top, as you peel it up, it sort of throws a bit of dust back up into the air and it will lay back down on it.
Yeah.
So now that this room's finished, we've taken that up, we've hoovered it up. This just gets rid of that final bit of dust, it seals it up. It's ready for Monday morning, the carpet fitters are coming in. They haven't got to do anything else, they can just come straight in and lay straight onto it.
Where's James?
Hello, mate.
Chips with everything. He's Cumbrian. You're almost a Scot.
No, don't say that.
Oh, look at that.
Loads here.
Liquid gold.
Today we are doing a bit of stud work, but not your normal stud work, we're outside. So external stud work. So it's a little bit like you would put a dormer up on a loft conversion. But we're building a second story onto an old garage which was part of the main house. Quite a few years ago I converted that garage into a gym. So they don't want to be destroying all of this to rebuild it all up in brick. So the engineer's been out. We've dug some inspection holes around foundations, and he's quite happy for us to build a timber frame building on top of what we've got. Pitch a roof on it, tie it into the main house, yeah, and we're good to go. So he's worked everything out that we need. So this stud wall is actually going to be built out of 6x2s. The reason is because it's going to have roof loading on it as well, and a proper tile roof.
Yeah.
So that's got to go in. We've got a few double rafters here and there. So what we've done up to this stage is we stripped off the old parapet wall that went around, and underneath this there's actually a lead roof. It would have been lovely to strip that off and take it, but we haven't, and the reason is it wasn't economical enough to do that. I could have stripped it off and carted it all down the scrapyard, but currently the lead prices are not great. Secondly, if we had a downpour, it would have wrecked the lovely gym. There's the labour involved in stripping it all out and removing it, sheeting up every day. You know, if we had a sudden downpour now, even though we've got this great CaberDek down, there's still the possibility that moisture can get into the building somewhere and run downstairs. We stripped all of the parapet off, like I said. We made some socket holes in the wall to find out the height of the joists internally of the main house, and then we got a level through, measured down for our joist to get a height for our wall plate, and then we've bedded a 4x3 wall plate all the way around the perimeter of this building, spot on level with our laser joists onto it, floor down, perfectly flat level floor, and we're ready to start building our walls off it. So we haven't got to do any other levelling up now, which makes our building of our walls super easy. And today we're going to do it slightly different to how we often do internally. We're going to build it on the floor and then stand it up.
Because you've got the space here, basically.
We've got loads of space to do it.
Yeah, and a nice flat surface to go
Exactly, and because we can build it flat on the floor, we can screw it together from the ends fully in, instead of the, you know, like the tosh nailing diagonally, which is, there's nothing wrong with that.
No.
But this way we can get it right in on the ends. If there's a slight little twist in the timber, it'll pull it all nice and tight. It's because it's going to be a structural stud wall.
Yeah. Can I just ask, James, what screws are you going to use for this?
It's got to be forge fast, hasn't it? Come on now. So this is going to be our sole plate. That's our head plate. So I've got them together. So we're going to mark them out and strike a square line across, so that when we put the studs in between, they're nice and equal, spaced out the same. So I'm going to start on this corner here. So my first one's going to go right on the corner there. Obviously, that's the corner one. The second one, I'm going to come 150 in, which is the thickness of the adjacent wall.
Ah, okay, so that goes into it.
Yeah, so what it means is on the inside we've got something to fix our plasterboard in on the corner.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Okay, so that's our first one. From the very corner I've measured out 1180, and that's going to be the edge of my first stud, because I want 1200 to be the centre of that stud there. So I've got a 1200 board that comes from this corner.
Ah, I see.
And lands up on the centre of that joist. So I've measured 1180, so I've come 20mm back to get the centre of that joist, and then 400s back that way. It's just easier in my mind to work to a 1200 to start with. I mean, I could, because all I've done, in fact, is from here I've gone 380, 780, 1180.
Okay.
But I'm not that clever, so I have to start that way and then come back. So, but it just, you know, but once you're at that point.
So this first board that you're going to put in here, which will be a 1200.
Yeah.
That means that's going to be the wall that starts here, is it?
It's the wall that's on the outside of the building. So from this.
Right, it's going right to the corner.
Right to this corner.
So what, you put the board in, then you put the other stud against it, do you?
No. What I'll do is that's why I've got two. I've got one stud there and one stud there at 150.
Yeah.
And then when I build that wall, that's going to have another stud there.
Yeah, I understand.
So they will nail together, but it means that internally I've got a stud there and a stud there. So that'll take that plasterboard.
So doesn't it start there, the 12?
On the inside it does.
Yeah, for your plasterboard, I'm talking.
Yeah.
Ah, what you're talking about, the boards, is the
Render carrier
OSB.
boards, yes, so
it's not OSB.
Yeah, it's not OSB, it's render carrier boards. I should
Got
have
it.
said that.
Sorry,
So
mate. I was looking at plasterboard. Sorry,
Yeah. So,
okay.
in fact, that's a good point you made there. So basically, I'm working this out primarily for the render carrier boards on the outside, and the reason is because they're quite expensive. So I don't want any wastage on those. Plasterboard, you know, if we've got to cut a foot off and throw that bit
Understand,
away,
yeah.
then that's that. But so I'm setting it up primarily for the outside boards because we don't want any wastage on them. We're still setting all of our studs at 400 centres.
Yeah.
So what we do internally is we don't start our plasterboard right on this corner. We start one stud in.
Oh, okay.
And then we've still got 400 centres, and
Nice.
it will still work out
Lovely job.
1200s and
Yeah.
just one cut to fill in at the end.
Clever. Okay, I'm with you now. Sorry for being so slow, but it's my age.
Oh, it's just me not explaining it. I'm being too fast. I've measured these out at 1280, and I've already done these. So we've got 1580, 1980. But what you could do is you could cut a 20mm block, hook it over the end of your timber,
Yeah.
like that, or maybe a little pin in it just to hold it, so you can still work to your 800, 1200, 1600.
Oh, I see.
Just so it
Okay.
doesn't get confusing.
Gotcha. Yeah, I understand that one. Yeah.
But yeah, but that's it. So we're aiming for 400 centres. Fortunately, this timber is 4.8 metres long, so it works in with 400s. I had to trim a bit off the end because we've got a double joist here. It's just over the other side of it, so I've trimmed it back about 40mm. I'm going to finish this section of the stud wall with one stud right on the end, and then I'm going to build this half separately with another stud on the end of that, and they're going to get bolted together. Our 1200 will end up somewhere between that double. So we'll still have plenty, and we'll still work 400 centres.
This timber, I see some ropey old timber these days. You seem to have hit the jackpot with this timber. Have you got a special source for it?
It's been sitting outside for quite a while, at least a month.
Has it?
And
Which is
the
normally
reason
not
was
good.
because I knew we've got shortages at the moment of everything.
Yeah.
Prices of timber's going up. I've already put a price in for this project, and I don't want to have to then go back and say, look, you know, timber's gone up 30%. I'm going to need this much more money for the. So I thought I'll get it in early, get it here. I was a bit worried of it sitting there in all weathers, but it's been strapped up. I unstrapped it yesterday.
Yeah.
Pulled it up this morning. It's
Looks
quite
good.
good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get it from Arnold Laver.
Yeah.
Over in Purley Way.
Oh yeah.
Near Croydon.
Yeah. The people who gave you the hat and the t-shirt.
That's it, yeah. They're pushing for it. They love it.
All right.
But no, they're fine. They're great guys down there. Really helpful. They know their stuff, and they seem to always have plenty of stock.
Good.
I mean, at the moment, you know, it's a bit touch and go with what they've got, but generally, I think they are one of the 3 biggest importers of timber into the UK.
Oh, okay.
So that's why they seem to get the lion's share of a lot of stuff.
And just to be clear for our viewers, this is not an advert. They're not paying you. You've got nothing, no axe to grind here.
No, not
just
at all.
a point of information for people.
And I'm hoping that by me saying that, they will start
yeah, well, you never know, do you?
giving me more free t-shirts and hats. And
that's it, you get paid like Dulux.
yeah.
You must have a good collection of hats now, James.
It's getting there, yeah. Sometimes I'll measure it all out and then look at it and think, actually, you know, there's a better, more efficient way that will help further down the line. Because there's nothing worse, especially when you kind of plasterboard a room out, it's nothing worse than having it all over, you know, millions of cuts to do. You know, you just want to make every process from here on as easy as possible, which is obviously the old saying, measure twice, cut once.
I mean, you know, I think every builder would relate to this, that sometimes you wake up in the middle of the night and you suddenly had a thought about the job, and you know, that's the bit the customer's not paying for, isn't it? Your thinking time in the middle of the night.
Yeah.
When you could be having sweet dreams.
Sweet anything. Connect those lines up. So we marked out for our sole on our head. Now we're going to cut our studs so they can all be exactly the same size, because like I said earlier, we bedded this plate. We spent a long time on getting it perfectly level from one end to the other over just over an 8 metre distance. We did it with a mixture of standard level and laser. You know, we wanted it to be spot on. You know, it took a little bit longer than perhaps you would normally spend, but it's now made this process a lot easier because I haven't got to start cutting all the studs at different heights.
Shims and things like that.
Exactly that. The way we're going to work this is, I'll draw you a little sketch actually. This is going to be our sole plate, like that.
Okay.
And then we're going to have a stud that comes up.
Yeah. That's your 6x2.
That's it. And then on the top of that, we've got a head plate. So that's these two pieces I've marked out. And then on top of that, because this is going to have ceiling joists and roof loading onto it, I am then going to put another 2 6x2s on their end, like that, which then allows for our ceiling joists to go and sit across on like that. So what I've had to allow for, so I already know where the height I need. So I think the total was 2. Hang on, I'll put it written down actually. Yeah, 22480. That's the total I need from the underside of there to the bottom of there. So I need to measure these. I need to take off that distance, that one, and that one, which gives me 2242. So I've got to cut all of my studs at exactly 2242.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to screw them together between these two. Then we're going to stand it up, and then we're going to carry on.
And then you're going to put these two.
Then I'm going to do them when Ian's back.
Oh, are you? Where's Ian gone today?
He's got a Doncaster.
Has he? What for?
In-laws.
Really?
Yeah, it's a long way to travel.
Dedicated man.
He must like them. Mine only live round the corner.
I bet he's got his toolkit with him. I bet he's going to have to do a job when he gets there.
Yeah.
I bet he's going, I would love to see you in because our door's falling off. So you got yourself a new saw, James?
Yeah, I have. Lovely.
Wow. That's nice, isn't it? And I like the, what do they call these, wings?
The wings, yeah.
Yeah.
They're brilliant. They're so good.
Yeah.
Little,
okay, so you can do repeat cuts.
Yeah. It goes longer than that as well, so you can put that piece up there.
Have you got a support leg for that end or not?
That doesn't support there. Because I don't think it's
supports there, right?
Yeah, it's not more than half the length of that.
Got it.
So it will only.
Yeah, I understand.
And it's just for measuring.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's great. It was
good.
Yeah, some plumber turned up with it.
Did he?
At the job and just. There you go, mate.
Did he?
Yeah, very kind. Oh, it was you.
No. You wouldn't be suspicious of people like that.
Well, I know he keeps walking around filming me all the time.
Exactly. There's no free lunch.
Yeah.
No, that's it. The least that Skill Builder could do for you, mate. That's good.
That's lovely. Much appreciated. It really is. It's great. I've really been enjoying it.
Good.
I should look after it now.
Well, you can't. It's a working tool, mate. You've got to work, haven't you?
That's it.
When I first started on the building, she would not have walked past without catcalls from the buildings like, "Oh darling, get out!" It's all changed. Hopefully it's all changed. Well, good job too, poor girls. We used to drive through London. We had an open top builder's truck. Driver and the brickie would be in the front, and then all us oiks would be in the back, all sitting out there, lying in the back of the lorry. No seatbelts, nothing like that. No, in those days, you just all lay on top of the blooming tools. And in the summer, with all these young women out there, and I was going, "Oh, darling." Obviously now I'm a reconstructed man, and I condemn that sort of objectification of women. Yeah, completely. Got here too late. You've already blooming built the place. This morning you've done this, James. When I left you on Friday, We just had the studs up, so you've put the...
Well, we've got all the ceiling joists through, and we got the commons up, pitched up to our plate. And this morning Ian did a scarf joint.
Did he? Did you, Ian?
Yeah, love it.
You love doing a bit of the old scarfing
I
now.
can't beat it, yeah.
I'll see if I can get a close up of that.
Yeah.
I didn't see that this morning, isn't it? But never mind.
We'll do another one.
Yeah, Blue Peter.
Get another.
Here's one I did later.
Yeah.
Well, we're just actually about to start the interesting bit. At the back, we've got a funny little configuration of a hip with a valley and a short hip, and a ridge coming in part way down the main roof. So it's a little bit of jiggery pokery, as they say.
Yeah. So what have you done? How have you fixed those ceiling collars to the rafters?
These have all been timber screwed together, 3 in each at each end.
Yeah.
That's what building control wants around here. So we've got. I'll show you what we used actually.
Oh, surprise, surprise!
Look at that, eh? So yeah, we use these timber screws. These are the 100mm ones.
Yeah.
So we've got 3 in the end of each rafter into each ceiling joist. And then at the top, they've been driven down, 1 on each rafter down in, and then spike nailed at the bottom to stop any movement there.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just been timber screwed all the way around, and it is absolutely rock solid. That's never going to spread.
Do you have to put any straps anywhere or not? Do they ask for straps?
No, because we've used these timber screws, the 150mm up from the wall straight up into the bottom of the plate, all the way through every 600mm, all the way around the building.
Yeah. So
the only straps we do need actually is going to be down. We've got a wall plate which sits down onto the brick building underneath us.
Yeah.
So we've just got to strap our plate down there.
What, on the inside or the outside?
It's going to be the outside, which normally would cause a problem, but in this case, we've got render carrier board going on the outside of this. And because it's only single skin brickwork downstairs, we're carrying that right through to help with any moisture penetration on the building.
Yeah. Oh, that's quite nice, isn't it?
Yeah. So
you're not going to get a lot of
nice
insulation in that bottom one. It's just going to be.
It's as it was. It was an old garage down there, which I converted into a gym quite some time ago. But you know, they don't need any heating in there or anything. No. They've got a little electric heater for the winter.
If you get cold in the gym, you're not working hard enough.
Exactly. You've got it.
It's a little camp in there, mate. It's lovely.
It is, yeah. This bit is sort of half felted, just so every downpour we can rush all our tools into there. Then as soon as it gets dry, we back out. Fair weather builder.
Well, I mean, that's true.
Oh, no, it's not. You've never seen a rusty man yet, so you can. We can get out in the rain. They're mad for it, the old Irish. They'll be out in any weather.
They can't. I've got no choice. You
know? Nice bird's mouths.
Lovely bird's mouth, my friend. I just thought I'd get a nice close up of it.
Oh, that's such a nice saw.
Is it?
It's a dream.
I'll move this, taking this out, we'll level this up.
Yeah. Happy there. Yeah.
Alright, so we should be able to.
Yeah.
That's it. Look at that.
Then get this one in. That's it.
You've got that
Right, can you manage it?
Perfect. 927.
Yeah, put a tack in there, just hold that.
Yeah. 1957.
1967?
57.
1957. I'd like to say that was the
That's
year I
when-
was born, but it wasn't.
It's the year before my mum and dad were born.
I'm older than your mum and dad. You're like a son to me, James.
Thanks, Dad.
Grandson. Doesn't mean you're going to get any of my money, though.
I'm getting it instead.
Yeah.
Great grandson.
Ian's getting it because he's my northern. He's
That's it.
my northern secret.
Look at that.
Tell you what, that looks alright.
And it'll fit a nice hip right in
Get a
there.
hip in there.
This is a single, is it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
168 inches.
What's that in millimetres?
I'm not telling you.
What's that in English?
168.
That is English.
That
You
is
keep
English.
speaking French every now and again. I'm sure that's French. What was it in millimetres?
Oh.
It's 168 inches.
168 inches.
4270.
Could have put that scaffolding too high again.
Just smack it off and then we can.
We're back to an English tape, none of these French
This is not
tapes.
English. This is
It's not
European.
English.
Height above plate is 115 mil.
115 HAP. So we set our hips to 45 now.
Yeah.
We were on roof pitch 45. Now we're on hip 45.
Okay.
Should be within 9 to 11 degrees different
It's
Yeah.
not. It's about 1 degree.
from.
No, no, sorry. Well, 45 was there. So yeah.
Oh yeah, 10 degrees.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9.5.
9.5.
Is it?
Oh.
Just shows you, doesn't it?
What is it in degrees?
35.6. Yeah, probably a fraction. That's the one.
And that's just 45.
That's it.
Oh, so yeah, just changes there, doesn't it? That's where my measurement is. It's there. 3395.
36, just under 36.
Three 395.
There's 115 above plate.
Yeah.
So then that is to there. There must be a bump or something in the timber.
Yeah.
And there's good knots there. It's exactly the same as it was before.
Is it?
Shows that it's that much out.
If you are building a piano,
Yeah.
certainly not a Steinway. It's never ending. That's the never ending screw company. Do you think that's long enough? So what's it like up there, James?
Absolutely perfect.
Is it?
Yeah.
And that, my friends, is what we call a hip.
I've put the brace on the wrong side, Roger.
14, 16.
That's when Roger was born.
What were you doing then? Straight in there.
Ouch! Ow! I've got to say, Ian, you're getting the hang of this. Definitely. Who needs Dan Cox when you've got Dan Cox's tool?
855.
855.
Cool.
Should get that out of this one.
Pass me up that Milwaukee battery as well, please.
Yeah. Right, so we go.
Earplugs for
36.2, Ian.
36.2.
35.8.
It's got to be a point. There's got to be a point somewhere. It's like your body heat.
Now if we go 1200 to there, you've got something nice to stand on.
Yeah, no, we're all right.
So what do you go? 3 times the width?
3 times, yeah.
Some people say 5, don't they?
Oh, do they?
Some of the comments.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Doesn't matter.
5 times.
5 times.
3 times is more than enough.
Yeah.
May as well line them through. Do all those cuts first.
He's so selfish doing all the work.
I know.
Clamp this up, then I'll straighten it all up. Then from there, trace it. That 15 either side there, and then that'll just leave me like 30mm, just to bang a couple of wedges in there. My other bit that'll come into this rafter will sit on the top of there. Extend that for the windy. Yeah, go on then, we'll give it a try.
He's using that saw backwards.
No, he's using it the African way.
Is that how they do it? So they don't cut themselves?
I guess so.
Not so stupid when you're 300 miles from the nearest hospital.
Then let me just... We can try that. It's not too bad. A couple of wedges in there. Mechanical fix on either side.
A lot of people say, why didn't you make life easy for yourself and cut this on the ground?
Well, when we started pitching this roof, it was pouring down with rain. So we just had to get this first section up, as you can see. We've got all the commons in. So we just cut a load of commons, we threw the ridge up. And then we got watertight from there, or well, half of it watertight, so we could set up underneath and be nice and watertight. Also, I suppose when you're coming into an extension, if you're doing an extension and you're going into an existing ridge, it's always nice to be able to cut it in situ, I suppose. So it's nice to be able to do it.
Yeah. It's nice to be able to do it if you have to.
if you have to,
hard way.
in place, yeah.
Certainly loft conversions and things like that, sometimes you want to extend that ridge out, don't you?
Yeah.
And so,
But ideally, you put it all on the ground, but I mean,
fair enough.
our priority was just to get in shelter.
Well, you did it,
really.
mate, anyway,
So yeah,
didn't you?
well, it's not bad. Not bad for.
Yeah, a blind man.
Not bad for.
Yeah.
Yeah, up here, but cutting it up here, yeah. Ideally on the ground, but there we go, never mind.
This episode is brought to you by Safeguard, creators of Stormdry, the leading masonry protection cream. Keep your home dry, save energy and prevent mould growth with Stormdry's advanced breathable formula. Certified by the BBA to last for at least 25 years. Click the links below to discover how Stormdry can protect and enhance your home.
This is so flat.
20 mils enough, or we should go 30.
Which is why we have to build it up.
So it's a big day today. We're going to get the screed down, James, yeah?
Yep.
So you've got SSR screeds here.
We have. This is Jules from SSR Flow Screed. Sent through via email full instructions on prepping up the floor for us. Fairly new to me doing this, so.
Well, you normally get a trowel down screed.
Yeah, get on my hands and knees.
Yeah, you're getting lazy.
Yeah, I am. So yeah, I thought, well, the size of this one, I thought, to get it spot on, let's go with something a bit special. So
it's definitely special.
I got in touch with Jules. I was following him on Instagram. He's turned up and he's going to tell me if I've done a good enough job or not.
No, the prep's definitely good. Definitely good. Not really any creases in the membrane, nice and flat. All the expansion edgings nice and secure. You've got to treat liquid screed as water, okay, so it has to be a watertight bath for the screed to go into with no means of escape at all. If there's any holes, especially around the wall cavities, around threshold areas, it will escape. So you're looking to make sure that your top tanking membrane is lapped up the walls about 5 or 6 inches above your datum level. It needs to be secure to the walls and it needs to be tucked tight into the corners so that when the screed hits it, because it is heavy, it doesn't rip all this off. So as James has done it here, that's absolutely fine. It's nice and secure. You're not going to have any voids behind the membrane. It's basically exactly how it needs to be. I gave him some advice on this wire here, so he wanted to go down the route of trying not to have too many crack inducers. So basically on the weak point, like the thresholds or the bifold area where you've got like a little alcove, this is just to reinforce the screed and tie it in to minimise any risk of hairline fractures along those areas. So it doesn't want to be flush to the floor. He's done the right thing. He's used some underfloor heating staples here, which raises the wire off the floor by about 10-15 mil and cable tied the wire to those staples so that the screed is encompassing it rather than just sitting on top of it. So it's tying it all in nicely.
What happens if the creases are in there?
So it doesn't matter so much if you've got a decent depth on your screed. So if you're looking at 50-60 mil and you've got a few creases in your membrane, it's not really a big issue. But when you're doing liquid screeds, especially gypsum-based screeds where you go down to lower depths, the creases can show in the screed. So they won't be poking through, but you'll see like a line down your screed, so it won't be a perfectly smooth finish.
And this screed you're using is a cement-based one, it's not an anhydrate.
It's cement-based, it's long floor Integracure, so it's much faster drying than an anhydrite screed. Anhydrite screeds are a day a millimetre, up to 40 millimetres, and then 2 days per millimetres after. Cement-based screeds, at a 50 mil average depth, you're looking at around 21 days, subject to a moisture test, before putting your floor covering down. So the drying time is significantly decreased using cement-based, and there's no latence removal to do.
So we haven't got to go and scrub it all off afterwards with a sander? And
Gypsol would require some floor grinding. With cement-based screeds, all you're doing is removing surface contaminants, so you're just going to key it up before you prime it for a good adhesion, but you're not removing latence off the top of the floor. It's basically, all you're doing is removing contaminants and giving the floor a good key. Cement-based screed will cure. It happens a lot quicker than anhydrite, and your floor will need to pass a moisture test prior to your floor covering. So you'll have received some data sheets when we went through our email chain, which has got all of the percentages that you need to pass, the ideal drying conditions, the relative humidity, basically to make sure that your floor dries as quick as it can without risking any any failure of the floor. And then obviously in a minute James is going to cover those windows over. UV rays hitting the floor during the drying period can cause what's called solar heat gain, which force dries the floor too quickly. It can crack it, it can affect the integrity, and it will be structural. So by the time we leave here, James is going to cover those windows over to stop the UV light hitting the floor, especially in the warmer conditions like we've got at the moment.
Because as it's curing, the screed gets warmer anyway, doesn't it?
It does, and you don't want to force dry it too quickly for that, you know, first 5 to 7 days. After that, you can aid it. You can run some dehumidifiers. You can use your underfloor heating if you've got it installed very gently, starting off at 25 degrees for 4 or 5 days, and then gradually increasing it day by day. And the same process when you're turning it off, you reduce it slowly.
What do you say? 7 days of curing?
Allow 7 days to pass before you use any form of force drying.
So basically what we're looking at is for those 7 days we want to keep the moisture in the screed as much as possible to cure it.
When we install the screed will come up level to the top of the base plates. All of the pods are set at the same level, which will leave you a really level floor. The bucket's there to catch the priming water that we pump through the hose first. And Darren will come in and sort of gradually rake it out and work our way back through there. So this has got an average of 57 mil in here, so you'll be between that sort of 21 to 4 day band as a guide for your drying time. But always moisture test it first, and I will go through that with you in a minute, and I'll show you the moisture meter.
What's the minimum you would go down to safely for this?
If you are using a cement-based screed and you're bonding it to an existing concrete rather than using a tanking membrane like this, you can go down to 25 mil. If it's unbonded and you're going on top of a tanking membrane, it needs to be a minimum of 30 mil or 30 mil above your underfloor heating system from the highest point of your floor. So wherever we're sailing close, when we're looking to get that 50 mil depth, we'll find the highest point of the customer's floor. We'll work 30 mil above that and make sure that that leaves us the depth that we need against their datum level.
Yeah, so what would you bond, if you were going down onto a concrete Oversite, what would you bond the screed with?
You'd clean your existing concrete, you'd hoover it, make sure it's completely dust free, and you would dilute an SBR bonding agent on a ratio 1 to 4, and you're going to be brushing that across the floor just before the screed goes down, so it's still tacky.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Making sure obviously in that process when you're hoovering and drying that you've got no holes into wall cavities. They would all need filling up with some expanding foam or something similar. Again, it's got to be a watertight bath, and you will still need, irrespective of whether you're going onto concrete or whether you've got underfloor heating or not, you still need to make sure that you've got the expansion edging around the outside. If they're installing underfloor heating, they've got to have 5 on the bend and then 400 apart down the line.
And when you're doing the underfloor heating, would you fill it up with water?
Yeah, always pressurised.
To stop it floating?
Not just to stop it floating, but screed is heavy so it can squeeze the pipes. So by pressurising it and filling up with water and make sure it's at around sort of 3 to 4 bar, you're eliminating the risk of those pipes squeezing under the pressure of the screed.
So that clipping, very important, yeah?
Yeah. So you need to make sure that it isn't able to come buoyant. So on all of the bends, you want 1 in the middle, 2 on the ends and 1 in between them, and then the staples 400 mil apart all the way down.
What are you building?
It's a little hot tub for lunchtime.
Cold tub?
Yeah.
So this is the slump test then, Julian, yeah?
Yep. So we want to be hitting somewhere between 260 and 290 on the slump, anywhere in that blue circle really.
Okay.
So we let it go, we leave it for about half a minute, and we see where it ends up.
So if it goes beyond that blue circle, you want to put a bit less water in, is that the idea or what?
So the board's a little bit wet to start with, but
yeah,
that's what we would call perfect.
Okay. Have you got to cover that window yet?
Some come get free. It's frequent, but it's unpredictable. Yeah. So yeah, I'll go from there.
So how long till we can walk on it?
So you'll be able to, they say 24 to 48 hours, that's based on a 50mm depth average.
Yeah.
So by tomorrow lunch, that says from 24 hours minimum by the time we've poured it. So by the time I finish this, it'll be about an hour. So whatever time that is tomorrow morning, we should be able to walk on it.
Okay.
If you can leave it
Yeah.
a full day, so if you left it all day tomorrow, got it on the following morning, definitely be 100%.
Because I guess the thing is, if you start walking on too soon, you can crack it.
Yeah, I mean, in here it's not too bad, I'd say, because the depths are good. However, we do pours up to sort of 80, 90 mil. I'd always say then, leave it a full 24 hours the following day, then get on it the next morning.
Very.
Tell you what, mate, they look bloody good.
Very nice.
You got the brick bond right. Every single one of those you laid individually.
Yeah, down the edges and there. So it's whole tile, half tile. As you come up, there's a thickness of this to be whole tile, half tile on there.
Yeah.
Then there, and then in the corners you see it wrapping around. Whole tile, half tile, whole tile, half tile.
Yeah. You crafty devil, you. Do you know what, that's going to be wasted on some people though, isn't it? I'd have a little notice that say, while you're having a shower, take a few moments to appreciate the artistry that's gone into this. Because I've got a feeling they won't.
It's actually gone quite well until I've done all the other windows upstairs inside and out until I got to these French doors.
Oh.
All of these pieces about 5mm too long.
Oh my goodness.
Which is annoying. So I can't finish these two doors.
So what have you got to do? Cut them then?
Yeah, I'll have to trim them down.
With what?
I've got a nice little evolution saw that someone lent me a little while ago.
You do it with that?
I reckon I could get through it with that. It's only a little trim off the edge. Yeah, well, I'll give one.
You don't think it'll chip it?
Well, I'll tell you what. I've got all these little ones here, which were for these, but these are about 10mm too short.
So you try one.
So I'll give it a try on this first.
Test cut.
I've got 8 of them to test it on.
But we'll see how that evolution goes in.
Yeah.
But it's quite a coarse blade, isn't it?
It is.
And I was thinking you need something like an aluminium saw blade.
Yeah. Well, I'm not getting the Capex out for it. That's for sure.
No, don't do that. Use Ian's saw. Where is Ian, by the way? He's
in the east wing.
Is that what we call it now? This is the west wing. Yeah, that's the east wing.
Yeah, he's the east wing's a hammer.
No, he's in the east wing.
Swinging at east wing.
With your west wing.
That's it.
Because he doesn't own one. He's got that funny.
That funny framing one. No, he's fitting these windows actually.
Is he?
In that building? So he's putting some of them in. Because we've emptied this out now, we're just getting that secure, and we're getting all our tools up there. Because Monday we've got latex going down.
So this is a screed that we saw.
Yep. This is the Integricure.
By Julian and his Oppo.
Yep. Brilliant job.
It's looking nice, isn't it?
It's very nice.
I mean, you can see by the skirtings all the way along the edge.
Yeah, I mean, there's barely anything.
There's a tiny little gap there, isn't it? A little dip.
2 to 3 millimetres.
But they're going to latex the whole thing anyway.
Yeah, I mean, there's because you've still got a few little stones like popping up everywhere.
Oh yeah,
so
a little bit of aggregate.
It's nothing at all really, but with the Cardine going down on top, they want it absolutely spot on.
Yeah.
Because you'll see any little bump in there.
So if you've got something with a bit of foam under it, it wouldn't show.
Yeah, if you put a laminate down,
you don't use a cushion layer, do you?
Exactly. I mean, I think they do actually do a cushion layer for it.
Do they?
Yeah, I did. Right. I saw it on another job.
Well, that would save a lot of trouble, wouldn't it?
But yeah, it's not. To be honest, I didn't think it was great. After they'd finished, there were parts of it that kept coming up because the foam hadn't stuck to the subfloor. Then that would come up. Then it would cause a problem with the Cardine. And it was only around the corners, but still, I wouldn't be happy with it.
My daughter's got it, and just in the by the bifolds, when it was really hot a few weeks ago, it just bowed up.
Yeah.
And now it's kind of gone down, but it hasn't. And I'm thinking I'm going to have to take the skirtings off, and because it's tucked under the skirtings, and well, we got some spare stuff. But then it's how to stop it in the future. You know?
Is that the stuck down one, or is it the click?
It's the click.
Yeah, this one's being stuck down, and they're cutting up to the skirtings. So if there was a problem, it's easy to whip a piece out.
So let's have a look at this shower room. Last time I saw this, you were putting the elements board on.
That's right.
This isn't going to be Cardine in here, obviously.
No, this is the wood plank effect porcelain tiles.
Oh yes.
Which are actually a really good match for the Cardine, which is a wood plank effect. So we're going to run them right up to the door threshold. Yeah. We've kept this floor about 30 mil lower than that one. Yeah. So that when we've put our underfloor heating in, elements board, underfloor heating, latex, tiles, they should marry up and be nice and flush through the doorway. Mainly, one, because it's just nice to have it like that, but mainly because it's going to be used for disabled access for a wheelchair. So
is it? Okay.
Be nice and easy to get in and out. He's really thought about it. He's followed every pattern around the corners. And
he loves doing that, doesn't he?
He spent a lot of time getting it, and especially as you come around and there's another little corner, but he's done it everywhere. He's got it spot on, which is why I use him.
Yeah, it's wasted on people. That's the trouble. It's that people don't notice it.
Well,
when you put the valve in and you've put the bit of membrane there, put that little bit of membrane just to keep the water out.
That's it. Once I put it on, I just put a very fine bead around the outside, because if you've got to get it off and it's all stuck behind it, it's going to be a nightmare trying to pull that off. Yeah. So it'd be just easy with a knife round and then to take it off that way.
When I do mine, I just put it about, say, 20 mil in from the edge, and I always leave the bottom open.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I never put any in the bottom, so if anything did get behind there, with what you've done with that gasket, it would run down the edge of the gasket and then out the bottom.
I suppose it would show up as well. If there was a leak, it would show that something's...
But the other thing is, you're out the wet area there as well, aren't you?
Yeah, well out of it.
You're over here, which is a great thing to do, that, isn't it? Maybe put the controls...
Yeah, it makes sense, because you can turn it on, allow it to get to temperature, rather than standing right underneath it and getting a load of cold water on your head, unless you want that.
Well, mind you, that's me. I'm a cold shower merchant every morning. Every morning, that's what keeps me tough.
Is that because you haven't plumbed hot water into your house yet? So it made sense to have the door here and then the shower head up there, and obviously the controls here, so it's nice and easy for disabled access to get in. You've got stuff to hold on to, and then get in the shower. So, but the problem it's caused now is the lights. We'd already set the lights out here and here, so we've got 2 rows of 4. But now with this wall and with this coving, you've got this light that doesn't really do a lot in here. So we're going to have to get that out and move that across to here.
That's not so bad, that one, because that's the way the joists are running.
Exactly. I think we're all right there. This one could possibly be a problem, because I haven't measured it. I'm putting off measuring it because until I've got to actually deal with it. But basically, we've got to get it across there and back here a bit.
And you might hit a joist.
Yeah, I mean, if there's a joist there, we're in trouble. If it's there, it's a pain, because we won't be able to put the lights centrally, but it's not the end of the world. At least it's further off that wall and above the Louvre when you want to sit there reading the paper. Whatever you want to do, I don't know.
No, let's not go there. So you need a light. You need a light over your head in the Louvre for sure.
When we had our Screed done, we left a big pocket out here, so we've got hot and cold feeds for the bath there. This is our waste.
Nice.
So that's all running a 2-inch, which is coming from the basin from that way down to here. Our bath waste is about here, which will drop straight into there. And then it runs straight all the way under the floor, outside into the stack.
And there's your basin.
Hopefully it goes together a lot easier than the one upstairs.
So what happened to the one upstairs then?
Well, let's go and have a look, and I'll show you what's happened with the one upstairs.
Yeah, nice basin, James.
This is all in one piece, this one.
Yeah, because when I was here before, you just unwrapped it and found that it was broken in half.
It hadn't been moved a lot, so we unboxed it.
Yeah.
All the packaging was still in there, and there was a split down it, so it was like that from when when it was delivered. So we didn't supply this; the customer did. So they got in contact with the company. And they said, yep, no problem, we'll just send you out the top.
That's good, isn't it? Because it's been sitting around for a while, hasn't it?
It has.
I remember this lot was delivered and put in a container, wasn't it?
Yeah, probably good 2 or 3 months ago.
Yeah, blimey.
So
they still were okay about it.
Yeah, they were fine.
That's good, isn't it?
Absolutely fine. I was
That's the
surprised.
kind of company you want.
So obviously these are 2 separate parts. So you got the unit that fits on the wall, and then you sit the basin on top. When we spoke to the company, they said, yep, no problem, we will supply you a new one. Great. I said, what I'll do, I'll fit the unit, plonk the other one on top, because it was quite a clean break really. So I plumbed it all in. So I thought, okay, great. As soon as the new top turns up, we can just whip that top off, put the new one on, and it's done. At least they can use the bathroom whilst we start taking the other one to pieces. And because this is a stud wall, there wasn't too many great fixings in it. I stupidly made the mistake of not putting any additional parts in, which I normally do. I just, obviously that day must have been a Friday.
Something going on, yeah.
So the fixings weren't brilliant. They're pretty good, but I thought for the weight of it, I want to get something decent. So I stuck the unit to the wall, polymer. It's all nice and solid. Waiting for the new top. Then we got told we don't have that one anymore. We don't do that size, which was a 1200. But we'll give you a 1400 unit and basin.
I see. So you've got another.
So it's all new.
Oh, goodness.
But then the problem I had then is I had to get the old unit off the wall, which was an absolute nightmare. That polymer adhesive is brilliant if you don't want it to come off.
Yeah.
So that's absolutely brilliant. I mean, I was at it for ages with a multi-tool trying to cut it away. But then, of course, because now the basin's longer...
You wanted to leave the tiles intact, obviously,
Yeah, of course. I didn't want to rip them off.
No.
But I had to replumb everything underneath as well. Because I've got two ways. If it was just one, it wouldn't be so bad. But I've got two there and 2 for that.
Yeah. It's a kid's bathroom, isn't it?
Pretty much, I'd say, yeah. I'm going to say family bathroom, but
is it? Okay.
They're going to have their own ensuite at the other end.
So I think the kids are living in the west wing.
Yes.
And the parents are living in the east wing.
That's it, you got it.
And then they just put an electric fence down the middle.
a great big 5-lever lock on the door.
So you were pretty lucky then that you had room, that it wasn't up against the wall or something.
Yeah,
you actually had enough room either side to accommodate it.
Yeah, so it's gone obviously 100
Otherwise
mil.
Otherwise it would be a major problem, wouldn't it?
It could have been a nightmare. We changed the toilet.
Oh really?
So
was that broken?
No, it was fine. But I totally understand the old one. It just seemed really small. It came right round here in a tiny little, a bit like one of those French toilets in the floor, you know.
Yeah.
It was really small, so it was like, didn't really like that. So it's, you know, they've already got one like this downstairs. They said we'd like to just change it over for that. So fortunately, I hadn't siliconed that back or anything.
So where's the old WC pan now?
The old one is in a box in a container.
Is it?
So it's up for sale if anyone wants it.
eBay job. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Fine.
So that got changed over. It was a bit of a pain because I've had to fill around the skirt. I'd cut the skirt for the old one to fit in. So we just need a bit of rub down and paint that there. But it's actually not too bad. No. So that was all right.
Yeah. Shower all right? No, you didn't have to take anything out there?
No, shower's been fine. That's all gone together well. Screen went on nice.
Yeah.
Bath, being that it's freestanding, there wasn't a great deal for us to do. In fact, you helped me put it in, and so we put it all together. We had a bit of fiddling around with the waste. We had to cut a hole in the floor, which you'll see, because whatever trap you put in, it hangs lower than the bath, which was a bit of a nightmare.
Because our original idea here was that the whole floor would be completely tiled, wall to wall.
Yeah.
Any leak that was under the bath would show through on the tiles, yeah?
Exactly.
Yeah,
But-
good plan, James.
Yeah, just can't have it though.
Because it runs
The
too low.
bath manufacturer's made that bath that low. It's a nice deep bath, but you know that's just
Yeah.
something that we had to deal with.
Yeah.
So we put it together. I'm going to say it's my fault actually. I was going to say it's a bit of both of us, but it wasn't really.
Well, there's a bit of hanging offence here.
Because on the bottom of the
one of us
bath,
is going to swing.
you picked up on it as a little sticker on the bottom of the bath that said that this waste fitting has not been tightened or sealed. Please check before installation. So
we checked.
Well,
we checked. We had a look at it, and
we
it
had a
was
look at it,
tight.
it's like,
and the
yeah.
rubber washer was nicely.
Exactly,
pressed
you couldn't
in.
turn it around. We tightened the waist on the bottom, it didn't move. So we put it all together, fitted the bath, polymer adhesive, stuck it to the wall, silicone seal. I filled it up probably about, a third of the way to halfway, just to get a bit of weight in it. Sealed it, left it. I actually went on holiday the next day. That was a Friday, come on.
Yeah.
Got a phone call.
Friday the 13th.
It was.
It was, yeah.
So I'm driving down the M4. Phone keeps ringing. It's the decorator. I'm like, what does he want? No, I'm driving. And this we rung again. And my wife said, you better answer that. I said, yeah, but
It's Adrian. He wants to talk about fishing.
Yeah, I said, but all the kids are in the car. They don't want to hear what he's got to say.
I know what you mean.
Or some of the colourful language that might come out.
Yeah.
But anyway, I said, all right. And so, I've answered the phone. There's a pool of water downstairs in the extension. I was like, great.
No.
And it was. And so
straight under the bath.
Yeah, so I had to quickly say, tell them not to use the bath. They've been looking forward to using the new bath. Don't use the bath.
Just use the showers.
So that's it. So anyway, week away, come back, got it all out. Had to again cut that off the wall, which is a nightmare without damaging any tiles or anything, because this is all quite exposed. But got it out, and it was the waste fitting. So again, another lesson learned. Double check, double check.
So as I said, we checked that it was tight, and the rubber washer was nicely compressed underneath. But what you're saying is that it actually needed taking out.
Yeah.
Checking. Did you bed it then?
I bedded it that time. I took it. I mean, because you don't have to. These aren't bedded in anything, and they're absolutely fine.
Yeah.
That one, I took it out, and it had got a bit of dust and dirt in it from where it had been waiting to be fitted.
Yeah.
So I cleaned it all up, and I put some LSX silicone seal.
Yeah.
Put that round, and then I made it back up together, but I didn't over tighten it, because when you put that silicone on there, it can really squidge those seals out of, or distort them.
That's right. because it lubricates it, and they squeeze out. Yeah.
So just nipped it up to a spot, and I left it for a good hour before I did anything with it.
Yeah.
Then I put it back together, and before I fitted it, I kept it raised up on 2 boxes.
Tested it.
Filled it up halfway, left it for an hour, nothing, let it go, nothing, and then I knew we were good to put it back in. In fact, I put it back in, I filled it up full the night before, or before I left to go home, came back in the morning, it was still full up, I let it go again, there was nothing downstairs, then I sealed it back to the wall.
Oh, okay.
So,
and it's just held on that wall, is it?
Yeah, literally, it's just a sealant against the wall.
Yeah.
So, in fact, this time when I did it, I didn't use polymer behind it because it is so strong.
Yeah.
It was such a nightmare to get off. So silicone was more than adequate. I just put a bit of silicone behind. It was just a strip there and a bit there. Pushed it back, filled it up, and then sealed that part there.
I know why you did that polymer, because you're a belt and braces man, and you think let's give it the best possible chance. But
That's it. We haven't quite finished this lobbyway yet, because we're waiting until this part of there's some walls to be changed and some stuff to come out, and a dormer window's going in here.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, so we want to wait until all this is done.
So what's that going to be, a pitch dormer?
Yeah.
Oh, Ian will love that.
He's going to love it. There's one here and one at the other end as well.
He loves a bit of roof pitching.
So hopefully
Daniel
we're going
Cox Square.
we'll be on to that next week.
That reminds me, I've got one in the van for him.
Oh,
Don't let me leave without
right.
it. Yeah, Daniel gave me one for Ian.
Ah, is it a special stainless steel knob one?
It's a special stainless steel knob one. It's just a little bit scratched. So Dan said, look, I can't sell this. It's got a few scratches on it, but Ian,
he'll love it.
He won't mind a scratch. Why don't you polish it up?
Yeah.
You get those. You put some toothpaste on it.
There's someone to see you around here.
Oh.
Hello, mate.
Hey, how you doing?
Where's Ian? You can't use that line. It's copyright.
It is.
How you doing? All right.
Yeah, good. Thank you.
What are you
Yeah.
up to? You've got the laser out again.
Well, I'm fitting this window. That's why that laser's set up.
Mm-hmm.
But
I've been insulating, up in the loft insulating, decking out the loft. Yeah,
I'll tell you what, when they were talking about racking and the racking resistance of that cement board, because you know the cement board you got is slightly thicker.
Right,
that's
yeah.
to stop it racking apparently.
Yeah.
Some of it's rated for that, some of it isn't. But actually, I was looking and I was thinking, when you've got all that insulation tightly cut between each, that's your lateral restraint, isn't it? Really. Once you get that in, it doesn't rock at all, does it?
Oh no, with that the insulation in there, the cement board on the outside and plasterboard on the inside is not going anywhere.
No. And the skirtings.
Yes, definitely.
And the coving.
And the coving, yeah. It's all about the coving.
The building up. Brilliant.
Bit of a mess in here, sorry.
Yeah, that's all right, mate. What can you do? It's a building site, isn't it? But you're doing well. You did all this while James was on holiday.
Yeah.
So, James, you've moved into the existing house here.
Yeah.
Having a breakout.
Yeah, we're finally in. We made it after all these months.
So that was that window that we looked through to Ian.
That's right. It's a shame really because the height of it, the lintel height was about here, so it wasn't quite high enough just to put a normal doorway through, so we had to get the old one out.
Oh right, okay.
It was a bit of a nightmare actually because it had, like all of the lintels in this house, have been cast in position the full width of the brickwork, so front to back, all in one piece. It was about 8 inches high and sort of 11 inches deep, and obviously as long as your window is. But yeah, it's solid.
So
absolutely.
you just lifted that up on your shoulder, did you?
Yeah, I just picked it out like that. And
Wouldn't it be great if you could employ a bloke like that with massive, great hands?
Yeah, well, I don't employ Ian, but he's not here today, so no, it's we sort of discovered it yesterday as we were leaving that it was all in one piece rather than two separate lintels. So, and I'd already arranged. Ian's gone to a different job today just to help out a friend of ours. So I said, "Don't worry, I'll deal with it in the morning." So when I got here, I started chipping. I thought I'd just chip away a little bit at a time, but it's rock solid. It's really strong mix, and some big old stones in it as well. So it just wasn't going anywhere. So I set up a bit of a contraption along here. I had a bandstand here, one out there, 2 scaffold boards going along, and I put it right up to just a couple of inches below the lintel. Yeah. And I sort of just cleaned out all around it and the bricks from underneath it, and then just with a jimmy bar just dropped it onto the boards with a big thud.
Really?
2 inches, and it would bang. And then, a little bit at a time, I stood at one end, got my back under it, pushed it up, pulled the pins out, let it down, back in again, down the other end, until I got it down to normal bandstand height. And then I strapped some timbers back from this wall plate, across, screwed onto a scaffold board there, one there, on the other side of the lintel so it couldn't rock either way. And then another bit of 4x2 underneath with some props and an old door, which I screwed on the angle.
And you slid it down?
Well, I tried to, but it wouldn't go because of all the muck on it. So then I had to sort of rock it over one way and slide a bit of OSB under it so I could slide it. Yeah. And then I managed to pull it off and slide it down the door.
And obviously you wouldn't want it moving too fast downhill,
Oh,
would
no.
Yeah.
It got to a tipping point and I was like, right, am I going to be able to take the weight of this? But it was all right actually. So I tipped it and slid it down, and this is the piece here.
The piece, blimey.
That's it, yeah.
So you wait till Ian comes back next week.
Yeah, he's gonna
put it on his shoulder.
Yeah.
If you're watching this, Ian, that's what you've got to do on Monday. Not Monday. That's complete overkill for what it was supporting there.
Oh, it was only supporting a triangle of brickwork. This is a gable end.
Yeah.
Obviously, there's the roof.
Yeah.
So it was probably taking about, I don't know, 4 or 5 feet of brickwork up that side, down to about a foot on this side.
Yeah.
And that's it.
The weight of the lintel was way more than what it was supporting.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the rest of it, my friend, you've got all that out that covered.
Yeah, all out now. So a nice bit of plumbing for us.
Yeah.
You and me.
Oh, great. I look forward to that. When do you want to do that? Monday?
Yeah, we can attack whenever you like.
All right.
Whenever you're feeling like doing some plumbing.
Next week, yeah. Come next week.
So we can get rid of that lot.
It's all still live, is it?
It is, yeah. Yeah, it's all...
I guess if it wasn't live, you wouldn't need me anyway. Just get your pipe sliced and it would be in the scrap bin.
Yeah. No, it's... I think this was the old cylinder cupboard.
Yeah.
You can still see a bit of a circle on the floor, but yeah, now they've got a pressurised one in the loft. So the plumber just did a quick join onto everything there and chuck it all up there. Yeah. Which, you know, was fine at the time because it was just an airing cupboard.
Yeah, sure.
And it still created quite a bit of room in there for them to put stuff, but yeah, it's got to go now.
Not a bad job at all.
Yeah.
So those controls, you've got to do those controls as well.
Yeah, all that. So you've got the minder there.
All right.
Programmer.
Oh, okay.
Got that to go. All this
configuration.
So
this is the heating system for the house, yeah.
Heating and hot water, yeah, for the house.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we just got to deal with it.
So is this a sealed system or is it?
It is sealed, yeah.
All right. Okay.
Yeah, everything pressurised hot water.
So no F&E tank. All right.
No, that's all.
So what else you got going on then? You got. I better be careful not to kick those off.
Oh yeah, don't. What's that?
What else? The kitchen's below here, isn't it?
Kitchen's right. In fact, that's the top of the extractor fan.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
All right. Oh, yeah. See. Okay. All right. So don't fall through there. Don't drop any bricks through there.
I already have, but that was only some bits and pieces. Yeah.
So this is your new room. Yeah.
Yep. Bath ensuite. That one.
Yeah.
And dressing room in here.
Dressing room. Not even the bedroom.
No.
Just a walk-in wardrobe.
Yeah, it's a big walk-in wardrobe.
Whoa,
with its own window.
So you might have to buy some more clothes to fill it.
And its own loft as well.
Oh yeah. Which we've got the key light loft ladder coming for.
Yeah, that'd be good to get that fitted in there.
Piece of cake, mate. Piece of cake.
Yeah, sure. If it's anything like the roof windows, no problem.
It works on the same principle.
All right.
Yeah. Yeah, well, you've got a good idea. You might as well flog it to death, mightn't you?
That's it.
Okay, so Ian's gone off. Get away from it. You've got a skip now.
I've got a new skip, yeah, so we can get all that lot in there.
So that'll be skip number 11.
Yep.
Just notch them up on the wall somewhere.
Yeah.
You know, it's tremendous, isn't it? The amount of money you spend on skips.
Yeah, it really is.
What, 300, 250 each?
Close. Well, around. I'd say averaging about 300 between the 12s and the 8s.
Yeah. So when people look at a build, you know, like this, and they go, "Oh, look, that's a lot of money." If you look at it, 3,000 quid just in skips, and you had the muck away lorries, didn't you?
Yeah, 4 of those, or three or 4 of them. Yeah. So this is obviously our timber frame built on top of our brick building. There was a few comments, people asking how we strapped it down. Well, there you go.
Yeah.
So we've strapped it every 1.2.
Yeah, every 4 feet.
Yeah.
In old money.
And then it continues all the way around the entire building. Now you'll see what we've done here is we've put these counter battens on, which we've run all the way through, down over the brickwork as well, because when we screw our render carrier balls onto here, we need to have a through flow of air all the way down to the bottom, because if we don't, it can sweat and then start rotting the timber.
Oh, okay.
So we've got a breather membrane on there with a counter batten, and then that just follows all the way through. But it also helps us out for our straps as well. It means because we couldn't get inside because it's all finished in there, it's still we're still able to put our straps on and hold it down on the outside. Yeah, a little bit of electrical stuff to move and get out of the way, but that will all come further out onto the building once we're there.
This is where we're going to crawl in and put the waste pipe for the.
That's it.
For
so we can
shower.
get right under there. That's the plate there. So that is the top of the floor joist there.
Yeah.
So that's the underside of our floor. So I've worked it out. We sort of designed the ensuite. Not designed it, but we worked it to the shower tray. So I got the client to give me all the spec of the shower tray they want first, and then we've measured it so that the waste lands up between 2 joists.
Good, yeah. Excellent.
Because 9 times out of 10 it lands right on the middle of one.
So we've worked it out. So all our joists pretty much line up with these studs as well. So it is pretty much around about there, just inside. We can cut a nice hole out the floor. We can get our waste pipe through. We can drill a hole from that end, feed it through. We can tighten it all up in here.
Oh, okay. That never happens, does it?
We can tighten it up here.
Goodness.
And we've even got the added bonus of just in here, there was an old skylight. So we can go and stand in there and look up through the skylight.
Have a look.
To see if it's leaking or not. Another little problem I've got as well, which we thought, thinking ahead again, is just under here. This originally was a toilet.
Oh, okay.
On the original house, but never had a basin in there. So we've got the waste is already set in the ground, and we've got cold feed, but we haven't got any hot for a basin.
Okay.
So we need to get hot there. Now all the hot currently downstairs is over the other side of this building, and everything's finished in there. So we can't start ripping stuff up in there. But what we can do is from the bathroom just up here, we can come across into this area under our ensuite, again in this little void here, and we can get a hole down through there and get a hot
thread it through.
Yep, get it straight down.
Thank goodness for PEX pipe or whatever.
Yeah.
All those things would have been virtually impossible back in the
Oh,
day, wouldn't
it'd be a nightmare trying to do that in copper. And you know, and the great thing with the plastic or pipe life that we're using, you don't have to have any joins in it. You can pretty much run it with no joins, just one at either end. Which I love it, because I think it's a really good idea that as long as you can access the joints that you do have to have, there shouldn't be a problem in the middle.
That's right.
This episode is brought to you by Safeguard, who are the creators of the Drybase damp-proof coating range. Its durable, waterproof coatings protect walls and floors, ensuring long-lasting moisture protection for renovation and new construction projects. Click the links below and learn how Drybase can help you keep your home dry and protected.
What are you doing, James?
Oh, Soakaway today.
Yeah.
Second Soakaway on the
Second
job.
one. You've got one over there, haven't you?
We've got a bigger one over there. This is a little bit small. This is the standard size.
Yeah.
A metre cubed. This is to take the other end of the building, because there's a little bit more roof loading going on down there of rainwater. So, and in fact that end, probably in one of the first videos we showed that the rainwater all actually runs into the foul waste currently.
Oh yeah, that's
so we
right.
need to change that. We can't continue to do that, especially with the additional stuff we're putting on. So we're digging another soak, or we've dug another Soakaway.
And we do get a lot of people going, oh, we can't do it in chalk.
Building control are happy with it, so that's fine. Yeah, so last time we just soldiered on and built it, and no one got to see it, and everyone wanted to see this Soakaway.
Yeah, they want to see you laying the honeycomb.
Yeah, so today we thought, I waited a bit. I thought get it on video and we can see a bit of honeycomb brickwork.
That's good of you.
Get to spend a bit of time down in the hole. I quite like it down there.
Yeah, it's good, isn't
It's
it?
good. I prefer doing this to crates. Number one, because crates are really expensive. Number two, I'll get to practice my brickwork, and it can be as bad as I like, because no one's ever going to see it. And number three, it's just nice being down with the soil and the chalk. All the minerals in it, they're good for you.
Yeah, something going on there.
It is, it makes you feel good. I'm not going to level much of this up. I might every couple of courses just chuck a level on it to see how we're looking, but it doesn't need to be perfect by any sense of the word. So I did actually put a level on that concrete that I put down yesterday.
So basically you've put a strip of concrete around the edge.
That's it.
But you've left the middle for the water to run through and get away. But the idea is that it's also going to soak into the walls. Of the
so if it fills up at all,
it'll soak away. It'll go somewhere.
It'll go, yeah. Better than going down the drain. We just put a dot of muck on either side, nail bricks over the gaps, and then the same again. So we've got all them holes all the way through. I'll put a few down. So it just continues up like that, all the way to the top. Turning around in circles, I don't know where I'm going.
No, you've got to work clockwise to screw yourself into the ground.
Yeah.
Doesn't take long, does it?
Not at all. This is why I sort of begrudge buying the crates. And all that effort to dig out the hole.
Crate.
Might as well spend a bit of time down there.
Is that too stiff, James? You want a bit of water with it?
No, that's fine.
This is nice, isn't it?
Yeah.
This downstairs bathroom.
Yeah, I've got to hoover up a little bit. It's just we've just taken the sheets up.
Yeah.
But yeah, the tiles went down last weekend. Kevin came in. And,
Oh, did he? Came on the weekend?
Yeah, he came on. He did Friday and Saturday actually to finish it off. But all of our efforts in leading up to this from a few months ago, getting these levels set, and this one being that we wanted it 30mm lower than that one. So now we end up with this perfectly flush finish through here. So this is Carndine, and these are tiles. It's not a bad match. So we'll just have a silicone joint through there, and then the rest will be grouted. So I think Kevin is actually popping back this Saturday. I think
Is he?
He loves a weekend work, that boy. So he's going to grout up in there, grout the floor, and then we're ready to fit the suite. The decorators just finished today. We built all that in. That's stud work and plaster.
Is it? I was just plasterboard and basically you put some MDF shelves.
MDF shelves. That's it. You got it.
Oh, nice.
That's it. And then our bath will come right up to the edge here.
Yeah.
All our plumbing down there for the bath. Basin there with mirror. So rather than the standard looking towel rail, which is tall and narrow, this one is wider but shorter.
Oh, okay.
So it's obviously fitting between those two pipes. It'll come up to about that sort of height.
Okay. Oh,
And then this is for an electrical element.
Oh, okay, for summer. Yeah.
So we can have the heating off, but they can still keep the towels warm or dry or whatever. Then obviously we've got the shower, which we've seen before, but we'll get that fitted.
I'm not sure whether I saw that you'd moved that light over.
Yes.
I think I may have done.
So that's that one moved and that one was moved as well. So
let's have a look at your bit of fill where the old hole was. Let's just see how
it was there.
We're not going to tell you where it is, viewers. You've got to spot the hole. The one nearest the hole wins a box of forged fast screws. It's all getting a bit cosy in here now, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Well, it's everyone's been up here today. We've got electricians in at the moment.
Yeah.
So there was a little bit of adjustment to some of the lighting situation that was going on. So there's 3 lights instead of 2 now. Well, it was originally 2 lit mirrors, but now they're normal mirrors with a light in between each space.
Oh.
So it's a bit of adjustment there, but nothing major that we couldn't handle. We're still at a stage of the job where we can adjust stuff, so that's no big deal. So we've just been setting up for the plumbing for the basins. The double basin again.
Yep.
So this is it.
Good, yeah.
Yeah, so we just worked out the centre of the basin and then the centres to each.
You're going to leave a bit of support on it this time.
Yes, although no, this one's actually floor standing anyway.
Oh, is it?
So we're all right.
Oh, okay.
But the good thing about this one as well is it's custom made, so a bespoke unit.
Oh.
So basically what happened is they give you, this is 2 metres long, and they say, right, here's your standards, that's your unit, and that's your basins, and that's how it's set out.
Yeah.
So we looked at that, that's fine, and then the client had a look at the mirrors that they wanted to put above it. So they chose a mirror that was, in fact what we ended up with, the mirror is 580 wide, so 2 mirrors at 580. But if you put the mirrors in the centre of where the tap holes were,
Yeah.
it gave you a small gap on this side, a large gap in the middle, and a small gap on that end. So we went back to the company and they were absolutely fine with saying we can change the centres of the basins.
Blimey, really?
Yeah. So we've worked the basins to the mirrors.
Wow.
Just so that we've got 3 equal gaps.
Yeah, I'll have a look at who that company is in a while. That's really good.
Yeah, that's very good. I think it's like a marble top with ceramic basins fitted in underneath. So they just cut the holes out to suit.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah.
So it's pretty good. So we're getting it all on this wall. We've just built this out, and it's going to have a little shelf on there.
Yeah.
But basically, so we can get we can hide all the plumbing.
Yeah.
Get it all out. It goes straight out the side there. We're going to have a loo here. So we'll have a waste there. This one will come across the top and drop into a boss.
Yep.
And that will go straight out to the soil stack on the outside there. This whole ceiling's going to come down.
Yeah. Do you know what? Probably a good idea.
Well, the loft hatch is going.
Yeah.
So by the time we've done that, there was a wall here, and we're going to build a dormer there. So by the time we've messed around, it's not worth trying to leave anything up there. So we strip the whole lot out, and we'll put a new ceiling right through. We're just setting out for sockets for the bed to go against that wall there. Just rewiring the place really, and we're going to wire this section in with the new extension, so that will be on that ring circuit.
Got it, yeah.
Just get it away from the old house, so we can get as much new circuits in as possible.
Yeah, and also it makes testing easier, doesn't it? 'Cause
Exactly.
you're not testing existing stuff.
When I've adjusted things, there's spurs coming off of here, there, and everywhere. DIY has just done all sorts, but so you don't really know what's where, or what's connected to what.
Yeah. And tomorrow I'm going to come in and help you with this bit of plumbing here.
Yeah, a nice
Drain
Friday job.
Yeah.
Plumbing on a Friday.
Yeah, I hate it. Yeah, that means Saturday morning you get the phone call, don't you?
We've got no hot water.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, we'll adjust all that. We can get all of that out of the way, and then we're almost ready for taking all this lot out for building our dormer.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Just waiting for a bit of scaffolding on the outside, and an engineer's spec would be nice. He's worked it all out. I just don't have it on paper yet, but
you need something to work to, a bit of a drawing, yeah.
Yeah.
What's going on? Everything going swimmingly, is it for you now?
Nah, of course not. Come on then. No, this has been an ongoing one. This door. We've actually refitted it this morning. It was fitted extremely badly. It was terrible. It was 50mm too small for the hole, so we've put this bit of 4x2 in the side just to fill up the gap, so we can refit it with no gaps around it. I mean, there was a 25mm gap either side, just filled up with foam.
Right, so you built a structure.
Yes.
But you didn't supply the door. Somebody else supplied the door.
No.
So what did they do? Measure up or what?
Yeah. So the company that fitted the main front door to the house and the side door, they came round and measured
years
up.
ago, you mean?
Years ago they fitted that.
Okay,
yeah, probably
fine.
I don't know, 6-7 years ago.
Right.
They came and fitted that. The client wanted a particular colour, a Farrow ball colour, which they then have to go what's called a round number to get that colour to match as closely as possible. So they sorted all that out years ago, did those 2 doors, and they were very happy with them. So they've gone back to them and said, right, we want another door with the same colour in this style that we want. Can you come and measure it up and do that? Yep, fine. So they came round and they said, we don't sort out the round numbers, that's down to you. I said, well, we don't even know what a round number is. I'd never heard of one. So they're like, well, they said, you did it last time. They said, no, we didn't. Well, fine. So anyway, they said, all right, we'll see what we can do. So they found what they thought was their round number. Said that we think it's this one, can you check it? And they went, well, if you're saying that's what it is, that's what it is. He came out, he measured the hole. We'd already built this. He measured the hole and went away and ordered it up. And what turned up was this, which didn't fit the hole and is the wrong colour. It's nothing like the colour of the other door. So straight away they went to the company and said, look, we're not really happy with the door. And the company were instantly on the attack. They weren't even defensive, they were just on the attack. They said, you told us the colour, you told us that the builders were going to adjust the hole, we've done nothing wrong, that's it. So I was like, alright, sorry. can you at least come and look at it? And they said, no, well, yeah, we'll come and look at it, but it's £75 plus VAT to come out and have a look at it. So, well, I'm not paying you to come and look at a door that I'm not happy with that you supplied. And eventually, the owner of the company came round and he looked at it and said, yeah, it's fine, there's nothing wrong with that. I said, well, at the time, I said, there's a 25mm gap there. He said, we just fill it up with render. I can't fill that with one slam of the door, it'll all be out.
Yeah, it's crack. It's got to crack, hasn't it?
It'd be a nightmare.
That kind of thickness.
And then he said something about on the inside where the hinges are. He said, if we don't have a gap down this side, the hinges are too close to the plaster, and they'll rub. Well, they're not. You know, we put that in and pushed it tight against that. Well, they're not at all. There's loads of them there. So that was a load of rubbish. And then he said about the colour, he said just go and buy a pot of paint and paint it.
Nice.
Place clean?
Yeah, thinking of Kevin's grouting, aren't you?
I know. It'll get mad if I make a mess of it.
Square, tighten it up so it's good with the keeper. Transfer that to the door lining. Reverse this round the keeper so your line matches up with the front of the keeper. So when you come to shut the door, I've only got this one door to do. So normally if I've got a number of doors, I'll set up a jig.
Yeah.
Or I've got the that mortise jig. What's it? I forgot what it was called now. Robin used it on one of his.
Oh, I know the one. Yeah.
Oh, I forgot the name of it now.
I know the one.
Oh, but yeah, normally I'll get that set up if I've got like a run of doors to do. But by the time you set it up all for one door, it's almost just worth doing it by hand, really. That just helps me get my depth, finish the route a bit flush with your base, and then I just adjust the depth stop to the
thickness of the plate.
Smidgen more. Take your time with the door linings.
And then you haven't got to shoot
And then you
anything in.
haven't got to plane your door, like square the head up. It's such a fight. Get the door lining right.
What do they call it? Upside.
Upside cut, that's it. It's not upkeeping. So this was if you remember, the 2-minute tip from the tall carpenter. Do you remember when I made that jig? And then I used my laser line for the whole lining.
And that's it, without any adjustment, no planing down.
Didn't have to adjust the door.
Yeah.
Didn't have to adjust anything to the lining afterward. It was just straight in. So it's almost like 2.5 mil gap all the way around.
Tell you what, mate, those skirting blocks are growing on me now. They look nice now, don't they?
Yeah, they do.
When they were first there, I thought, oh, I don't know about those, but actually a bit of class, really.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is next week's job, James?
Yeah. No. Week after.
Oh, okay.
Got to wait for Kevin to come and grout up.
Oh, of course, yeah.
He's very precious about his grout and he won't let anyone else do it. So.
No, fair enough. He was going to come in on Saturday. That didn't happen, did it?
He's away this weekend. That's
is he?
So last weekend he couldn't do it. One reason or another. This weekend he's away, so it's the following weekend. But this is guest bathroom, so it's not being used. It's not that important right now. It'd just be nice to finish and get out of here. But, keeping us waiting.
Yeah. So that last knock into then the plumbing, obviously. But
yeah.
You just wanted to tell me about this door, didn't you?
Yeah. I mean, see, people may look at it and think that's quite a big gap under there. It doesn't look that bad actually to me, but it's actually 15 millimetres. And it's that much for a reason, because in this bathroom we've got an extractor fan. So if all the windows are shut and you've got no trickle vent, or we're airtight, the extractor fan is not going to do anything at all, because there's no, if that door's shut, there's nothing to pull through and keep moving.
It's not powerful enough to pull against a vacuum, so
exactly.
So it needs a flow of air to go through.
So the flow of air is that 15 millimetre gap, minimum 15 millimetre gap underneath the door, and you can actually hear it if you've got a bathroom with a door that doesn't have that much gap underneath it. You turn the fan on, you shut the door, you can hear the difference in the fan instantly.
Yeah. So when you open the door, you should hear the fan kind of have a gasp, basically, because it's pulling against vacuum, and then as you open the door or a window, you'll hear it go, so it's kind of sighing, isn't it? Yeah. As it's getting a bit of air, just like we all would, basically. So good point for everyone. If you've got a bathroom that's full of condensation, you've got an extractor fan in there, and you're finding it's not working for you,
that could well be the problem.
Yeah.
Just not enough airflow.
So just take a bit off the bottom of the door, but the way you can test it is to open the door, see if it makes a difference.
Yeah.
And if it does,
you will hear
either that or open a window when you have a shower.
Yeah, that's probably the moment. Obviously, not everyone's got the luxury of a window in their bathroom. It doesn't always happen. But
so while we're here, this is all new build.
Yeah.
So this complies with the building regulations. So just tell us why they don't need trickle vents in the windows here.
They don't need them on these ones because these windows can be locked in an open position.
Right.
Like that. So that is a
that's
trickle
deemed,
vent.
but that's bigger than a trickle vent.
Yeah, it's a lot bigger,
isn't it? Yeah.
I think you might be able to go one more than that. The next one is shut. That's it.
Yeah. So you can do that on every window.
Yeah.
Basically, every openable window, you can do that.
Yeah.
So that means that you don't need to put trickle vents.
You don't need those trickle vents at the top, which, to be honest, they stay shut 99% of the time anyway. Nobody ever opens them, or people unscrew them and then put a bit of cardboard over it and screw the vent back on. I see that all the time.
Do you really?
Yeah, I've seen it. Taking old windows out, you find it all the time. People put a bit of cardboard in there.
Yeah.
And if they don't, you often find a great big black mark.
Mould.
Where the air's blown dust through black marks above the trickle vents.
Yeah, the traffic pollution or whatever. The filthy air we breathe.
Yeah, I mean, really, we should just all open our windows a bit more.
Yeah.
It'd help the house to breathe a bit. We're at a stage now where we're finished in there, and they want to start using it as a bit of an office space or something, just to get out of the main house.
Yeah.
But the whole time, this door, we took it out expecting this other one to turn up, so it's just been sitting at the side
and this has been open for everything to get in and out of, and all the spiders and everything going into the airtight building, which wasn't airtight because there was no front door. So we're still waiting for a front door. So we put this back in this morning so they can start using it. We've got the heating going on in there now. We want to get the fabric of the building warmed up, you know. So we've just put it back in temporarily. But we will see in a few weeks if and when this door arrives, if it's the right colour and if it fits better.
Yeah, let's hope. Fingers crossed on that. So what about the rendering? When's that going to happen? You're waiting for that door to go on, or are you going to try and get it?
Well, we've got 2 dormers to build first.
Oh, okay.
Because they're not going to be tile hung, they're going to be rendered as well. We moved the house, so we're making a break in the fascias and gutters and going straight up the main front wall all the way through to the dormers. So as soon as they're built, hopefully by then this will be in. Then I want to try and I'm going to be pushing them renderers like no one's business. I'm going to be hounding them.
That is a warning to you. If you're watching this video, guys, you're going to get a phone call.
Well, I know one of them, his other half's just had a baby.
Ah, right. So he needs to get out of the house then, doesn't he?
Oh, yeah. He'll definitely want to come to work.
The scaffolders in?
Yep, scaffolding. So now, obviously, this part of the scaffolding we've just had adjusted and an additional part on the front, which means we can now get on with the dormers. So probably next week we're going to start taking the roof apart a little bit.
The engineer's giving you the drawings,
yeah? Yeah, we've got the drawings, we've got everything in place. Building control have got all their part of it that they need. He came out the other day, he's happy. We just got to get on with it.
This episode is brought to you by Safeguard, creators of a Dryzone mould removal and prevention kit. This powerful dual action formula eliminates mould in minutes and prevents its return with its antifungal biocidal action. Click the links below to learn more about how Dryzone can keep your home mould free.
Cut nails, 100 years old.
Sorry?
Is that plate staying or?
No, it's coming out.
Adjustable square, 80 mil.
80 mil, okay.
Within 24 hours after injury, wouldn't it be nice to have that new phone feeling?
The Flitch is going to be sitting on top of them ceiling joists up there. It's got to go quite a bit further.
How far past?
Doing his usual disappearing act?
To the carrier board, yeah?
These are great for outside. Elementec.
Yeah, I just saw that then myself. Yeah. 1993. Yeah, that'd be without words. Oh no.
Hey! Just need a good handsaw and a good climber. You're left-handed as well, which is...
I am. Yeah, that's it there.
Speaking of all things supernatural,
Watch your all eyes there.
So good.
Is it?
Brilliant. 12 volt. It's incredible.
I'll put down some of that.
I'm going to cut you some jacks, yeah?
Yeah, just cut a few jacks.
What's that for?
These are the jacks.
They're not compound.
Yeah, that's,
Yeah,
that's the top.
compound. Yeah.
That's the top against the ridge. So we'll go hit 45 degrees, which gives us 30...
Call it 36, cut it and then...
We'll call it 36.
Perfect. £5.90. Should we put these seating joists in, or?
We'll have to take that out to get a window in anyway.
Yeah.
Come see me.
On the button.
Try and get all these roofers.
Rufus.
Roofers.
So they're just about getting the last bit of breather membrane on, just storm battling it in for the night, and just as they do, the rain comes down. How's that for timing? 5 minutes more, eating lunch or taking a cup of tea, and it would have been too late.
There was an existing dormer, little flat roof dormer with a window in, and it was tile hung on the outside. So the first job we had to do was remove that. We checked the weather, of course. Apparently, a lovely day up until about 2 o'clock. We thought, great, get that out. We got 4 rafters to get back up to the purlin inside and chuck a bit of felt on it. Got to about 10:30 and it hacked it down. Absolutely
that
hacked
early.
it. So we were like, we just trying to put a sheet up there, do whatever we could to stop it pouring in the house.
Yeah.
Fortunately, this is just going to be a cupboard under here. There's a bit of carpet in there, but that's going. It got a bit wet, but it soaked up the moisture, saved it from going downstairs. We were lucky, we sheeted it up and we carried on and we managed to get it done. So then we come to yesterday, which is the day that you were here with us. We knew it was actually a really good day. All day long, sun was out, but we knew that there was going to be rain this week and it was coming. It did come yesterday. So literally we got to the end of the day, the last bit of sheeting on and it was hacking it down. That was it, it came down, but we had to do it in a day. So basically strip the tiles off, take all the old close boarding off. There was an old bitumen felt, original felt there, that had to come off. And then we had to work out where our window was going to go because it lines up with the one directly underneath it. So it had to be centred on that. Then we had to then work out where our trimmers were going. It's only 4x2.
Okay.
Which doesn't sound very much, but we had to keep 4x2 because the rest of the roof is already in 4x2. But the engineers managed to work it out that we can do it that way. We've got a Flitch beam is going to be tucked up just inside there, which will take the weight of that.
Oh, okay.
Just between there and this wall plate.
So the rafters at the top end, they're going to rest on the Flitch.
Exactly that, and the Flitch goes into the side existing gable part of the house.
Oh, that's good.
And it comes through onto an internal load-bearing wall, and then that Flitch sits on there, and these rafters are connected to that Flitch. We haven't put the Flitch in yet, and it's not necessary at the moment. There's no weight on here at the moment.
No, it's not tiled up, is it?
Exactly, and it's more of a long-term thing.
Yeah.
The Flitch beams that's going in there, so it's not like we needed to get it done first. And in fact, it works out better for us because we can get this where we want it and then pull the Flitch up to it and get it perfectly fitted. So it'll be a much better job. Our trimmers went in, then we worked out our frame on the front where the window's going. So we've got this across the top. We built our cheeks in the sides with these angled studs. We supported the existing rafters that were coming through because the ceiling height in this dorm was slightly lower than the main house, partly because of how the Flitch situation works. Also to keep these two roofs at a different height on the outside. They didn't want these two gutters to line up side by side. It would look silly.
Yeah.
Smaller roof, so we've kept it a little bit lower.
Got it.
And it's dropped the ceiling height down about 300 mil on the inside, just in this small dormer section.
Yeah, that's nice.
So there's a double trimmer going through there, picking up the ends of all those old rafters coming through.
Got it.
Which in turn picks up the ceiling joists.
Yeah. So what have you screwed those? Have you to the end?
Yeah, we use some forge fast timber connectors straight through into the end of those timbers. Then we've used the other forge fast again to bolt the other trimmer to it. And then we're going to put hangers on the backs, some mini hangers on the backs of the existing rafters,
just to hold them
into that, and then some doubles.
They're not going to go anywhere because that tail of that rafter is only about a foot long, isn't it?
Oh yeah,
past the flitch.
Exactly. So, but belt and braces.
Sure. Oh yeah, always with you.
So yeah, we'll get that all connected up, and then once we had all that in position, it was a case of pitching the roof.
Yeah.
And it was super quick. I mean, we've got 4 common rafters on either side and 2 valley jacks on either side.
So when it comes to the rafters, I know we've done this countless times. So for those people who don't quite know what's involved, just run us through. This is a small roof, but it could be a big roof. It would be exactly the same, wouldn't
all
it?
the principles are the same, all the calculations are the same. The only difference is the pitch.
Got it.
And how wide it is. The first thing we did was measure the width of the building. Now when we say the building, we're talking not actually the actual wall to wall, we're talking wall plate to wall plate. So this is a wall plate sticking through here, in this case. So on a normal building, you'd still have another bit of brickwork further out here.
Got it, okay.
So we're measuring from the side of this
but
wall
it's the
plate.
wall plate to the wall plate.
That's it.
Is what you're after.
That's it. So when we say external to external, that's the measurement we want. Our good friend Dan, who's invented this amazing square, has also got a really good app which just makes this part of the process super easy. So Essential Roofing app. So all you've got to do is put 3 figures in and it tells you the calculation that we need, and I'll show you that in a sec. So overall span, which is our outside plate to outside plate, was 1993.
Yeah.
There. The width of our ridge was 46 millimeters and our roof pitch is 45 degrees. That's all we need to know. Calculate. That's it. That is our rafter length.
So the pitch, the pitch.
We knew the pitch.
How?
Because the rest of the house is all at 45 degrees already. The other roofs that we're doing, the extensions are 45 degrees, and the drawing shows this one at 45 degrees.
Okay, which is important because if you're going 45 and 45, you get to use a valley tile, is that right?
Yes. If you've got 2 pitches the same, that pitch and that pitch the same, you can use that valley tile. Otherwise, you've got to put in like a lead or a zinc valley. So now we know our rafter length measurement. So what we can then do is cut our plumb cut, which is going to be 45 degrees because that's the roof pitch.
That's the top cut.
So yeah, we can use Dan's square if we want to mark it up first. We did it on a chop saw.
Yeah.
But if we wanted to mark that through, that's our 45 degree, and we can use a handheld skill saw, battery powered saw to cut that off.
Or even a handsaw.
Or a handsaw, yeah, why not? From that plumb cut, we will measure that. We'll put our tape right on the edge there. This will be the top of our rafter.
Yeah.
That's the top. And then we'll measure down.
So right on that point, where that's cut, we would go there. Yeah.
Right on that point. And then we'll measure down 1376.
Okay.
Of course, this isn't long enough, so I'll show you from here. 1376. That's our rafter length along the top of the rafter. We mark it at 45. We already had it set at 45 because we marked that plumb cut. This is where we start marking out for our bird's mouth. So what we can do, anywhere along the timber, we'll make a little mark like that, and we want to measure. We want a third of the timber to cut out.
Yeah.
So that measurement. So I'll do it that way around. So it's 130, about 130.
130, yeah.
We want to take out a third. We don't want to take any more than that out. So from the bottom, so we'll measure up 43.
Yeah.
That point there.
Yeah.
That's our little intersection there. So then we can get down square. We can rest this on here along that line there, and then we just undo that and push that up until we get to that mark there.
Yeah.
Okay.
43 mark.
Tighten that off, and that will give you
your
a
magic
little cut out there.
That's your little cut out. It's
So
your
now-
bird's mouth.
That's it. So that's all fixed off there. So then all we need to do, and we don't change that anymore now. That's it.
Okay.
We'll keep that set like that.
Yeah.
So then we'll put that back onto the top of the rafter, and then we'll keep sliding up
and there's our point there. That's our mark. That's our 1376 rafter length.
Oh, okay, that one was
There.
a dummy you were doing there.
That was just a dummy to work out.
See,
to work
okay,
out our bird's
yeah,
mouth.
yeah,
Okay.
got it. Okay, mate, yeah.
So that is, so directly down there, this point here is going to be, that is the front edge of our wall plate.
Yeah.
And that's the top of it there.
Yeah.
That's the front. So we measured from that point there to that point on the other end of the building.
Yeah.
So we mark that, cut that out, and we're there. Once that's cut out, it will fit perfectly. First time.
Yeah.
You probably see that.
Yeah,
On the video.
on the video for sure,
That-
yeah.
Yeah. It went straight in. So we cut two to start with, just to check. And we just lent one on this side, one on that side, and we got a block of 46mm, whatever we were using for our ridge, and just slid it up between the two, leveled them off at the top, and they were absolutely spot on. But all we've got left to do now is we've got some 7x2 timbers which we need to get up through. We're waiting for them to be delivered because they're not in stock at the moment. We need some of about 5.4, and they just didn't have them there, so we're waiting for that, which will come the same way the Flitch is, which is up the scaffold and through the window. Then we can put the window in. In the meantime, we can fill these in with insulation.
Oh yeah.
We can get the outside, finish the felting on the outside, and then get our counter battens down, and we can board the outside. And we've got our lovely roofer friends
So
back.
this is render carrier board on this, so this is going to match here. There's
Exactly,
render finish.
Yeah, so we're not having a tile hung on
It's
these.
going to look great, isn't it?
It's going to look really nice.
Save a load of work as well, doesn't it? This episode is brought to you by Safeguard, the creators of Roxil Wood Protection Cream. This innovative formula delivers long-lasting protection for outdoor wood surfaces, weatherproofing against warping, mould and algae growth with just one coat. Click the links below to learn just how Roxil can keep your wood looking great for years.
And the club's learned not to do that again.
So this is JJ.
This is JJ.
Hello. JJ's joined the happy throng. For better or for worse, you just
Probably for worse.
And you're just about to cut the rafters.
So yeah, I'm just going to show JJ how to work this essential roofing square. JJ is going to be cutting the rafters. I'm going to show him how to use this essential carpentry square.
So what do you use at the moment, JJ?
Just use a roofing square normally.
What, a traditional one?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's been a while.
Carpenter's framing square. So what is that, an imperial one?
Metric.
Is it?
Yeah.
Where'd you get that from?
Just Amazon.
Oh really?
Yeah.
A metric one?
Yeah.
You're blessed with another fine day, James.
Love it.
How'd you,
Been for 2 weeks now.
how'd you do that?
I had a word with someone.
It's funny because when I'm filming with Dan Cox, invariably it rains.
Or you could just come and work with us.
Bit of bad planning there because you seem to have finished up with two left-handed carpenters.
Yeah, I noticed that the other day. I thought, hang on, what's going on here?
Did
I've got the odd one out now.
Did he not put it on his CV?
No, he
Where it
didn't say
says
anything.
any allergies or disabilities, he should have put left-handed.
Yeah, well, this is it. I mean, when we spoke on the phone, I assumed he was normal. Then he turns up. Now I've got two of them.
Times are changing.
Do you know what that means? Like the word sinister originally comes from left-handed.
Oh well.
The thing I really like about Ian is that you can't buy him, you know? It doesn't matter how many tools, how many freebies you give him, he doesn't feel any compulsion to be nice to you.
It's because you haven't given me enough tools yet.
That's
what it is.
There's a tipping point with you, isn't it?
Yeah, there is.
I just haven't bid high enough.
You're still a long way off.
Oh, mate.
Can I pass some towels down to you, James?
Yeah.
Get rid of that one. And I reckon we're about there.
It looks a bit complicated, this, James. What's going on?
It's all about supporting the roof, actually. So obviously the roof, this is an existing roof, and what happened previously was you've got this double here, which is actually, well, you can see there, it was a Flitch Beam.
Can you just give us a little explanation as to what a Flitch Beam is and
Yeah.
why people use them rather than a steel joist, if
Yeah.
you like?
Okay, well, a Flitch Beam, 2 pieces of timber and a piece of steel plate, and it is literally that. So it will sit in there like that and then bolted together.
It's like a sandwich, and
Just like a sandwich, 2 together like that. So let's say that's the top, and that's the top. That's going to be the top of the plate. I like to keep the plate towards the bottom,
Yeah.
because that's where it's going to bear from. So we put it onto the first one like that. We get our drill about 2mm smaller than the actual hole. This is a 14mm hole, so I'm going to use a 12mm bit. Flip that over onto that one.
And you would be doing this on a great long piece of steel when
and
you flip it over.
they'll
so
be staggered all the way up. So yeah, it's not. It don't flip as easy as that.
Yeah.
Okay. So put that on there. Flip that one back over onto there.
Oh.
And then we can get a couple of these forge fix bolts. So we'll get a washer, big square washer through there.
And that's interesting you do that, because I've done a lot of loft conversions in my time.
Yeah.
And we never used to put a plate washer on that side. We
No.
used to bury the head into the... but it does pull through a lot, doesn't it?
It does.
So I quite like the idea of using the plate washer.
I never used to. I don't know why I've started it now.
Yeah, no, but I think it works. I think it's great. If you don't need that to be flush, I mean, the thing is, if you're cladding that with plasterboard, then you do want to bury it, really.
Yeah,
but
yeah,
if,
because you don't
like
want anything
here,
sticking out.
It's no problem.
Plate washer there, plate washer there. I'll tell you what I like about these packs is that they give you the nut and the bolt.
Right, yeah,
Well handy.
You're not looking for loose ones.
That off there. This is a bit of kit.
You love that, don't
I
you,
love
James?
it. So that's our Flitch Beam. So you've got the plate and the timber and a timber. Depending on what engineer you're using, some will specify Flitch. If you ask them can you work this into a Flitch plate, it can be really beneficial, especially for the builder. In this situation, it was not easy getting stuff up here. We got a little loft hatch which was opposite the dormer window that we built, and it literally just came through on the angle.
Yeah.
Getting the timbers through and the plates. So if we originally he designed this with steel sections which were probably 152 by 152, how awkward it would have been to get it through that gap, and the weight of it as well. So in this situation, Flitches are so much easier because each beam comes up in 3 sections, and then we just put them together up here. So as much as they're a bit awkward to move around, you know, it made getting them in easier to start with. And then on top of that, you've got the added bonus of being able to fix directly into the sides, the tops, the bottoms.
I think that's the joy for me, actually, is that you could just stick joist hangers straight into it. Or
Yeah,
whatever you're gonna
you
do,
can notch them around a bit. You know, it's nice and easy for putting these brackets on.
Yeah.
If we had a steel beam up here, like a, you know, RSJ, it's not RSJ, was it? Or a channel or whatever.
Universal column.
That's it.
That's what
UC
they
or
call them
universal
now.
beam.
Yeah, we used to call
one
them
of
RSJs, didn't we?
Yeah, I don't know why
Back
we
in
don't.
the day.
But that's what people tend to refer to them as. Guess what we know them as. But you'd have to then have the centre of that all drilled out, which you've seen on loft conversions we've done before. Timbers bolted into the web. So then, but it still doesn't fully come out. Then you have got a notch round it. This is so much easier doing it this way.
I think it'd be fair to say, though, that if you did use steel beams, you could have them in sections
Yeah.
Bolt them together, couldn't
Yeah,
you?
you can splice them.
Sometimes that's done, and they fabricate them with the plates on them, and you just bolt them all up. But
Yeah,
I'm not a huge fan of them
I'm not.
myself. I don't know why. I just don't trust them.
Well, when the engineer first designed this with steel beams, I said to him, "Can we have it in sections and splice it?" And he said, "I'm not a fan of splicing." He said, "We can." He said, "But your sections are going to have to be bigger to accommodate the splice." And I thought, well, all right, they're shorter, but then they're bigger and more awkward to get in.
Yeah.
And then he said, "Well, how about flitches?" So I went, "Yeah, definitely." And it ran from the wall here to a centre wall to a far wall at the end where you can see those diagonal braces in. So it's just over 5 metres long.
Yeah.
So what's happening in the main house is that centre wall, which is divided into 2 bedrooms, is coming out to make one big room.
Oh, okay.
But with that coming out, the centre part of this flitch beam had nothing to hold it up, and it's not strong enough over a 5 metre span to be able to support the roof. So what we've got to do, or what we've had to do, is put in this section an additional 5 flitch beams from front to back.
Yeah.
And then we've got a big trimmer here and a trimmer there, which are directly underneath the purlins, front and back, and then supported every 1.2-ish metres on top of where the flitches are. So that is now supporting our original roof. So there's a lot more's gone in here, but it's actually created a better space because we've got rid of the diagonals. Which is great.
Yeah,
so
but it wasn't about making a big loft space. It was more to do with
just roof support.
The roof support, because you're going to take that wall away. Exactly
that, yeah.
And you also said to me because of the dormers, yeah?
Yeah, so the dormers, so this part is slightly, it's sort of half into what's going to happen with the dormers. So this flitch right here and the one that's at the other end are going to have another 3 flitches on them. So we've got one at the back, which is going to continue through to our gable wall at the end there.
Yeah.
One in line with this trimmer, which goes back to the gable wall, and then one sitting right on the end of this, which is actually cantilevered. Oh, there's no support at that end of this flitch.
Okay, it's a doorway.
Yeah, so it's been designed to be cantilevered.
Yeah.
So we're going to sit a flitch right in here that comes up to the underside of here.
Got it.
That runs all the way through into our gable wall at the end. And then it's going to have an arris rail piece on, which is, fortunately, we've got a 45-degree roof.
Little triangle,
so
basically.
That's
yeah.
it. Yeah, a long triangle.
So you just buy that stock there as
yeah,
well.
And that will push right tight in there. We can fix that down, and then we've got to use angled pitch connectors from each rafter down onto the flitch plate.
Yeah.
And so the main reason is to support our new dormer trimmers, which are coming up. Actually, these ones here.
Those ones.
Them ones there. So they're going to pick them up. And the reason we've had to do it, I mean, normally you'd just come a bit further up and go onto this purlin here, but because we had to do it in 4x2, because the existing roof is 4x2, that's too much of a span to take the weight of that dormer. So the engineers designed it so that we could still use 4x2, but reduce the span by putting this additional flitch beam in at the front. So we've done all of that here. We've got to do all of that as well at the other end.
Oh, goodness.
So it's a case of...
all those Christmas decorations got to be moved again.
That's it. For about the 4th or 5th time. So once we're almost here now with this part.
Yep.
So JJ's just currently putting these parts in. So it's a double 6x2, and it's been fixed down with forge fast timber connectors down into these ceiling joists. And then we've got these angle brackets, heavy duty angle brackets, which are going on there and into our trimmer all the way along, and that's going to pick up the ceiling.
Right.
So hold all our existing
so
ceiling joists up, because obviously that wall's going.
Got it.
And this flitch is going. We need something now to hold that up.
Yeah.
So it goes all the way along there, all the way along there, and then once we've done that, we can lay all the floorboards, the loft floorboards, back in here, and then we can get that lot out down here, and then go and start working up that end.
Blimey, sounds like a bit of work.
It is, yeah. But you know, it was.
You're making good progress on it, aren't you? I mean,
we are. I think we started on Monday. I really wasn't up for it. It was just one of them jobs. I thought everything was up here. We had all the flitch plates up. We had all the timbers up, and it's like really didn't want to get going on it. No, but fortunately you came in and helped us, which was great, because You seem quite excited about it. So.
Well, you know, do you know the thing with me, mate? It's a novelty. If I had to do it 5 days a week, I'd probably be like you, Monday morning. Oh no, but actually, for me, it's a bit of a change. Of
Yeah, it was good though. It gave me a real push that I needed to.
Well, if I can provide that service again, I'll just push you. Yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
You've still got a bit to do. You've got some plates round the back here.
Yeah, there's still another 6.
That's 10mm steel.
Yeah, that's it. 150 by 10mm, and they're all around about between 3.6 and 4 metres long.
Yeah. The other thing was these timbers were quite wet, so they were quite heavy, weren't they? Surprisingly heavy, so they would dry out. But when you lift one of those flitch plates with 2 bits of wet timber bolted to the side of them,
yeah, they're quite a weight.
It's a lot.
And after you've cut out some of the existing support to get it in, and the ceilings are bouncing up and down a bit, it's all a little bit hairy at times. But
that's the way loft conversions. But the other thing is that I saw that you did is you used that little impact driver this time. People were saying to you when you did the last lot on that other job, that loft conversion.
Yeah, we were doing it with a ratchet.
Just about to say what the name of the road was, but I'm not going to say that. On that other loft conversion that you did, I noticed you were doing that with a ratchet. But people go, "Oh, I use an impact driver." So you did actually take their advice this time. Use the impact driver.
Yeah, it's really good. Really,
it just made a big difference.
Super quick.
Wanged them all up. But we were saying that. Actually, when you tighten them all up, but when the timber dries out, you can get another couple of turns on them, can't you? It's quite surprising.
Yeah.
You know, just a few weeks down the line.
Yeah, even taking these old ones out, and he's been here for years, they weren't that difficult. They'd rusted a little bit, but they were still...
They weren't tight.
No.
No. Okay, mate. All right, well, look, I'm going to just stand here and drive you on. Just inspire you to work harder.
That's what we need. Did you find any more?
I didn't get more.
Yeah, we're running out of forge fast.
Oh no! Whole job of grind to a halt now.
I don't know. I don't know where to get them.
We've done station.
Yeah, but we did such a good advert for them. Everyone's going to bought them now. So. Let me go see. They don't seem to have quite the power of the 4.
Sledgehammer. Yeah.
So these are a couple of feet. They go. I'll recognise those. They go on the bottom of the ladder. Supply the fixings. Rod for opening. Now, because I did watch a video on this, I've just spotted something and I know what it is already. And funny enough, you made the comment that you don't want to throw these away. And because of the way it's packaged, you can see exactly why.
Yeah.
It's that batten there, which looks like a packing piece.
It just looks like a bit of protection, but it's got another function.
Yeah, I mean, you can see where that clip is there, and that batten has been made exactly to that size, so that will finish flush with our ceiling, this end and one at that end, and then we push these up into it, but you'll see that when we push it up. Really clever. That's what I really like, which is I'm hoping it's going to make it super easy. Because in the past we've done these similar ones, and we've had to screw battens across underneath so it doesn't drop through, but then you've got to be in the loft to drop it down, and then you've got to fix it, and then you've got to have a mate underneath that can undo the battens, unless they've gone to tea because they're having a laugh. And you're stuck up in the loft.
That's what they do to you.
But this is really good, so it's all fitted from underneath.
It's a one-man job.
Yeah. Why would they staple that on?
Well,
before I take it apart, I might have a look in the instructions.
Yeah, I can tell you something about this. That's actually the footprint of the loft ladder. So if you now put that up into your opening,
yeah,
those two battens should fit exactly.
Oh, into the
where you want them to fit.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Do you see what I'm saying?
Oh, and this is nice and square.
So if that's flush with the bottom,
yeah,
then those two battens are automatically where you need them. That's not to say you can fit them there, but you can. It just means you can try.
I can put that in like that.
You can try your hatch out exactly.
Oh,
No,
okay.
don't put that way around. Just
Well,
use it to try. What it's basically there for is a template, so that if you're cutting an opening into an existing ceiling or whatever, you're trimming over,
Yeah, I'll get you.
you can use that. But if you just want to test that now,
Yeah.
moment of truth, James.
Why are you filming it then? Let's have a look. Oh, look at that.
Oh, mate, you can use a tape measure, can't you? That's lovely. That's
Oh,
perfect.
well, I've got to say Ian did this. So.
Oh, did he? Oh, good. Ian.
There we go.
Brilliant. Because you always cut them off flush.
Yeah, these don't actually go flush, there's slightly like a V groove in there. Put that there. That's it, 4mm there. Yeah, 4mm. Same on the other side. Our next thing we need to do is remove the actual ladder from the hatch, because that's going to be quite heavy to lift all that up in one go and awkward, and you're likely to drop it and damage it, and the wardrobes and everything else, and the floor and your head and all. I've just been looking through the instructions, and it actually shows that on the end of this, the bar for removing it, is a little square piece, or it's been made square on the end, which is to unlock the thing, but it also serves a purpose in the fitting of it, and that loosens off 4 screws around, which allows us to take the ladder out completely. And it's quite important, it says the maximum you should undo it, or maximum turn, is 360 degrees, which is quite useful because you've got a thing there, so we know that we can
Turn it right round. Back to
that's
you.
it.
That's it. That's enough.
No more than that, and that's enough to loosen it off to get this ladder out. Like that. This side has got 2 fixed lugs on there, and this side is the special bit. As we push it through, it's going to go past that batten and sit straight back on it.
Yeah. This is like flick fit on the
on the roof windows, exactly like that. So this is it. This is the special bit. Okay, so we go up there. Doesn't fit. Doesn't fit.
I remember this before, actually. I remember this very problem. Go higher that end.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So that's it. That's it. We're in, we've clicked. Next page, open the hatch.
Yep. Because it's got no weight on it.
So yeah, in the instructions it says you can measure from corner to corner, which we often do to check things are square, but in this situation, just like putting a roof window in, it's just as easy to push this door shut and check your parallel gaps all the way around. If it's parallel, it's square. Now that we know we're square, I've fixed this side down. This is my free side. All I need to do is just make up the packers to fill that gap, just to fill them, and then put the screws in, just nip them up, and that'll be perfect. So you can push them in from top or bottom. I'm just doing it from the top for the sake of it, because it keeps it out of the way. Just there's no likelihood of anything sticking through that's going to foul the architrave when it goes round. But it doesn't matter either way round. It's entirely up to you. Yeah, right. That's all the fixing's done. We've got 2 battens in. We've dropped it in with our special sprung clips. We fixed it on either side of it. Now we're ready to put the ladder on. If anybody wants to know
convert that into stone if you need to. There we go. Ladder's secured to the hatch. This Allen key here, there's 4 of them in total, 1 for each bracket. What I should have done before I unpacked the whole thing out of the box was undo that, like that. I'll do the others as well. So what should have happened is this should have come all of the way out before I even took the ladder off of the door, in fact. Now, partly the reason is I'm not trying to pass the buck or anything, is that they've slightly changed the design on this handle side, and in the instructions it shows that there's a little Allen key on the outside of the handle, and that's the only one it seems to show in the instructions. So when I saw it, that there was no Allen key there, I thought, okay, maybe they've just done away with that then. Yeah, so that will now fit in that little, right out to there. Once this is tightened up, there's no chance of that can slip back now because it's all fitting in there. Okay, so this is where they've changed it. These ones are now done from the inside, whereas on the instructions they still show that the screw is on the outside. What that means for us is now that that's in that position, when you're walking up the ladder, you've got a great big gap there for your toe to go in, so you're putting your foot properly on each step. You're not having to put your foot sideways or anything, so that's the reason it needs to come off. One of the main reasons that this has to be done first, before we cut the ladder down, is that when this is moved further away, not only is it coming out this way, but it's also very slightly rising up. So that means this ladder is now coming up away from the floor. If you fit that with that tight to the door, and you cut the feet off, then you pull it out, it's going to be too short. It's way too long, way too long. So what it tells us to do, but you want to measure from the back of this piece, so right there, down to the floor, straight down to the floor. So if we keep our tape in line, the step, we've got 330.
Okay.
Okay, so our 330 measurement is now from here, because that joins onto the back of there, all the way down to here. Well, not all the way, but 330 down.
Right on the tread.
Right on the tread.
Is it?
Yes, but that's fine. We'll go to one side of the tread and adjust the top if we need to.
Which side are you going to go to?
I'm going to go this side. It's literally on that dovetail. So we're going to go to this side of the tread, 90 degrees down, and then we'll put our feet on the bottom. Whilst I've got it like this though, I might just show you this something I quite like about this. The backs of these treads, you can see it's got like a sliding dovetail that goes right into the sides of these string parts, which is great. That's never coming apart. Glued and dovetailed all the way through. Blind dovetail on the front, so it's not poking out, it will never come all the way through. But also stops showing any splinters on the front. But that is rock solid, really good construction. Fortunately, because it's worked out right on the edge, or just in a step to the step about there, I don't need to worry about that. I can use the step to be my guide. Always let your step be your guide. So if I draw a line across there, so that's a 90 degree cut, because this foot that fits on the bottom, which is going to fit onto there like that, you see it's already got that angle on it. Yeah, so there's no messing around trying to work out angles or anything like that. There, like that, and there. It slots into the end of these feet a good 20 millimeters. So any little bit of rough edge on there, you know, you wipe it off and that just pushes straight over and covers it all up. There is actually sort of a base that it sits on inside there, so it'd be nice to make full contact with that. For the actual saw you use, as long as you can handle a saw and you can keep it fairly square and straight, then you're good to go, I think. Okay, there we go. That's nice and snug. Well, that's it.
That's it.
It should be away from there. That's it.
That's the place to lock the kids.
Yeah, because you can't undo it from the other side. Don't tell the kids that, flipping heck. Right, so all that's left to do now is a bit of architrave around the edge,
And that's
and
it.
we're done. If you've never done one of these before, there's no point in rushing it. They're really quick to put in, but there's no point in rushing it. I mean, you're spending, you know, just over 100 quid for a loft ladder, and 100 quid's 100 quid. You don't want to throw it away. So it's a nice loft ladder. It's insulated, and it looks really nice when it's done. And even walking up and down it is nice. Nice big treads, non-slip, dovetailed in. So take your time, but even if you're taking your time, it's not going to take you more than a day. Honestly, it's really good, nice and easy to put in, and nice to use. Look at that. All right, I'll see you later, mate.
I've fitted a few shower trays in my time and done a few videos on them talking about all the problems that you get with shower trays leaking down the back. So we're going to show you how to do this one properly so that it doesn't leak. And the first thing we've got to do is bed it down. Now, this is going down on the 22mm chipboard, which is a water resistant chipboard. A lot of the time they say put it down on ply, but because these joists are close together, there's no give at all. There's no flexing in this at all. And what we've done is given it a coat of SPR so that it's primed up. So we can now stick the tray down. Now, normally I would say, you know, stick them down on sand and cement weak base, which is a bit of a pain to be honest, but a lot of people don't do that and they find the tray cracks. And the reason that happens is because the back of the tray is not flat. You know, a lot of the time they don't mill them across the back. They're cast resin if you like, and they're just a bit up and down. So you have to bed them in sand and cement to take out any unevenness. But this is a Myra Flight tray, which is on a completely different league to the others. I love these trays. In fact, this is almost the only one I fit. And the reason I love them is that they got all this reinforcement in here everywhere. So you can put this on legs, you can raise it up just by putting feet into these little holes here. So you can see that actually you don't need to support it because it's got enough structural integrity in it. So the thing about putting sand and cement on doesn't now apply. All we've got to do is put silicone on and just put it down all these ribs and make sure that it's supported that way, and it will be fine. But of course we need to know that the floor's level, and that's the other reason why sand and cement is good, because if your floor is a little bit sloping, you can level it up with sand and cement. James has gone to great lengths to make sure that everything's spot on with this building. He built it, so he's made sure it's good, and it is level every way. So the fall is in the tray basically. You don't need to tilt the tray up to make it work. The fall is in the tray. So that's going to be the first thing we're doing. I just mentioned this waste. He's put the waste in. It's got solvent weld there, so there's no mechanical screw there, nothing to come loose there. He made a great job of that. And this is one of these vortex wastes. And the idea of a vortex waste is it kind of sucks the water out. It doesn't just rely on the flow. It means that it can take a power shower. It can take a higher volume of water, even though it's a low profile tray. And you might think the water will spill over the edge. Because of its vortex waste, you can get a higher flow rate. The only thing about a vortex waste, because of the way it's constructed, it's got a couple of screws in there. And I don't like that. I actually prefer the McAlpine way where you just screw it down with the top ring. If you're careful and you don't over tighten it, you'll be fine. Make sure that you get a Torx screwdriver and you just make sure you don't do it up any more than the recommended. Read the instructions, follow them, you'll be fine.
Little freebie in there.
How did that end up here?
Must have been in the back of a plumber's van.
So we're using this Classy Seal. It's a very sticky substance that they put on it. Once that's on there, that is on there, believe me. So that's nicely stuck on there. And now we're just going to upend it. Should we upend it?
Yeah.
Be careful, you've got to be careful of the corners. Just get that corner on. It's not quite long enough to do the job. So what we probably should have done is started this end, because this is the more critical end, and by the time we get to there we're in the dry. So all is not lost, because although we're a little bit short there is a piece in the box.
Saved by the sample.
Look at this stuff, it's so sticky. So what are you using, James?
For OB1, yeah, a polymer, way more than the job needs.
Yeah.
With silicon's absolutely fine, but I've got a tube of this. I'll just give all this a wipe down, make sure there's no dust on there. Because as good as that polymer is, you still want it to be fairly dust free, so we get good adhesion on the back of the tray, not only to the floor, because we've SBR'd the floor, We just want to make sure the back of the tray's got well stuck to the polymer adhesive as well.
So if this is the floor here, you can see that that's where the floor touches, but it doesn't touch on those corners unless you put a big thick wodge on there, but I don't think it's actually necessary. I don't think anybody's standing on those corners. Stick it on the ribs.
I think just put just a little dot there, because if it was unsupported here, then these would be the only supports, so it can't do any harm, I suppose.
Quite a bit to make up there, really. There's 5 mil.
Yeah, plus whatever you put on there.
The bottom line is I've never had one of these Moroflights crack on me. I've never had any trouble with them. They cost a bit more than the other trays, but I think they're worth it, quite honestly. And you can see that they've actually ground that off as well at the bottom, because this is another place you often get problems with it leaking, is where the rubber washer that goes into from the waste goes onto the tray isn't sitting flat on there, and you can see that somebody's been around this with a little sander and just taken off anything that looks like a high spot. So that basically that rubber washer will now squash onto there.
They've definitely spent as much time on the back as they have on the front.
Yeah, this is it. And as I say, a lot of those resin cast ones, they come out of the mould, and I've put a level across the back of them, and you can see like they're up and down.
Well, I fitted one 2 nights ago actually for a friend of mine.
Did you?
A resin one, and it was, well, I did it in sand and cement.
Yeah.
Not only was the floor horrendous, so was the tray.
Was it?
Yeah. I ended up using 2 bags. I thought 1 bag of sand would be plenty, but I ended up knocking nearly 2 bags up.
Goodness.
The floor, it was an old Victorian house, so the floor was well out of level. Somewhere to put your fingers in when we're putting it down.
Tell you what, mate, if you ever have to get that tray up, it's going to be a job, isn't it?
I think we're there.
Lovely job. Just a little bit of paper on the floor, James.
Yeah.
It's yours, James.
Yep.
That's it, that's tight, isn't it?
That is it.
How's the waist lining up? Alright, that washer's in there.
Perfect. Just over a little bit, it's just sitting on top of that floor, and pull that corner up a little bit if we can.
It's tricky. You wouldn't believe the thickness of this tape. That's it, lovely.
That's it.
Mate. Do you know what? There's trays I wouldn't attempt that with, quite honestly, because that is tight on that floor, isn't it?
Yeah. I laid the tray in dry.
Oh, and they cut it.
I put a 3mm packer all around the edges, and then the flooring guys cut the Condine to the tray.
So that 3mm is basically the thickness of that Fascias Soffits tape. They say just pinch up a little bit of extra, just so that it sits into that corner, because it's tight now. If you do it the other way, it's baggy.
We're all right in this situation because our tiles are quite thick.
Yeah.
So even if it came off 4 or 5mm, the next tile will cover that still.
Yeah.
And it's only on that bottom 4 inches, so I think we're fine. This fits into our corner, so we can put it in the entire way up the corner. If there's any flex in these walls, which there's highly likely to be because this is a timber frame, so it's a lot more likely to have a bit of movement than a traditional brick built.
What you've used here is a cement-based tile backing board, yeah?
Yeah.
You might have used the elements board like you did in the other rooms, except for the fact that getting 2 sheets of it is like 40 quid delivery from the merchant. So it's
also, I think this will help with the racking of the building, because we've got a similar product on the outside, a render carrier board, which is a cement based board like this. So this is going to help reduce some of that flex.
Okay, got it.
So I think that was probably our favoured board for this situation.
It's sort of structural almost.
Exactly.
Yeah. Just enough to finish off. So there's a lot of different people making this stuff, but it's basically just beautiful blue rubber type waterproofer that you could actually tank with this stuff alone without the membrane. But the good thing about this, rather than tile adhesive, is that tile adhesive is a little bit less flexible than this. Even flexible tile adhesive, not as flexible as this gear. Snap it on, we're not Adrian. By the way, Adrian, this is not your brush.
Don't tell him that.
It's not one of your purdies. I've got to make a bit of a rule, James, alright? You've got to help me here.
Go on.
We need to read the instructions before we do it.
Yeah, it does help sometimes.
Because I just read them and it says pinch it in the corner. It's a modification they've made based on feedback from people, you know, because you can't get that tile in there. Into the corner.
It's already like this.
I remember you doing this before, it's really good.
Yeah, it's just easier than trying to put a whole corner in one go.
Yeah, it's like wallpaper technique. Good idea, good tip that, 2 minute tip.
2 minute tip.
Fold it up, another 2 minute tip, put enough adhesive on to cover the tape. This is the bit I missed, James.
It's alright.
Yeah, I think it's better to do it like that than it is to,
you know, you got a decent,
snap it all over the place.
Decent bit under the edge.
Any water gets up there would be doing something very wrong.
I'll wait until that's dry and I'll cut that off with a knife.
Yeah.
If the water gets up there, I'll put the shower head on the wrong way up.
So that's it, that's basically all it needs to make a totally waterproof shower. And if you think about it, how much time has that taken for us to do this? And yeah, okay, it's a little bit extra in materials, but really there's no excuse in this day and age for putting in showers without this kind of belt and braces approach, because it's misery. You know, if the shower starts leaking and it's got to be taken out and the tiles have got to be hacked off and whatever manky stuff people are using behind the tiles rather than a proper tile backing board, you know, it's just not worth it. It really isn't worth it. That's a perfect belt and braces job. Took a few minutes extra and we can be absolutely sure that this shower tray is never going to cause any problems for them. So the last thing we're going to do, we're just going to put a bit of membrane around this shower valve. Now, this is actually more or less in the dry area of the shower, so it won't get a lot of water, but we've got a bit of this stuff left over, so we might as well do it while we're here.
I'm doing it like one of them guys that puts up the billboard signs.
I always fancied that job when I was a kid. I used to see that and think, oh, I don't know why, I liked it. And an element of climbing involved in it.
Yeah.
What? Yeah, with the hammer.
I've got friends in high places.
I've glued my fingers to it.
Yeah, no, always the way, mate. Hiya, James.
Oh, mate.
Are you alright? You're not well, are you?
I've been well for a few weeks now.
Oh my goodness.
Just a bit run down, I think. It's not COVID. I've tested.
You checked that?
Yeah, we're alright.
So just under the weather, mate.
Yeah.
Could do with a nice holiday.
Yeah, Fiji would be nice.
Yeah, somebody contacted us from Fiji this morning. Say, come for a holiday, you guys. You work too hard.
Yeah, it sounds good to me.
So it sounds like all we need is a plane, isn't it?
Yeah.
And a fare. Yeah. So you're struggling here. You can't get the materials.
Yeah, I've been driving around a bit this morning. If there's something really basic, chamfered skirting. I went to locally. There was only one place I've had recently found that had it was Champion Timber, and I went there because they've normally got tons of it in the rack. I went there this morning to pick it up. He said we haven't got any. He said I'll ask in the shop, see what other branches have got it. No one's got it. None of their branches have got it. But a bit of phoning around, I've managed to track some down.
So you're just off to get that now, yeah?
I'm going to pick that up. Then I can get this room skirted, get the coving up, and then it's ready for Monday. This plaster will all be dry.
Yeah.
And the decorator's got 4 days to get this up to scratch, and then the carpet's going down.
Oh really? Oh blimey.
Yeah.
Oh, so Adrian's got his work cut out with the painting, yeah. You might need a hand. You might need an assistant painter.
Yeah, I might pick a brush up myself.
No, you won't. Don't do that. All right, mate.
No chance.
So is the plastering all done now?
Majority, there's 2 bedrooms left to do, but we've got a bit of.
Oh, you got the work to do first,
knocking down and stuff to do first, and then.
Yeah, and then the outside, isn't it? And then that's the bit we really.
We're just rendering that.
Need to get that done before the winter really kicks in. Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be nice to get rid of that scaffolding.
Yeah.
This episode is brought to you by Safeguard, the creators of Roxil wood protection liquid. This innovative formula creates an invisible weatherproof treatment for outdoor wood surfaces, protecting against warping, mould and algae growth. Click the links below to learn more about how Roxil can keep your wood looking great for years. James has got a story to tell. It's not bad. What's happened in your life, the big event?
It's all the recent events of the past couple of years. One thing led to another, and unfortunately it's caused my company to become insolvent, which is a real shame because, I've been doing it for 24 years. I built this company up, and, it went from strength to strength. We became VAT registered, we became limited, and, and it was really doing well. All of these things collated, and the company took a hit. Yeah. It was a fair-sized job for me that we were being filmed on, doing the latest one, and just couldn't recover from it, unfortunately. Yeah. So we had to take the decision, do what we can to recover, or do we just let it go? We took the decision to let it go, but then my decision was, do I continue trading as a sole trader? Do I try and set up a new company? Yeah. And I think in discussions with my wife and others and that, we just sort of came to a decision like, why don't I just try something different for a change? I've always worked for myself. I've always had my own company. Yeah. And maybe now's the time to just let that go and get a job. Get a proper job.
Get a proper job. Yeah.
And that's what I did. I'd never been for an interview before. Never had a CV. Never had to because I've just worked for myself. I got a CV made up when I searched up online how to do it. Yeah. Put in what I knew about myself and put it out there. Applied for a few jobs, got turned down quite quickly because, the building industry has changed a lot from when I first started. Yeah. So now it was everything CSCS card. I knew nothing about, I heard of them, but I knew nothing about how to get one or whatever you need. So I applied for a few jobs, site manager, because that's, project manager. Yeah. I thought I'd, just try it. But a lot of them just said no, because I don't have the relevant qualifications. And one company said, yes, come for an interview. So I went, okay.
So I went for the interview. I applied for the job on a Thursday. They phoned up within an hour.
Right.
I went for the interview on the Monday. On the Tuesday morning, they phoned up and said, "Can you start on Thursday?"
Yeah.
Like, well, I mean,
and you couldn't.
Well, yeah, I couldn't straight away. I said, "Well, we'll push it to Monday."
Yeah, I've got to just say this, James. A lot of people won't know this, and I don't want to put you on the spot here, but you are a religious man, aren't you?
Yeah.
You are a church-going man, and that's what governs you. You and Ian, actually. You don't do dodgy deals. You don't do anything wrong. You stick right to the line.
Yeah.
Pay your taxes. Pay your, the VAT. You don't try and dodge that. You don't try
Everything by the book.
You don't try and hire illegal immigrants. But unfortunately, in this world, you're up against people who are ducking and diving and taking cash and doing all the other things.
Yeah, this is true.
And it puts you at a slight disadvantage. And then when it comes to pricing a job like that, we know, you're best. You priced it. I think you priced it tight, but okay, you're looking at it. When we start looking around at similar jobs to that now, some of these people, just incredible what they charge. So it was always going to be tight for you. Then, of course, we had that bad weather. I remember the bad weather.
Yeah,
we had all kinds of material shortages, didn't we?
Yeah.
We had changes, like suddenly with those windposts had to be put in, and all those things that slowed it down. And the brickers, when can we start? Well, you can't start because we haven't got a windpost. And
that's big. I think probably my biggest downfall, and it always has been, when I've started a job and they start putting extras into the job, I never price them as much as they should be. It's always one of those things, I'm here already, so I could do it for that. And I shouldn't have thought like that. I should never have done it like that.
Yeah.
And, that mixture of that along with all the other things. I don't want to blame myself, of course.
No, well, of course, I don't think
I think that's probably one of the...
I don't think you should blame yourself. What I would say is that you're not a ruthless businessman. You're probably not even, to be fair, you're probably not even a businessman. You're a builder, you love your work, you've enjoyed doing your work, but the business side of it is a complete headache for you, isn't it?
Yeah.
And you're sitting there in the evening. I know you told me I've got to do all this blooming pricing up, invoicing, getting everything sorted out. And that didn't give you any pleasure whatsoever.
No.
Right, so that's a huge extra burden on you after working, say, 40 hours a week on site, to go home to have to do all those things in the evening. So now you're giving yourself, what I hope is your midpoint in life, you're giving yourself a different experience and trying something else. And I think that's great, So it's still in the building industry.
Yeah.
You're going around to big sites. We won't say the company you're working for obvious reasons, I think. And it's a German company.
German kitchens. It's a German kitchen company.
They're looking after you.
They really are. They're very well organised.
It's high-end stuff.
It is. Right. And, they've gone through their own problems over the past couple of years, like everybody has. All businesses have.
Yeah.
It's quite a difficult period I'm joining them in on.
Yeah.
But, there's an end in sight to that. And we're being called in. There's extra project managers coming in now, me being one of them. And we're pretty much trying to help to alleviate all of these problems, get everything back on track. And functioning as the efficient German machine that it always had done. So that's sort of the aim, and that's what we're working towards. So.
But it has been incredibly disruptive for so many people. We know about all the material shortages. We know the COVID thing. I would say the COVID thing has been massive, hasn't it? Because we got weeks on end where you were sitting at home, and being a limited company, you couldn't take anything from the government.
No.
You got no support from the government. You just got to weather it, and other people I know that were taking support from the government, carrying on working for cash and all the rest of it. I'm not being judgmental here, but it does. Yeah, that's not a level playing field, is it?
You've got to do what you've got to do, and what's offered, you've got to take it. But unfortunately, as a limited company, we weren't offered that.
So you would have had it if you were offered.
I probably would have done. I would have taken advantage. I mean, I did take advantage of certain things that we could do, like a VAT deferral. But then the material prices went up, and it's like, well, now this money I've been putting aside, I now need to use that for that, and then it just snowballed, really, unfortunately.
You are where you are. And we're very, very sorry to miss you. I must say, I'm just going to put this on record now, because a lot of people are saying, well, if you hadn't wasted all that time filming, you might have got the job done a bit faster. And I do feel guilty about that to a certain extent, but I did try and give you a bit of time, didn't I?
Definitely. No, you really helped out. I mean, aside from, helping us out with tools here and there that obviously help, your contacts in the Windposts, we got them turned around super quick. Stuff like that we would never have been able to turn it around so quick. And your labour coming on and helping, and you did it free of charge, and I really appreciate that. Even stuff that people didn't see filmed, like the last time you came and knocked down a wall for us. You and Alex, your son, came. And
I wasn't fishing for compliments.
No, but I want people to know that you're not a slacker.
That just that I know that there will people who go, oh, those customers are really good, aren't they, letting you film on that? And they were good letting us film it. Let's be fair. You know, there was nothing in it for them particularly, except I would say that it's actually a quality control. When people have been filmed doing a job, they do actually, I've got to be right because it's been judged by millions. Not that you would do it wrong anyway. And I think that's one of the problems because, you know, there's so many people who chuck it in. And I know there'll be people watching this go, oh, what a shame. I wanted that guy to do my job. And I was talking to your next customer the other day that you had to let down because suddenly you're not in the game and you were lined up to do another extension and hopefully make some money out of that one. But anyway, no, I think for you, mate, it's a good decision. Yeah. And I think everybody, you know, watching this will wish you well with it. And
thank you.
You know, we're going to miss you. We're going to miss you without getting too tearful.
No, well, you never know. I might be able to make an appearance here and there.
Well, I'm hoping you can. We've got a little project coming up soon that doesn't require you to do anything, leave your home, and I think you might be interested in it. So James, I hope James will be back on Skill Builder in a slightly different capacity. I'm not going to tell you what at the moment, but watch his space. But yeah, thanks for coming around and putting the record straight, you know, putting a line under that. And as I say, we're very sorry to see you go. Not least because I've got to go out and find new builders. If you've got projects that you think are interesting to us, then let us know and maybe we'll come and film you. And then you can go bankrupt.
It's been my absolute pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Brilliant. Okay, James.
We're allowed to do that again now.
Good,
there you
man.
go.
Oh, yeah, we are. Yeah, we're over it. Cheers. All the best.
Thanks, mate.
Thanks.
This epic episode of Skill Builder was brought to you by Safeguard Europe. Follow the links in the description to see their fantastic range of products, and we'd just like to thank them for making this 8-hour edition possible.